Good morning. I am Mike Callahan alongside Tom Myers and Maxine Runiel. We are here at beautiful Wainwright Complex in South Portland, Maine for the Division III men's regional pool play game with Bates Orange Whip, which will be in the white, and Brandeis Tron, which will be in the dark. Tom, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty well. It's great to be here. It's a cloudy, overcast day, a little chilly, a little windy, but I'm looking forward to a great day of Ultimate.
So we're on the main, the streaming field right across from Turney Central, and it seems that the wind is a little bit diagonal to us, so we may see quite a few discs up here that float in the wind.
Yeah, so the wind is a bit of a cross breeze, so we'll see how that affects their strategy, how that's going to affect their downfield throws, and especially the cross-field throws coming toward us, so coming toward the camera. The disc seems to be kind of taking off and sailing high, which, yeah, might make it entertaining. We might get a disc coming up here today, which we'll have to save the camera.
Yes, save the computer. What I'm interested in is to see how the teams play defense with this wind. What are they going to choose to do? What's their force going to be? Are they going to try and make the other team throw into the wind, or are they going to try and trap a sideline? I'm also really interested to see what they do for offensive sets. See if they come out with some new interesting things. So we have Brandeis in the dark, pulling to start the game, to Bates in the light, right to left across your screen.
Yeah, and obviously every game matters today, but Bates is really hoping to have a really good weekend this weekend and to punch their ticket to nationals for the first time in their club's history. So this is a big weekend for them, so I'm sure that they want to come out with a solid point to get started. And here we go.
And the pull is up, and it's angling towards the middle of the field, right in front of the Bates end zone. And we're looking at a zone to start from Brandeis.
And Bates came out anticipating it to be a person defense, so they came out in a vert stack, and they have now melted into their zone offensive set.
And moving the disc pretty well against this Brandeis zone. Working far side of the field. And holding. Good cut by the popper there.
It looks like Brandeis Tron is beginning to sag back into a person defense. It's kind of a, not quite person, it's kind of a matchup downfield.
Yeah, it's almost like a box and one, but slightly different.
Yeah, it looks like matchup on the cutters downfield, and now it looks like they're almost into just a straight person almost.
And near side of the field with the disc is Bates, moving towards the middle of the field, about 10 yards out of the end zone.
Very patient offense here by Bates, just taking easy throws.
Good cut from the back, but sniffed out by Brandeis. Front of the end zone, and we have a score for Bates.
That was Snyder to Trays for the point for Bates.
That was really nice patience by that Bates offense.
Yeah, they really took their time. There was a lot of handling movements, especially by Snyder. The offense seemed to run through him on that point, just resetting, taking their time, waiting for the cuts to develop downfield. As Tron tried to kind of sort out their defense as they went down the field, Bates really just took advantage of whoever was open, whoever was being poached. They just really just worked it. They used the whole field. Even though there weren't any downfield throws, like deep shots down the field, the cuts were still there, so they were making Tron guard the whole field. It was really solid offense, a very confident-looking offense from Bates to start the game.
And this game is brought to you by Portland Rising. Portland Rising is Maine's first women and non-binary professional team. You can check out their game live or perhaps streamed if you are not in the area, Saturday, May 18th versus DC Shadow. Tickets are available, portlandrising.me. And Portland Rising is all one word. All right, so Bates is set to pull to Brandeis, right to left across your screen. Pull, hanging in the air. Ooh, that's gonna land nice.
Yep.
Far side of the field. Brandeis takes possession. Vertical stack, deep throw, curling back to the middle of the field, near the end zone, and a little bit too far for the Brandeis player. And now they're gonna set up their zone. Nope, they are coming out in person.
It's a good play right off the pull there. Brandeis really trying to exploit the deep space there. Now they're playing a little over-under on their defense. Initially off the line there, passing off players from the back of the stack to the front.
Yeah, they do a good job of playing a little bit of switchy. Oh, that's a beautiful cut by number 11 for Bates. Ooh, unseen. Near side of the field, Bates with the disc. Showing patience. Vertical stack offense. And we have a pick call.
A pick has been called. You can tell this Bates D-line is a little less crisp with their cutting order than the O-line was. There's been a couple of same cuts.
Oh, we have a deep shot in toward the middle. Oh, right in front of the end zone. Unable to come up with the disc is Bates. Brandeis takes over at the front of their own end zone.
That was a good bid by Starchester there for Bates. He almost had it, went right off his hands.
Brandeis now far side of the field, about midfield. Showing patience with the disc. Vertical stack still. I like what they're doing. Oh, 4 was open, couldn't see him.
Tron
far
had
side
a
of the
chance.
field. Oh, curling outside in towards the front cone, unable to come up with it. Bates takes over at the front of their own end zone.
On that possession, Tron had an opportunity to take advantage while Bates was confused where the force was going, and they were unable to take advantage while they were confused on defense.
And we are now near side of the field, Bates in the white, Brandeis in the dark. Vertical stack for Bates. Oh, that's a floater. And oh, unable to come up with it is the Bates receiver on the far sideline.
Van Dusen, good bid. Nice try to keep his feet in bounds. That was a tough throw that kind of got away from the thrower on that one.
Yeah, the wind is pretty much non-existent right now, so teams should take advantage of it. Oh, curling back into the front of the end zone, and the cover up by Brandeis is for a score. So we are now 1-1, Bates and Brandeis.
It looks like there was a call on the field, on the sideline over there. They're going to the observers to take a look at a potential foul call on the throw.
Yeah, that was a good job of the Brandeis player going to space and even if it wasn't to that player, kind of backing up and coming up with the disc.
Yeah, that was a great read. That was number 5. That was Nathaniel Pazos. That was a great read and a great job of just following and not giving up on the play, because that just kind of hung up in the air for a long time and kept moving away. But he tracked it down. It looks like the call's been discussed and been resolved. It does result in a point for Brandeis.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the sport of Ultimate, it is self-refereed. So you call your own fouls, you call picks and travels and things like that. But we do have 2 observers. You can see them in the orange shirts, and they are there for inbounds and out of bounds calls in the end zone, out of the end zone, and for discussion. If the players cannot agree on a call, they will often go to an observer to get some advice on whether the call should stand or should be overturned. And Brandeis pulls 2 Bates, right to left, across your screen. Game tied at 1, Bates in the white. And again, Brandeis comes down in this zone. Oh, that is a dangerous throw. Out of bounds. Tron comes up with it. Tron being Brandeis.
Yeah, that's just a throw where you just didn't know that deep was there. So they take a shot downfield.
Throw towards the front of the end zone. Both teams jostling for position. Cut! Brandeis comes up with it. And in the front of the end zone, trying to score, showing patience, and Brandeis comes up with the score. It is now 2-1 Brandeis.
That was Matt Klein with the assist. And yeah, there's great patience on the goal line there, waiting for his cutter to get open. And really, though, that play, the downfield receiver for Brandeis, number 3, Jonas Kaplan, really did a great job of keeping his defender under the disc as it curled over the defender's head, and then he was able to kind of back away and make that catch over his head. That was really excellent awareness and body position to make that play happen. He didn't have a height advantage, but he really he read that disc really well and really put his defender in an impossible situation.
Yeah, you know, he was able to, you know, avoid fouling by essentially boxing out like you would in basketball, right? Yeah. Using his body to shield and give himself the best opportunity to catch the disc. So now Brandeis is pulling up a break to Bates left to right across your screen. And Bates takes over at the front of their own end zone.
We haven't seen Bates' O-line work in this direction yet, so let's see if that affects some strategy. It looks that Brandeis is going to come back in that zone regardless of which direction they're going in.
Yeah, they're determined on the to play this zone, it appears, with a set offense, and then when their offensive line is on, if they turn it over, just go person.
It looks kind of like a bit of a two. It's almost a 2-4-1, but not quite. There's lots of like sagging on the backside, but they are kind of leaving the middle of the field directly in front of the handlers open, which they are. Especially Snyder's taking advantage of that down the field so far.
Yeah, they're really exploiting that in that zone right now. Far side of the field, Bates with a disc in the white. Looks like they have switched to person. Bates swings it near side of the field. Back towards the far side of the field. Oh, to the corner of the end zone. Beautiful throw, beautiful reception. Bates scores. It is now 2-2.
That was Snyder with another assist.
That was, you know, this Bates offense is really does a good job of exhibiting patience, not trying to rush things, and, you know, letting the zone, which is a little bit loose, you know, finding those gaps and just exploiting them.
And that last throw too, that's just knowing your receiver, Morse, number 18. The defender was in the right place. He's just faster than him.
Yeah.
And Snyder knew it and just threw it out into space. As soon as he made that cut, he just threw it out there and knew that his receiver was going to be there first.
And what I like about that is there's no, I don't know if that's their set play or what have you, but that cut came from, you know, in the end zone, right in the middle of the stack. There's no, you know, unable to predict where the cut was going to come from.
They made eye contact, and Snyder knew that's where he wanted to go with the disc. That was the matchup he wanted.
Oh, massive pull by Bates to Brandeis at the front of their own end zone. Brandeis in the dark. Bates comes out in some sort of, looks like a switchy person defense.
Well, Brandeis came with their stack pushed all the way on the far side of the field, trying to kind of like take advantage some of the open space here, and they kind of devolved really quickly into now there's a lot of players in the space that Brandeis was hoping to take advantage of.
And I believe that was a pit call, which is why the disc is now back in the hands of the handler. Brandeis, far side of the field with the disc. Yeah, we got a major, 72's poaching hard on, and he foul was called and no contest.
Yep. Yeah, he came through his shoulder on that one and they made it so he couldn't make that catch.
Oh, nice deep throw to the front of the end zone. Number 5 again, streaking in the middle of the end zone. Brandeis takes the 3-2 lead.
Yeah, that's Pazos again. He sees that deep space and he takes off and takes it, and they know that. They're ready and willing to make that throw to him out into the open field.
Yeah, that was, I for one was not expecting that with the way that the Brandeis was moving the disc at the start of that point. But that was a really nice throw, really nice run.
So he's got a sweater on, but that is number 10, Sam Richards, with the fantastic put down the field to Pazos, and he knows he's on TV, ladies and gentlemen. He was ready for it.
So Brandeis will be pulling left to right across your screen back to Bates. Again, this game is sponsored by Portland Rising, our local women's and non-binary professional ultimate team. Please check them out at portlandrising.me. And we have a pull. Bates will take over at the front of their own end zone, moving the disc. Looks like the Brandeis comes out in a person this time. Horizontal stack from Bates, utilizing 3 handlers. Nice handler weave there. Ooh, far side of the field. Bates comes up with a tough contested catch. Moving back, swinging it towards the near side of the field, near sideline. Bates moving the disc, moving it back and forth. Oh, great
nice
grab by
catch.
21. Far side of the field. Bates with the disc. Brandeis just unable to get a force on and keep that force. Oh, and that good patience by Bates near the end line, about 8 yards out. Oh, a cheeky little throw over the top, and then a swing into the corner of the end zone for the tying score from Bates.
That was Trey's to Edmonds Estes for Bates. Again, really patient offense. You mentioned that that Brandeis Tron was having a hard time getting a force set there. I think some of that had to do with just the quick handler movement from Bates. They were moving the disc before the mark was really able to get set up on a lot of those.
Yeah, they're not. One of the things I like about this Bates offense is they're not waiting, holding the disc, waiting for that cut. If that cut isn't coming in 1 or 2, they're immediately swinging.
And some of that,
resetting.
Some of that too was the marks were more focused on shutting the next throw down the field off and then coming in and closing off on the person with the disc. So kind of forcing Bates to do what they were doing, which is handler weaving and working side to side a lot more, but Bates was showing that patience of like not forcing that cut that was already kind of in the base and letting it clear and taking the next one.
Yeah, preventing that. Looked like Brandeis was working really hard at preventing the deep shot, right? Saying, all right, Bates, you want to beat us? You're gonna have to throw it, 15, 20 times to move it up the field, and hope that they get the turnover there.
It looks like we have a timeout on the field.
We might have a timeout on the field, Tom.
And so.
So for those who are unfamiliar, there are a couple different, there are many different offensive sets you can use in the sport of ultimate frisbee. The one that's been predominant today is the vertical stack, where you have a couple handlers out and all your cutters are coming from standing in a line near the middle of the field, creating space. Bates has used what we call a horizontal stack, where they have 3 handlers and then 4 cutters across the field working together with each other to create space and cut to open spaces.
The hardest part so far today for Bates has been this part of their game, defense, and stopping Brandeis from going for those long passes down the field. I want to see if the timeout
And that pull is out of bounds.
It's out of bounds, but I want to see after this timeout if Bates has an adjustment to take it away. And it'll be interesting to see, especially with this pull being out of bounds, you can expect Brandeis Tron to have a play drawn up to get their deep cutter open down the field. Probably, as we've seen, it'll be number 5, Pazos, who is the second from the back in the stack.
Oh, good defense by Bates. I will say catch your Ds all the time. But very, very telegraphed throw, and Bates took advantage. So now they're swinging, middle of the field, around midfield. Looking like a zone defense, again from Brandeis. Nice work. Trying to be a little cheeky with it.
It looks like Brandeis is really trying to shut down Morse the Pink Hat. He's got number 4 guarding him almost exclusively.
And we are at the front of the end zone for Bates. Trying to put in, trying to get the break back. Oh, nice swing there.
Yeah.
And throw to the corner, near the back corner of the end zone for Bates. For the score, going up 4-3 now.
That's Matthias with the throw. It's a great throw right around. The Brandeis defender knew that there was a Bates player behind him, but didn't know exactly where he was, and so taking advantage of that and putting a lot of pace on that throw to get it right around him before he could react.
Yeah, and that turnover really was a result of the Brandeis team telegraphing exactly where that throw was going to go, and the Brandeis cutter just hesitated a step, and the Bates player, number 7, Frank, ran through the disc and got the easy D. Wearing the very fashionable visor. I highly approve of it.
Absolutely. And sometimes you mentioned to catch your, defensive play when you make it, and that's definitely true, especially on a windy day when you could mack it up in the air. There was something to be said also, though, especially if you know you are not a thrower, to just knock it down and then get into your offensive set. When you're close to the end zone like that, get in your set and just get ready to play and really get yourself organized instead of trying to do so on the fly.
And knock it down with authority.
Exactly.
Brandeis with the disc, near side of the field. Working this wide open in the end zone. Beautiful pass. Once again to number 5.
Of all the people for Bates to have not marked up on, to have forgotten about off the point, it's Pazos, who has a nose for the end zone. He was flying down the field and was unguarded the entire way.
Very nice set by Brandeis to even up the score. Has Pazos caught all their points or only 3 of them?
I don't remember.
He's caught at least 3. I don't remember the 4th. Very efficient offense from Brandeis. Always looking for this deep shot. If Bates wants to win this game, they're going to have to clamp down on those deep shots.
And it can be a little harder to do so when Brandeis comes out with that stack that's pushed all the way on the far side of the field, and the first couple of cuts are working under. Pazos is kind of hiding in the middle, and then he gets such straight line speed that he just burns his defender down the field, and then you have the entire end zone to throw him the disc to.
And Brandeis, we have an offsides call on the pull. So I guess Bates is, we have a deep shot to the front of the end zone. And that's a beautiful throw and beautiful catch by Bates in the front of the end zone.
That's Bushley with a great cut and the elevation, and Snyder with another assist for Bates. It looks like there was an offsides call, but it looked like Bates was choosing not to take it, would be my guess.
So in ultimate, you're just like with a football kickoff, right? You have to be behind in this case, the line when the disc goes off. Otherwise, it's offsides, and the team receiving the disc can opt to re-pull.
Right.
So if it's like a really deep back of the end zone, really good placement, you just say no, go ahead, re-pull.
Right.
But they got the disc around the 10 or 12 yard line and chose to just play it from there. Probably because they had that play design.
It seemed like they had a play call that they liked, and so if Bates were to have asked for a repull, if Brandeis was offside a second time, then I believe that Brandeis can get the disc. Is it at midfield, or is it at the opposing brick mark? I forget exactly where it goes.
I don't remember the new USA U rules on that.
Yeah, but they chose to play it out, and that turned out to be the right call for them.
Play. So Bates pulls in the white to Brandeis in the dark, left of your screen. Okay.
Correct. Yes. So same thing happens here. Bates was offsides.
Oh, beautiful cut. Bates trying to play. Oh, playing sort of again. They really into the middle of a mess, and Brandeis turns it over around their own 20. Bates takes over, middle of the field. Oh, beautiful inside out to the corner of the end zone for a score for Bates.
Little to Van Dusen again. Bates taking advantage of Brandeis was a little confused off that offensive set. They had two cutters make the same cut, and then both cutters realized they made the same cut, and they both stopped.
Yep.
And the person who didn't stop was the Bates defender, ran in and made the play. They seemed a little just kind of confused with after the pull and whether they could play it or not, and they never got really set into a rhythm. That's also the first time that we've seen Brandeis really kind of get stuck and tried to run their offense in a very confined space. They've been so good at spreading the field throughout this game so far that now they were really kind of tightly packed together, and that's not their game.
So Bates is now up 6-4. And the other thing I noticed on the Bates defense is they always have someone what we call poaching the lane. So they're sagging off their person on defense to try and create an extra defender, kind of hide and hope that that the offense doesn't see that poached defender and throws right to them. And the offense has to start recognizing that, and that person who's poached immediately going to space and getting open.
Yeah, we see Brandeis doing it as well, but I think the biggest difference I can see is that it's a little more disguised when Bates is doing it. It's a little tougher to see.
Oh, very nice. Looks like some really intense handler movement with this Brandeis offense. Basically saying the cutters just kind of stay upfield. Oh, that's too bad. We get a turnover far side of the field.
Unfortunate. He's working in a tight space, but that was a tough catch, but she was unable to come up with it.
Oh, a little bit of a wobbly throw. Bates moving the disc far side of the field.
Brandeis back in their zone again.
Bates moving the disc through the middle of the zone. Wow, cheeky throw there. Ooh. Tried the push pass, unsuccessful.
Just a good old backhand would have worked just fine, but that push pass worked against where his cutter was cutting.
Again, inside out for Brandeis to the corner of the end zone for the score.
Well done.
Nice work. These both teams' primary throwers are doing an excellent job of moving the disc both between themselves and with their throws up and down the field. So some really nice throws we're seeing out here. The wind doesn't seem to be a factor as of yet.
Not yet, but that was a good job by Brandeis, not wasting any time. Just take advantage of that unforced error by Bates and punch it into the end zone there.
So now we are at 6-5. Brandeis coming back. And they're going to be pulling. They're on defense now to Bates. Oh, and we have a timeout on the field. So we will take advantage of this timeout to tell you about Port Property, which makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Explore a variety of these apartment styles, as well as their homes they have represent for sale at portproperty.com. That's portproperty.com, one of our fine sponsors of Maine Ultimate.
Hey, Mike, have you heard of Highside?
No, what is that?
Magic Falls?
No, that sounds kind of fun.
The Sisters?
I've heard of Sisters
Okay.
before.
How about Big Mama?
No.
Are these offensive or defensive sets for Ultimate Frisbee?
Probably defensive.
Come and find out as Maine Ultimate presents Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. On Saturday, June 22nd, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bingham, Maine. Participants will get at least 4 games of Ultimate, a tourney-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really good time. We'll tell you some more about it at our next break, but it looks like we're getting ready to get back into game time here.
So Brandeis will be pulling down 1 to Bates in the white, left to right across your screen. A very good game so far. Not a lot of slop, very crisp throws, very efficient offense. And the pull is up, drifting just in front of the Bates end zone. Oh, good fake there. Bates moving the disc far side of the field.
Bates was anticipating the zone from Brandeis, and Brandeis came out in person.
Oh, wobbly throw. Thought
Nice
it was
catch.
down, but nice catch by number 21. Oh, very nice strike cut there by Bates. Again, not wasting time, moving the disc quickly. Bates near side, around the 15. Oh, another inside out, but right into the Brandeis defender that time.
That's where Bates' turnovers have been coming, is when they force something that they don't need to.
Yeah, they're trying to, instead of just taking the deep breath, holstering, that's where they're getting the deep. Now Bates is on defense. Brandeis moving the disc, middle of the field. Fake deep, and the under. Oh, nice cut from the front of the stack there by number 8. Brandeis moving the disc, middle of the field, now near side. Oh, good throw there. Near sideline, trying to get it off, back in the middle of the field.
Number 12, Kovamies, has been very active on this point
Oh,
for
nice.
Brandeis.
Right in the towards the front of the end zone. That's not legal. You can't push off like that. But oh, and a nice throw for. Ooh, we have a call.
We have a call on the field.
What is the call?
I think it was a pick off the back. I think it was a pick off the back of the stack. The Bates defender who was guarding the receiver who cut it. It's kind of a rounded cut off the back.
So
it's got to be a high stall count. It's got to be a high stall count here.
And corner of the end zone, and a cheeky little strike cut for the point. So what Tom was saying is, with the pick, we've had a couple of those, and it's just like basketball, right? You run your defender through another person, and you can't do that in Ultimate. That is illegal. And you may have heard me say a little earlier that, oh, you can't do that. That's illegal, or that's a foul. You are allowed to ask for disc space in Ultimate. The defender can't be closer than the space of a disc. You are not allowed to then use that disc to push the defender away.
Correct. That was, it looked like a very high stall count situation on the corner, and that the receiver who caught the pass, the Brandeis receiver, Carmichael, did a great job of making the best cut possible in a very short period of time to give his receiver, or to give his thrower a shot at completing a pass. It's hard, stuck on the goal line, with a cutter in the lane already, and a high stall count, there's very few options that are that are
Yeah.
good in that situation.
Yeah, it's get the disc out and hope your team catches it. So we're all knotted up at 6. Apparently there is both the, normally in the sport of ultimate, half is taken at half the score of the game plus 1. So if it's game to 15, that would be 8. But apparently in regionals, there's also a time cap, so we are approaching half either way. Bates in the white, moving the disc. Oh, little miscommunication. And Bates turns it over, but they turn it over, fortunately, at the front of the Brandeis end zone. So if they can play some hard D here and shut Brandeis down, they can get maybe get a quick score.
And that
Near side, oh, deflected off the shoulder.
That turnover, the first turnover where Bates miscommunicated, I think that was the defense by Shi on number 18, Morse, made him make one more cut than he wanted to, and that confused the thrower into making that bad throw.
Oh, good break force throw, wide open now, that side of the far side of the field. Good job by the Bates. Oh, and now Bates just with some unforced errors.
Right through his hands, that's unfortunate. Let's see if Brandeis can capitalize as we're getting close to the end of the half here.
Oh, 2 people cutting in the same space, but it works. Brandeis now with the disc, near side. Oh, good cut from the front of the stack there by the handler. Brandeis moving the disc, near side of the field, upfield. And we have an up line cut, and oh, a great catch by Brandeis, number 12 for the point.
That's Wong to Kovanes for the point. Good focus on the backhand by the Brandeis cutter there, as that pass was not intended for him, but it worked out that way. As it got tipped in the air, and he still was able to grab it on the way down.
Now Dark takes the lead, 7-6 over Bates. Really well done, and exploiting. Both teams have done a really good job of exploiting mistakes by the other team, and that's caused Brandeis to go up a break here in the first half.
Absolutely.
So it's really incumbent upon Bates with such a tight game to, buckle down and not make mistakes, and the same goes for Brandeis.
Bates has made an adjustment on their O-line here. They've subbed out Sparks, number 71, who's had he's a fantastic thrower, but he's been a little too aggressive, and this point is really, they've been able, when they stay within their offense and really take advantage of just what the defense gives them, they've scored every time, so they really want to maximize that decision making on this point right now.
And the pull is up, and in the front of the end zone, Bates takes it right side of your screen. Brandeis comes down in person.
That's a little switchy still though. And
oh yeah, they're very good. Ooh, nice strike cut by number 19, Bates. He's essentially an unstoppable force out there at this point. Bates handlers moving the disc again, not waiting for that cut. Oh, beautiful break side cut there, but covered up well by Brandeis. Far side of the field, Bates with the disc. Yeah, they're doing a good job. They're really playing like a switchy, almost clam
nice
type.
throw.
Oh, beautiful spot in the front of the end zone by Bates.
Trays with another throw for the score. This one to Bushley, but that was really made by number 11, Little, with that break throw there, cutting across the defense. That opened up that entire. That's the throw that made that point happen. That was fantastic.
Absolutely. We are now knotted up again, this time at 7. So yeah, usually in the game of Ultimate, the person on the discs, the mark, is trying to force the offensive player to throw in a specific direction, right? So we've got this mark basically allowing one throw to get off because that's where the meat of their defense is upfield. And what both of these teams have been pretty successful is doing is what we call breaking the mark, getting the throw around that defender where all the offensive side is open. There's no defender on that side upfield. Makes for a couple easy throws, and even if they're not scoring immediately, they're moving the disc and then getting the reset back to the handler. So Brandeis receiving, right side of your screen, and we'll have another brick.
Okay.
Thrown out of bounds, so the offense will take it at the, is it 15 or the 20? I think it looks like about 20.
Looks like 20.
So Brandeis in the dark, we'll take, oh, and 5 takes off again. Brandeis, near side, back to the middle of the field. Again, those break force throws. Brandeis in control. Moving the disc far side of the field. Ooh, nice grab.
Nice catch.
Back to the middle of the field. Near sideline, front of the end zone, just outside, waiting for his cut. Handler gets the disc, back to the far side of the field. Brandeis being very patient, nice throw there, and right into the corner of the front of the end zone. Brandeis takes the 8-7 lead.
That's Covenese to Kaplan, an excellent job of working back and forth. They got close to the end zone, they worked it back around again. Bates tried to seal them and keep them on the close side of the field, you know, closer to where we are, but Brandeis was able to continue to kind of get more space, work it over to the far side, and then come back to the center for that.
Yeah, Brandeis just did a really
score.
nice job showing patience there. You know, they've scored several quick, deep throws, but they've also shown the ability to have patience and work the disc, and that's been invaluable to them.
Yeah. And
so we are now at half.
And Brandeis receives in the second half.
Yeah, so they have a chance to really take it to Bates starting the second half.
Oof.
And we this half is sponsored by Portland Rising, Maine's first and only women's and non-binary professional ultimate team. And you can check them out at portlandrising.me. And they have a game coming up May 18th against Washington, the Washington, D.C. team. And we will be back for the second half.
And welcome back to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. We're here with the Division III Men's Regionals Ultimate Frisbee Tournament. It's the second half. We've got Bates in the white and Brandeis in the dark colors, and it is Brandeis 8, Bates 7. Ready to begin the second half? Bates is pulling to start, so Brandeis will receive the disc. It's like the sun's starting to peek out, Mike.
Yeah, we might actually get, well, it is supposed to warm up considerably today. And then if we get a little bit of sunshine, it's time to slap on the sunscreen.
Absolutely.
About time.
Based on the papers blowing around on our table up here, the wind might be a little more gusty than it was in the first half. It really didn't seem to be a factor at all in the first half, so we might see it start to affect a couple plays here. But yeah, I mean, so the first half was fantastic, back and forth, pretty clean for the most part. Both teams are clearly well practiced. They're at the regional stage here. They know what they're doing, and we'll see what the second half has in store.
Pool play, as we said at the beginning. So Brandeis will take the disc at the front of their own end zone. Side stack again, trying to do something, trying to free up once again. Number 5, wide open deep, but 19 closes, Bates, and he bodied him out. Very nice job on the deep throw to the middle of the end zone. Once again.
Bauman to Pazos again. They set that side stack up to kind of like, as the disc moves to the middle of the field off the pull, Brandeis pushes back to the center and leaves a thrower, number 4, Bauman, with receiving the disc, and Pazos running free. He got lost in the shuffle. That's an automatic deep shot. It's happened a couple times, and I don't know why Bates keeps losing the primary deep threat, because Brandeis has proven that they will take that shot as many times as it's there.
And Pazos did a wonderful job, again, boxing out, using his body without pushing, without fouling, to just prevent the defender from getting around him, because the defender got there. He just couldn't get position.
Yeah, he was there and he left that defender with the only option that the base defender had was to run him over.
Yeah, Snyder's options were foul intentionally or try and get around him, and fouling intentionally is not a cool thing in Ultimate. So, Brandeis pulling up 9-7 to Bates in the white. Left of your screen, Bates, front of their own end zone near the corner. And we have looks like a person or a matchup zone type of thing, defense. Looks like person on the handlers and zone in the middle.
Yep.
Nice job, nice fake by the Bates handler. Finds the open person, near side of the field.
Nice throw.
On the sideline, near side, Bates with the disc. And just an unforced error there. They got to pick up and play defense.
The throw was a little bit behind the Bates cutter, but he also took his eyes off it and was looking for the next throw beforehand.
And now an unforced error by Brandeis. Let's see if Bates can take advantage. Far sideline, just past midfield. Very active. Nice throw by Snyder.
19-18. Morse on the reception. Great cut, great throw. I mean, that throw was perfectly placed. The Brandeis defender knew it right away. That also, off of that turnover, you saw too that Brandeis was not able to set up that hybrid, that handler zone combination defense. They had to go straight matchup person, and immediately Bates goes to number 18, Morse, who they know is a matchup nightmare.
I mean, he made 2 steps and the throw was in the air, because there's such trust and communication between those 2 players, and the disc was on him in a spot that the defender just had no chance to get to.
That was a big point for Bates to get back on. They had the unforced turnover down here closer to the end zone. They really, given the issues they've had stopping Brandeis on offense, you don't want to go down 2 points. If that, you know, the issues that Bates have had shutting down Brandeis' offense, going down 2 might be it for them. Like, they really got to get some stops here to get back in this game.
So Bates is pulling down 1, 8-9, and Brandeis receiving in middle of their own end zone.
That was the
deep
best pull of the day so far.
Yeah.
Now Bates is in his zone.
Oh, and it looks like a 2-4-1 from Bates, and letting 5 go, but because they've got the deep, and hopefully they can clog up the middle.
Bates's cup is much tighter, much closer to the disc than Brandeis's is. Brandeis
Oh,
is really
and
deep.
that was a risky throw.
That we said that the wind was kind of coming toward the camera, so from the far side of the field coming toward us. When you throw a scuba into the wind like that, that's what happens. The wind just knocks it straight down.
Good patience by Bates here, but great defense by Brandeis right now. Really clamping down.
Great. So that
was a high stall count right
well,
there.
that was also she poaching the lane, jumping off his defender, taking away 19, Snyder on the cut up the line, and then coming back and sitting in the lane again. He just got lost.
Another turnover, but Brandeis comes up with a disc and going deep again to number 5, Bezos, in the middle of the end zone for another score.
Rinse and repeat for Brandeis. Number 4, Bauman to Bezos again.
I don't know if we've seen him score yet today.
The deep in Bates' zone just kind of got caught watching the disc. Pazos came from the far side and was just, you know, he wasn't that far behind him, but when you have that much field to play with, Bauman puts it in the back line of the end zone for him.
So that makes it 10-8 in favor of Brandeis. We'll see what Bates can do. For those of you who are interested, we have a Vacation Land, which is a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate. That will be August 3rd and 4th right here at beautiful Wainwright Complex in South Portland. Hoping to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed. And the cost per team will be $550, and winning team gets $1,000. So you can help fund your summer season through Maine Ultimate.
The pressure's on Bates at this point. They really need to cut down on the unforced errors, and when they have done that in this game, they have scored with relative ease. So they need to cut those turnovers down and just work down the field against this Brandeis defense.
All right, so we have another offsides call. They get to take because of how it happened, they do get to take the disc at midfield because it's the second offsides by Brandeis of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So Bates takes over. Again, looking like not a true zone, sort of a matchup zone.
It looks a bit like it is like the 2 members in the cup are almost kind of playing a wall kind of sort of. They're content to let it go side to side. They don't want it to go down the middle of the field.
Yeah, it looks like a forced middle, but it's not. But now Bates, low throw, but caught far side of the field near the front of the end zone that Bates is trying to score into.
They're going to stay in it this whole way. They're not dropping into person.
Oh, and laser shot for Bates.
Tight window
for the
throw.
score.
Sparks with the laser to the center. Number 30 Bushley in the right place at the right time, and he was ready for that. That had some hot sauce on it. That was good job by Bates. That was an important O point that they capitalized on.
I really like, there's a lot of different philosophies when it comes to zone. So zone defense, we're trying to take away space, right? We're not guarding a person, we're guarding a space. And usually you have anywhere between 2 and 3 people in a cup around the disc, or in that case a 2-4-1 where you have 2 around the disc, 4 people kind of across the middle of the field, and 1 person deep. And a lot of times you'll see teams switch to person when you get to a certain spot on the field, but I like keeping zone all the way because you commit to it and you try and clog up as much space as possible. But you know, Bates just has really good throwers, and sometimes, you know, good offense will beat zone every time. So Bates pulling right to left across your screen. Brandeis receiving, getting it in the middle of their own end zone.
Good side stack again.
And it's looking zone. So Bates comes up, and they're essentially trying to force the sideline, trying to keep that disc on that far sideline. Oh, unforced error by Brandeis there.
Yep. The receiver took his eyes off the disc before he caught it.
So Bates takes over far sideline, moving back to the middle of the field, just past midfield, working the disc. Oh, nice little, oh,
there's a pick downfield.
A pick. Oh.
Number 11
resulted in someone getting dinged up.
Oh yeah, that looks like she lost his shoe on that one. Number 11, Miller. Oh, looks like there was a foul and he got hit in the head. It looks like, yeah.
Yeah. So we have in a situation like this, you have to go off the field if you are injured, and then the other team has the option to substitute, but Bates chooses not to. They pick up the disc.
Number 11 here with the disc has done a great job of throwing those inside-out break throws.
Oh, over the head, beautiful throw to 99 in the end zone.
Van Dusen with a great cut to the back corner, and Snyder another assist. Brandeis has opened the door in the second half for Bates to come storming back.
So Bates knots it up after being down 2. So it's been a close game throughout, but Bates fighting back, and that is Van Dusen's had a couple of scores as well, and they are very precision throws right over the heads of the defenders. Good job by Bates there. I will predict, based on their last success that they had, they might come. I think they're going to come back in zone again.
I think so.
And try and force. So what they're doing with that zone is they want Brandeis to swing it to that wide open space, so they've got their cup angled so that they don't get broken to the near side of the field. In that case, let them get on the sideline, but then trap it there so that they can't get off the sideline. So there's a very narrow window to throw into.
I'm a little surprised that they're trapping them on the far sideline and not the near sideline, given the direction the wind is going, but it definitely has been working, and they're doing it again, and they're going to push them to the far sideline again.
Oh, this time it's open and deep throw. That's going to float. Oh, and Pazos just unable to come up with that one that time. Floated a little too much. So Bates takes over at the front of their own end zone, near sideline, working hard. Bates in the white, Brandeis in the dark. Deep shot, not there. Looking for the handler, near sideline. Oh, great cut by Snyder. And working the disc, back to the middle of the field, give and goes. Oh, right to the front of the end zone. Bates with the disc. Oh,
nice
great
catch.
layout by Snyder to come up with that disc. And he calls a timeout.
All right, he wants to reset and get a play called. He realizes how important that this point is.
Something's happening with the observer here. Unsure what's going on.
I think they're going to just figure out where the stall count is coming in on, what number that's going to come in on after the timeout.
Right, because as soon as the player catches the disc, you can initiate a stall count.
And I think that's what it was Snyder with that great layout. I think the stall count started maybe before he thought it did, so when they chatted after the timeout, the defender said it was coming in at a number that Snyder thought was higher than it should have been. Confirmation with the observer, and we'll see if Bates can punch in another point, which would be 3 in a row.
Yeah, that zone is really working against Brandeis, although that time it was just a matter of the throw. That time the wind did affect the throw.
I would say on the last point that Brandeis would say that they got exactly what they wanted. They got across the field to their thrower, trying to connect with Pazos again. Like, that's a look that they designed their offense around. It didn't work this time.
Yeah, wind got under it a little bit, floated it, and there are two defenders there. And for all of Pazos' athleticism, he couldn't quite out-jump everyone on the team. So Bates will be...
So I would expect them to try to get to 11 and then to Morris on the open side here.
Nice poach by number 4, but Snyder gets the disc. Near sideline, front of the end zone, looking to the corner, fakes. Oh, beautiful inside out. That was a nice strike cut and then fade back to the middle by the
Snyder to Miller.
Bates offensive player.
However, I mean, that was a fantastic throw, and Bates with the point. Brandeis, the defense on that play was fantastic. That
Absolutely.
was Snyder's probably 4th choice. He wanted Morse, he wanted to swing it, he wanted to, they shut down multiple looks and had to have him take a really questionable tight window throw. So Brandeis, it's frustrating when you give up a score like that, but that defense was phenomenal on the end zone line.
In a situation like that, Bates now in the lead 11-10. You really got to keep your head up if you're Brandeis. You're like, look, we played good defense there. They scored. It was a tough throw. It was a tough catch. Got to keep playing hard. This next point will be brought to you by Portland Rising, Maine's professional women's and non-binary ultimate team in the Premier League, and their next game is 2 weeks from today, May 18th, against Washington, D.C.
Now
Tickets available.
Let's see what Brandeis' offense looks like without Pazos on the field. When he's been sitting down, the offense has looked a lot tighter, like more confined into a smaller base and less downfield action. We'll see how that combats Bates' zone that they're throwing here. This is a look we haven't seen a lot of yet, this combination.
Brandeis showing patience. Could call the double team there, but decides not to. Oh, hammer across the field, wide open. Oh, and he is out of bounds. That is too bad.
Because his back foot came down first. That's unfortunate.
Good job by poaching that lane, avoiding the quick score. Oh, and Bates turns it over. Brandeis at midfield.
The wind affected that crossfield hammer, by the way.
For sure. Ooh, Brandeis. Brandeis working the disc, middle of the field. Bates in person now, off of that turnover. Brandeis struggling to move the disc a little bit, but they've got it midfield, in the middle of the field. And good throw there, near sideline. Oh, deep throw, blade, tooth. Oh, just a little bit.
Oh, the wind affected that one too. And number 30 took another hit to the head. Incidental, but still, that hurts.
Yeah.
He was bending down to try and scoop it up off the turf, and the Bates defender just kind of inadvertently ran into him as he was kind of turned around. The wind also affected that throw. But Bauman tried to fit that in there, and that tight blade, the wind just kind of knocked it down at the end.
Yeah, that's a shame because that throw was open and that was the right throw to make there, but a little bit of a wind gust. And
if you see what just happened here, the observer just gave the Bates player a yellow card, which, like in soccer, that's a warning for excessive contact.
Approached edge of restricted zone.
If that player were to commit another foul like that, whether it was called a foul or not, like if he was commits another act like that, he will receive a red card and will be ejected from the game. So that's where the observer steps in and says that contact was excessive and not in the spirit of the game, and he's trying to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, dangerous play. Whether it's inadvertent or not, it's still one of those things. You have to have control of your body. So Bates will take over at the front of their own end zone, up 11-10 in this Division III men's college regional tournament, setting up in a vert stack. I love where the reset is set. Perfect, wide open, looking deep, not there. So, near sideline, that inside out that he has perfected. Oh, and a hand block. No call.
Thought about
Beautiful
calling it,
hand
but
block.
realized that it was out of his hands when he threw it.
Near side, Brandeis takes over. Trying to punch it in, trying to equalize.
Nice catch.
Swings to the open side. Now Brandeis, middle of the field. Working the disc. Good cut. Near side, near the front of the end zone, and milks it right into the front for the score.
That's 0. Matt Wolf to Bauman for the score. Good patience by Brandeis.
Yeah, those two have been heavily involved in their offense. In that little instance, just using some little handler cuts to get open and work the disc. And Bauman's height and just his long leg stride allows him to gain distance from his defender and get the easy score.
That was
to
very much
equalize the.
It was good defense downfield by Bates. I'm pretty sure on that point the handlers were the only ones who touched it.
Yep.
So Brandeis was not able to generate anything downfield. The handlers had to kind of weave and make that point happen for them.
That was really good defense. It was. I mean, Brandeis was sitting there holding the disc an awful lot, but they were patient and they took what was given to them and ended up equalizing this game at 11. Very, very good game.
You've also seen in the second half both teams have tightened their lines up. We're seeing less O-line and D-line and more of just like their best lineup of players on the field. I'm seeing a lot of the same numbers for both teams.
Oh, that's a shame. That was a beautiful pull from Brandeis and caught the air bounce and it drifted right out of bounds. So Bates will take the brick.
Brandeis is in
And
zone again.
Brandeis is in zone again. Let's see what the Bates, wide open in the middle of the field. Not what you want when you're playing zone.
Number 11 moves in the wrong direction and opened that right up for him.
Bates moving near sideline. Snyder, again, a key cog in this offense, and moves it right up the field, right up the sideline for the score in the corner of the end zone to take the 12-11 lead for Bates.
Well done. That was Griezmann's going up line and making that catch for the score. That was too easy for Bates on that one. Just too much space. The guys in the middle got caught like behind. They got caught chasing the disc, and so the disc was moving just too fast for them to catch up. And then it's just a numbers game. There were more white shirts than blue shirts going down the field, and there's not a whole lot that they could do at that point. We say that their zone got rolled up.
Yeah, you want to shut off ideally in a zone, you want the disc swinging back and forth across the field. The idea of the zone is for the offense to just make a mistake. And so you want them swinging and making a lot of throws, but they're leaving that middle open, and then they're not able to get back to the sideline, and Bates is really exploiting that loose zone. So Bates is pulling right to left across your screen to Brandeis in the dark.
There's another offsides call.
So he lets it. No. I'm not sure what that call was, but I thought that was an offsides, but apparently
Was it
it
an
wasn't.
offsides on Brandeis?
But apparently it wasn't, because they would offer to, maybe on Brandeis, you're right.
Because they're stuck.
Yep.
They had to start halfway deep in their end zone.
So-
and now, again, against this really tight zone, the only way they got out of this was throwing a hammer last time. They throw a scooper this time.
No, that offensive player needs to call the double team there. You can't have more than one person within 10 feet of the disc on offense unless there or on defense unless there is an extra offensive player in there, and there wasn't. So far sideline, near the front of the end zone, Bates takes over.
Good mark by Pazos here.
Yeah, very good. Oh,
Yep.
and Brandeis not taking any chances, knocking. Oh, we have a foul call, and it looks like it's going to be contested. Well, maybe it isn't. So we have contact. The Bates player called the foul, and the observer's been called in to rectify the situation. And so it is a foul, and the Bates player will take it over right at the end line. So disc is in, Brandeis, far sideline, trying to trap that sideline, using his length. Oh, and Bates wisely calls the timeout. The Brandeis player's holding up his fingers to let him know what the count, let the observer know what the count is.
It's going to be over 5. It's either 6 or 7.
I thought he had 7.
Mm-hmm. I think he's, yeah. We'll see what the observer calls. It's coming in on 7, yep. So he said 6, it's coming in on 7, okay.
Yeah, Brandeis really doing a good job on this point, clamping down on defense, really scrapping, trying not to get down 2 this late in the game.
Yeah. There's not a lot of plays you can draw up from a 7. Well, you're going to have maybe 1 cut, maybe 2 that you're going to get to look at from a stall count of 7. So they're going to have to get something moving real quick here. I would assume that they're going to have like a strike cut and a reset cut happening at almost the same time, and let the thrower decide which one they want to take. But we'll see what they can draw up.
It'd be interesting, you know, do you take the chance if you're Brandeis and come out in some sort of zone where you're shutting down that strike cut that you know they want, and trying to or playing zone upfield and person on the two handlers who are going to be trying to make that cut back? Oh, of course.
No, I like the mark here. He's really long. I just trust that number 10 is going to take away half the field, maybe a little bit more on this thrower, and just my downfield guys got to work. They got to communicate. They look like they're going to try and play a little switchy here.
No, I float this to 21 to the back corner. Or 11. So Bates goes up 2, 13 to 11. Yeah, I think that was just a mistake by the Brandeis coaches on setting up that defense, because they were leaving that over wide open, and you should have one person behind and covering that area. Make them throw a hammer across the field.
I mean, that play was timed so well by Bates. I mean, they knew exactly where they were going to go before the disc was tapped in, and as soon as it tapped in, it left his hand. I mean, the defender barely had time to acknowledge that the disc was in play, and the disc was already past him. Like, that's how quick that was. So, like, that is just, whether it's well practiced, whether it was a play design, whether they just kind of, the handler and the cutters kind of looked at each other and they're like, yep, this is happening. You know, it's hard to tell from this far away, but that was so fast.
But that was definitely something they had set up.
That defender just was in a really bad predicament to make a play there. So Bates, well done. They're up by 2. Now the question is, can they continue to get stops? They had trouble in the first half. They've been better in the second half of getting some stops from Brandeis. Can they continue?
Bates pulling left to right to Brandeis in the dark. Brandeis will take over in their own end zone, near sideline. Oh, and Bates comes out smartly in that zone.
They're trapping this side of the field this time, though. They're not pushing them to the far side. They want them here.
Oh, and yeah, that is a strip or a foul. Disc was still in the thrower's hand when it was hit by the defender.
Yeah. So Bates switching up the goal of their zone this time. This time they want the disc to stay on this side of the field, which is what I had mentioned earlier. I was wondering how they were going to do it. Keeping the disc on this side of the field, given the wind's a little diagonal, asking them to throw into the wind across the field makes those throws slow down. It makes them kind of sail. It makes it harder. I mean, obviously they had success with it earlier, but I'm not surprised that they're trying it here too. And it looks like the strategy for Brandeis has been to get the disc to number 4, to Bauman, who's on the far side over there. That's much harder going into the wind. If there is any, which there isn't right now.
Still on the near sideline. Brandeis moving the disc in little bits, trying to get it around. Oh, floaty disc, but Brandeis comes up with it. Far sideline again, that crossfield hammer to number 4, who is open. Oh, holsters the deep throw. Now they're forcing far sideline.
It was a good decision to holster. He didn't actually have a deep cut. The cutter was there, but not really cutting. It was kind of just there.
Oh, beautiful blade, crossfield. Now they've got that cut broken. Can they keep it broken? And Brandeis, unforced error by Brandeis.
That was a tight window. Number 4 for Bates got his hand in there too.
And Bates could not take advantage despite the streaking player. Deep person defense. And 4 breaking open deep, now cutting under. Far sideline, Bates with the disc. Moving the disc, near sideline. Oh, just out of reach.
Bid. Miller, Little almost had that.
And they immediately come out in that zone. And Brandeis moving the disc.
I just realized Bates has 2 number 11s on the field. That
that's
confused me for a second. That confused me for a second.
And one of the number 11s comes up with it.
Exactly.
Bates with the disc, to the end zone, over the head, outstretched hand, and 72.
Snyder to Starchessa for the point.
Nicely done by Bates there. 14-11 now. Game point for Bates.
Game point for Bates. Brandeis has to be kicking themselves. They had that point. If they just kept on executing those easy throws down through the zone, they had it. They were maybe 2 throws away.
Yep.
And it was a tight window. Probably didn't have to happen. But man, you know that they come up with that 9 times out of 10. That's just frustrating when it happens at a crucial point in the game.
And so Brandeis really needs to dig deep here. They need to say, all right, let's not think too far ahead. Let's just get this point. We're on offense. We're getting the disc. This is what we want. Let's be careful with the disc, and let's move it up the field and score.
Bates took a half to warm up.
Yep.
This is the second half Bates team. This is the team that has nationals aspirations. The first half was unforced errors and some execution issues. This second half team looks ready to rock and roll and make a push.
And they're, whether it's the zone or their zone defense or defense in general, they have tightened it up. And so they are pulling to Brandeis, left side of your screen. Sun starting to come out. Brandeis takes over.
It's a zone again.
Yep. And Brandeis, crossfield,
bummer.
Unnecessarily difficult scuba. Bates takes over. Another scuba to the front of the end zone, looking for the score, looking for the win. Oh, good fake there. Good shutdown of that corner by Brandeis on defense.
Yeah, good close on defense.
Breaks the thrower, scores in the corner of the end zone for the round 1 in pool play victory.
Miller to Starchester one more time. I don't mind. I mean, Brandeis tried to go across the field with that scuba quickly. They waited to do that a bunch of times before. They tried to maybe rush it, feeling the pressure, wanting to score quickly, but it just didn't quite work. But great job, great battle. This was a really good game.
Yeah, that's still, I mean, let's not take anything away from Brandeis' effort, and they really played well. They just need to figure out how to play against that zone, because if other teams know that zone works, they're going to have to figure out a way around it.
Yeah. Well, if this is the way the weekend's going to go, we're in for a treat this weekend. This is great.
Yeah, this was a really good game between two fairly evenly matched teams, and you know, if you're Brandeis, you got to feel good about where your offense is. Got to tighten up a little bit on defense for the rest of pool play, and hope you can get into that quarterfinal round.
Awesome.
This game brought to you by Portland Rising, Maine's first and only professional women's and non-binary team. Check them out at portlandrising.me, as well as our friends at Port Property. And I'm Mike Callahan, along with Tom Myers, Maxime Rumiel, and some other assistants who have shown up, who will be helping with the camera work and streaming work today. So we got another game coming up in a little while. What's the time of the next game?
I think it's 10:45.
We got a 10:45 game coming up, a women's game.
Yeah.
And please join us then, Tom.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was a pleasure as always. And yeah, we're hoping for some more great Ultimate today. So tune in again soon.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. Strength versus weakness. Long-term success versus short-term gratification. Building versus decaying. And what's hard about this war is it is you. Both sides. You against you. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
And we're back. My name is Brunch, and I'm joined by my ever-so-steady partner, Chuck. Chuck, how are you today?
Good morning, Brunch. I couldn't be better. How are you?
I have a big smile on my face, and I've had this smile all morning because we've been able to welcome 24 college teams here to beautiful Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine to compete in New England College Regionals. We have 12 teams here competing for Division III men's and 12 teams for Division I women's. And we get to call a women's game this morning.
A special one for you as well, Brunch. Alma mater.
That's true. We got the Tufts EWO versus MIT. A nice matchup between two Boston area teams, Boston section teams. These teams did play each other a few weeks ago at sectionals or conference championships, if you want to call it that. And believe that Tufts had a nice resounding win over MIT. We'll see if we can get a closer game here today.
Well, it's not going to be close with one team on the field. we don't see...
Here they are.
Oh, there we go.
So we got Tufts in white, and we got MIT playing in a darker blue color with a yellow stripe. Why don't you set the scene for us here, Chuck? How are the conditions looking?
For Portland, Maine in early May, I say it's very good. I don't know if it gets much better. A little windy, but nothing that's going to affect things too much. A little sun poking through now here, and it seems like both teams are ready to go.
Yeah, and before we get to the first poll, I just want to say that this game is brought to you by Portland Rising. Rising is Maine's first woman and non-binary professional team and is one of 12 teams in the Premier Ultimate League. At Rising, our mission is to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Rising has its second home game of the season this upcoming Saturday, May 18th versus DC Shadow. Tickets for the game can be purchased at the link in this video description, and more info can be found at www.portlandrising.me. Come on out and support local professional players.
You thought that was going to be .com, huh?
I did. We'll be out there calling the game on the stream.
You'll get to hear us one more time. Well, Brunch, we're ready to go here. We have Lily Wilson pulling for your MIT. And we're off. Tufts receiving.
Picked up in center to number 99, Leah Schwartz. We're going to probably call Leah's name a got today, and an early turn down the sideline. Looking for a long under, but just over the head of the receiver.
Jenny Lee picking it up for MIT. Might look for a quick swing to 33, Anna. Nope, goes up the middle to number 4. Looking dump here. Around to Anna. Oh.
And there's Leah Schwartz with the D. So 30 seconds in, we got an offensive and a defensive call on for Leah. A nice inside throw to number 15, Emily Kemp. Kemp with the disc on the sideline as the EWO fall into their end zone set.
Ooh, wanted the hammer. Back to Kemp there.
Number 10, Ryan Barrett with the disc back to Schwartz. That is Eddie Lamb with the disc now on the right sideline. EWO staying patient. And let's see, a little 7 cut for the score. 1-0 EWO.
Back to Eddie Chan. Coach Hazel for Tufts was talking a lot about Eddie pregame.
Player to watch.
Nothing but great things to say.
Captain. And you can tell someone who's involved in their set. Really pretty starting end zone set there from Tufts. They came out firing. Tough turn, but they got it right back. And back and forth across the end zone for a score.
You like to see that first point of the game, Brunch. A quick turn, not getting down on yourselves, getting it right back, and then moving it in nicely for the score. Not forcing anything at the end zone. We've seen that plenty of times calling games and on the field ourselves.
Yeah, and you know the difference here too, we've been calling Rising games recently.
That's right.
Rising in that professional club level of play is really at the start of their season, whereas here today, these teams are at the end. And so they've dialed in a lot of their mistakes. They've dialed in their strategy. And I think we're going to see a lot cleaner play, especially with the conditions being so nice.
Each team probably 4 tournaments under their belt already this spring.
Yep. Tufts participating at Commonwealth, taking first place. Queen City taking fourth place after a loss to regional rival UVM in the third place game. East Coast Invite, they took third place. And sectionals, they actually lost to Northeastern, coming in as the 3rd seed here today in a 2-bid region.
Lily Wilson with the disc around to Jessica. Back to Lily Wilson. Looking to move things downfield a little bit here. And a great D by guess who?
Eddie Lamb.
Eddie Lamb again.
Ooh, and a big hug right to Eddie on the sideline.
No. Great cut there. Throws a little long. Lily Wilson taking over for MIT. Great look, huh?
I like the aggressiveness off the turn,
I
forcing
agree.
MIT back into the work the whole field to get a score.
Wilson stuck on the sideline, tries to go midfield, and that's a turnover.
Intercepted by,
I believe that was 13, Mina Brown.
I thought it was 29. I don't have her on my list.
Oh, what a great throw to the
And
back
that's
corner of the end zone.
Emily Kemp on the reception for the score.
Ellie Kowalski, what a great look. Pump faked the corner, front corner I should say, goes back corner for the score. Tufts takes a quick 2-0 lead. And these teams, I'm guessing they've played each other. Some good friendly banter after that point between a couple players. They might have played high school. That's the thing about these local ultimate teams. You know half the people from either club or other leagues. It's fun.
Yeah, and I can't say for certain, but I bet you that these Tufts and MIT teams actually have a lot of players that have from far away, not from New England.
That's a good point.
You know, obviously 2 highly regarded academic schools drawing players from all over the country and the world. Tufts has had a strong history of grabbing a lot of really strong Seattle players. In fact, Coach Hazel Ostrowski for the Tufts EWO, she was a 4-year EWO player hailing from Seattle. Speaking of Portland Rising, Coach Megan Wilson of the Tufts EWO is a regular on the Rising, 3 or 4-year player, handler. So we have some Rising representation here at Wainwright today. You'll also see the tent as the camera pans across the field with this pull. You'll see the Portland Rising tent next to the red Maine Ultimate tent. So certainly a team that the local area is getting behind and want to see succeed.
Big pull from Leah Schwartz down to Jenny Lee, looking to move it.
Just
MIT's
person
stuck
downfield, person D downfield from the EWO.
Eleanor comes in clutch there, saving handler. Back to Jenny Lee in the middle. Forcing forehand here. Jenny Lee with a big, big layup D.
Get that one on tape and replay it. Highlight reel.
Ryan Barrett.
Big bid for the D.
Tufts taking over now around midfield.
A rare mistake there as
And
the
we
wind
might have a
picked up,
call.
but looks like there's a foul called in the
Yeah,
play.
that was a close one. Jenny Lee for MIT arguing there was no contact there.
From our perspective, it did look like the wind might have caught that, and
Sure.
I don't know if there was contact in the back, but it looks like the foul call was taken back, and it's a turn.
Leah Schwartz
Great
says,
D.
my bad, that was a clean play. Good communication there from the players.
Straight up mark here to start.
Jenny Lee doing a lot of handling for MIT today.
A lot of space
Already.
there, just overthrown. So Tufts will pick up going the distance of the field.
Jenny Lee versus Leah Schwartz, a great matchup to watch. A couple handlers going back and forth here.
Sadie Schmitz with the disc. Looking for a reset.
Gets one.
Leah gets it, passes it over to Kate Gehring. Gehring with a few fakes and with a nice inside throw over to number 10, Ryan, and tight window there and a drop. So Iwo turn it as they get close to the end zone and give MIT another shot here.
You mentioned the fakes, some great fakes there. From my non-cutter, and now it's a quick turn for MIT. Leah Schwartz taking back over on the sideline. See if they can get back to that patient end zone offense.
This is more of a defensive line here. A couple up lines and a bailout throw to the opposite corner. Let's see who can come down with it. That's Sadie. Schmitz with the disc, tosses it back to Ryan Barrett. Barrett's looking for Schwartz. Schwartz gets the disc, and we got an ISO in the front. Barrett chooses to throw it over there. Ill-advised throw there from an otherwise consistent Leah Schwartz.
Lily with a deep throw. Oh, and a great catch. Joel's looking to get it back to Lily for the score. Layout does so.
Highlight reel number 2. Big bid.
Jenny Lee with a couple great plays there, a great throw, and then a layout point.
And MIT is on the board after a nice long hold. I'm sure hope we get more exciting plays like that.
We've
It's been
had
a great game so far.
A few great plays from both teams.
And as we transition into points here, I just want to shout out some of the other great events that Maine Ultimate puts on. Of course, we're here in Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine.
Shout them out.
Maine Ultimate has to be one of the top ultimate communities in the country, putting on not only great tournaments for all levels from youth to high school to college to club and even pro with Rising, but also just some really fun like hat tournaments, right? We have an island tournament where we take players out to an island. We have this year for the first time, we're hosting a beach tournament at world famous Old Orchard Beach, which is just 30 minutes from downtown Portland. And
international.
And the one we really want to shout out that's coming up in 6 or 7 weeks is Ultimate on the River.
Whoa.
Standing Wave, High Side, Magic Falls, the Sisters, Big Mama.
Not Big Mama.
Are these new offensive or defensive sets?
It couldn't be Big Mama.
No. This is Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. On Saturday, June 22nd, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bigham, Maine. Participants will get at least 4 games of Ultimate, a tournament-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really good time.
Heck yeah.
For more info, check out mainultimate.org.
You did it last year. You have a good time?
Oh my God, my raft got flipped. It was amazing. No. Big huck here as we come out of our dabbling. Let's see if we can keep it in bounds. Yo, baby!
Bang!
Emily Kemp out here going deep and flexing on him.
Schwartz likes to throw that big forehand. Oh. Busting a move. What a throw and catch. I didn't think it could get more exciting than the Kennebec River. And then they pulled that off.
Sunday puts us on the mighty Kennebec River, where you'll put in right below Harris Station with the same hat team from the previous day, and you'll get the ride of your life. Let me tell you, the river ride ain't no trip to Disney. You'll experience a class 2 to 4 rapids with about 5,000 CFS. Can you believe that? 5,000 CFS.
I've only heard of 3,000.
Now, if you're lucky, last year we were promised 5,000. Guess what we got? We got a high water day, 8,000 CFS.
No.
That's right. If you want the chance to raft down the Kennebec River in Bingham, Maine at potentially 8,000 CFS, then you better sign up for Ultimate on the River right now.
And
I'll be there.
I want to make it clear, we're not guaranteeing any CFS
No,
numbers.
well, 5,000 at minimum.
At minimum, so
5,000
we
at
are
minimum.
guaranteeing a
Yeah.
number. Okay.
And if you're like one of those, oh man, it's June in Maine, it might be cold, don't worry about it. They got wetsuits. You can rent a wetsuit. Last year it was 50 degrees and raining on June 21st.
Not selling it, but
I had a wetsuit. I was warm the whole way.
that's a sight
Amazing
to be
day.
seen right there, Brent.
It fit me real well.
I'm sure.
All right, back to the action here.
Back to the
Iwo on the pulling from the right to left.
After a
The
great
scoreboard
point.
is not accurate if you see it in
No,
the clip.
that
It
is
is 3-1.
3-1. There you go. Who's in charge of that scoreboard?
You know, we have two really smart teams here, but no one can seem to keep track of that scoreboard.
Well, to be honest, that might be on
There we
oh,
go.
there-
We got
yeah.
someone fixing it.
the real MVP. As MIT takes back over.
Great pull all the way down
Great
the field.
pull. Oh, did Lily Wilson?
Let's see if
Touch
Iwo
that.
could put on the pressure
It
here.
doesn't
We got
look
a
like-
potential
it doesn't look
Callahan.
like it.
And with the highlights we've had today, I wouldn't be surprised. Nope. No
Wilson
Callahan.
quickly up the sideline. Way to get that out to Caitlin. Back to Wilson. How about one more?
Nice try
Yes.
stealing there.
Kristen maybe looking to get it back to Wilson. Touch the disc every other throw here. Wilson getting that disc downfield quickly.
MIT's got some spunk to their step on this point. Oh, and just as I said it.
I like the way Wilson was moving though. Wanted the
I
disc
did like
every
that.
time.
I did like that.
Got rid of the disc, wanted it right back. That's a great handling.
Kate Gearing picking up for the Iwo. Downfield we have number 9, Ariel, trying to get open.
Great catch there. Defender.
Mina
On
Brown
their
over
back.
to, looks like someone, 27. 88, Gearing with the disc on the end zone line.
With a great strike cut
And
to
back
get
to
it.
27 for the score. And a quick break by the Iwo. Is that 27? I don't know. my
Might be
binoculars today.
21. They got us on scaffolding, which is up to code.
Up to code. Yes.
Don't get
Is that
any
21?
ideas, City of
Oh, it's
South
21.
Portland.
No, 27? 21. 21. Scored by Eleanor Tyne.
What's 9 plus 10,
That's
Brunch?
27.
You know 9 plus
19.
10?
19.
21.
21. Good one.
Thanks.
All
Tufts
right.
moving that thing. Maybe got them fired up with all that Kennebec River talk.
I'm telling you, man, the
Might have
rapids,
overheard
the
us from up
rapids,
here.
the energy flows.
I will say they giveth and they taketh.
How if hat tournaments in the woods of Maine aren't your thing, and you're
What
watching
is?
this and you're a club player and you're like, how do I get to play at this beautiful field complex? Well, Charlie, why don't you do this read?
Sure. Vacation Land, that's what we're talking about
That's
today.
what we're talking about.
Vacation Land is a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate. The tournament will take place the weekend of August 3rd and 4th at Wainwright Sports Complex. Probably a little bit warmer than the Kennebec River,
yeah.
I would say.
Beautiful time of year to be at Wainwright.
We hope to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mix, and we'd love to see you all there. Cost per team will be $550 USD.
Not to be confused with the Canadian
The
dollar.
loonies and the toonies.
Yes, we do have Canadian teams
Yes,
that come
we
down
do.
for that one in case you want to meet them.
So get your conversion rate ready early. Why Vacation Land, you ask?
Why?
Well, that's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on lined fields,
That's right, just like they are today.
easy access to trainers, golf carts to take you to your next game, an amazing tourney central, and I'm reading the
is that
script
it?
here. Food truck galore.
Galore!
And porta potties at every field.
Wow.
What a treat. For more information, check out mainultimate.org. Oh, one last thing. Each team in the division wins $1,000.
$1,000. All right, back to the action.
Ultimate.
Number 5 to number 4, MIT with the disc.
Gets it back around. Jessica, way to stay with it there. Big backhand around there to Anastasia. Oh! Out of nowhere, your
Big
grad
D.
student, Jessica Chan. making a real impact their first year at Tufts.
Yes, Tufts. That's the team we're watching. Clara Margulis back over to Jessie Chan. Jessie staying patient with the disc and finding number 29.
Big forehand.
For a score! Eddie Lamb in the end zone for an EWO break.
Oh. EWO hotter than fish grease right now.
They're playing confident, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think their eyes are on the prize.
My eyes are on that breakfast sandwich in front of you. I saw you try to steal that thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everyone was being fed. We have
Being fed with some great ultimate, that's for sure.
That's for sure. We got a 2-bid women's region here. Top seed UVM. Last year, I believe, either made it to the finals or the top 4 at nationals. So really a team to be reckoned with a lot of Maine ultimate products.
That's right.
So I'm sure we'll have one of their games streamed here this weekend, and
Gosh,
a
I
lot
hope
of
so.
familiar faces on that sideline. Number 2 seed at this tournament is Northeastern. They took that from the EWO after beating them at the conference championship a few weeks ago.
Some back and forth this year with these two teams.
Yeah,
Huh?
the EWO are currently the number 10 ranked team in the country, so they earned the 2nd bid and are looking to defend it here today, but doing it from the position of 3rd place. Shouldn't you know, with the 2-bid region, you have to beat good teams, so
That's right.
shouldn't make too much of a difference.
A lot of Lakers fans trying to use that as an excuse. You know, oh, we get the best team first. Well, you're gonna have to beat them eventually.
Yep.
So you might as well get it over with.
That's the beauty of you know, the college playoff series. It's really I actually kind of like it. You know, you play the whole regular season to get the bids, but you got to perform at sectionals if you want to, sectionals and regionals if you want to make it further. So everyone has an even playing, even chance at the glory, but.
The Premier League shaking in their boots overseas with those comments, Runch. Back to ultimate with another great pull there from Schwartz as MIT takes over.
Looks like Tufts is shuffling through their players and getting everyone involved here. A lot of rookies on this team that are, you know, getting some great experience.
Jenny Lee, great up line into a, miscommunication.
No receiver downfield, and Tufts defensive line's going to have to go the whole way. Ellie Kowalski will be picking up. Looks like Leah Schwartz is her primary receiver. And tough drop there, giving MIT a chance at the end zone.
With Jenny Lee with a quick pickup. Oh, looks like
Not
you got
quite
a foot
in.
in. No?
No,
We're
I
still
think
playing.
straddling in the line there.
Looks like a foot in from up here. High risk
And a score.
backhand and a great catch there from your number 33, Anna. What do you think about that series, Brunch? We had a turn, what'd you say, 5 yards from the end zone, and a quick pickup of the disc. If you got it, you got it. I tend to like, you know, getting set up. What do you think?
Yeah, I think props to MIT. They turned the disc over early with a miscommunication downfield, but played tight defense and were able to get the disc back on the end zone. So
And scored.
and scored.
So
Yeah,
no, you can't
stayed
complain
patient.
about that.
No, it's a good hold for MIT. Again, you know, on paper, this Tufts team is higher ranked.
Sure.
So MIT's got a uphill battle if they want to win this game, but really, at this point, it's just keeping it close and not paying attention to the score too much, right? 5-2, it's still really early, so what can you do in your own power to control your fate?
And I can't help be distracted. Our producer, Maxime, back here has got the drone starting to come out. Are they going to be able to see this footage? He's nodding yes.
Are we allowed to have a drone?
Well,
It's been okayed. It's been okayed by the Federal Aviation
There's
Authority.
an airport pretty close by, but we might be getting calls from the tower.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign that our producer is willing to just work on this instead of look at the screen. It means he trusts us.
Ooh, that's a mistake. Buzz the tower, Maxime. Buzz the tower.
This year, as I mentioned earlier, we're hosting Division III men's and Division I women's. Last year, of course, was the first year we hosted a college regionals up here with a 4-bid men's D1 region. Some exciting calls from that weekend, including Tufts, who was able to get the 4th bid with a universe point conversion against Northeastern. So maybe we'll see a similar end to this tournament on the women's side with Tufts and Northeastern matching up for that 2nd bid.
That was a great game, huh?
Looks like a zone here from MIT that the EWO have just ripped through.
Yeah, that was quick.
Easy score.
Maybe put that zone in the back pocket. I tell you what, I was thinking, Brunch, we were calling this at the same time last year, and I hate to bring up other sports, but I remember mentioning how the 76ers were booted out of the playoffs same time last year. Where do we find ourselves?
Trust the process.
The process
I hear a drone.
Almost gave us a haircut there, Maxime. Do we have footage up?
Can we get it in front of us to get our faces?
No.
No.
We got the voice.
This is about the ultimate, not about us.
But
and we
there's
got
Rich Young. Can we
got a
get
camera
zoom
on
in
Mr. Rich Young, the man, the myth, the legend?
He is responsible for nearly everything you're seeing out here today.
Yeah, Maine Ultimate is about 11 years old as an organization. Rich Young, longtime president of Maine Ultimate, helped bring it up to where it is today, and is really the main reason that these tournaments are as well organized and attended as they have been. And we're only going up from here. Every year we have Lobster Pot college tournament in the fall. Last year I think we had close to 100 teams in attendance.
A lot of teams.
36 fields, 20 golf carts, probably 30 or 40 volunteers on the weekend. So it's really that's the biggest event of the year, and we try to get as many college teams from the Northeast, but all over the country to come out to that because it's off season, so the stakes aren't as high. Teams are still getting to know each other. It's a really fun time to be in Maine in the fall.
Are you seeing this technology? Look at that, man.
Wow, and you can really see the framework here of Maine Ultimate and our Tourney Central showcase field.
And if you see the scaffolding,
we'll wave. Where's the camera? Oh, there it is.
Waving from,
I don't know if you can see
it passed code. City took a look, it passed code.
I better make myself look better. You have makeup? All right, and we're off. 6-2. These games are played to 15 today, so half will be at 8.
Whoa, Jessica hauls that pull in. Around to Lily Wilson, who's been, like we said, aggressive for MIT today, throwing it and getting it right back. Let's see if she can do it again here. Great strike cut, back to the around.
Great
gets
around
it back. Throw. Lily Wilson up, striking again. Wants that disc back.
EWO forcing them to throw backhands.
Great no around defense there. And a turnover for MIT. Oh, we got
and
a
big hug from Kowalski.
High fly ball.
Oh, just over the reach of Clara Margulies. Doing my best with the names here.
Yeah.
Handler defense, good communication here.
Yeah.
Really keeping MIT contained and pays off there with a turn.
What do we have taken over here on the sideline? Number 29.
29, you didn't put it on my play sheet, so I'm gonna have to find it here.
Uh-oh. We'll get it to you in a second. Those at
Sophie
home?
Hankin.
Sophie Hankin.
Captain. I believe a senior for this team. Eleanor Tyne comes down with it on the goal line. Back to Kowalski, and Kowalski for the score. Over 2. Number being covered up by the hair, but a good score
Approached edge of restricted
Good score
zone.
nonetheless, and that's all that matters.
Number 22, Annabelle White. First time we called Annabelle's name today.
Great score. Good turn to result in taking that disc over right there on the end zone.
Approached edge.
Is the drone still up there?
And he was rolling.
Can we fly by Tourney Central, Maxime? Give
Let's
people a feel of this, of what we got going on over there.
Get the Jocko fuel on camera. Try not
Look
to
at that.
take anybody out.
We got, in the left tent, we got drinks from courtesy of National Distributors. They always hook us up with some sweet, sweet hydration. Today we got Jocko energy drinks and Ghost hydration drinks.
I got a little orange squeeze going.
If you've played a tournament here at Wainwright, you know that you always come back with these drinks that taste good sometimes. Next to that, we got the Portland Rising tent with gear for the Portland Rising. Again, this game's brought to you by Portland Rising.
What is that?
See some.
Is that a terrier?
A terrier? What do you mean? There's a
Right
dog?
in front of the Maine Ultimate tent. I'm not.
I believe that's a boy.
Probably in the toy group.
And then we got the merch tent, Maine Ultimate, right next to that. Always some hot new merch at every tournament. Hats,
Shout out Andre Clement.
sun hoodies, discs. Next door to that, we got our trainer's tent. And
Don't look too busy, which is good.
Antonio is our trainer there with the blue hair, if you can see him standing with his arms crossed. Antonio is really become a staple of Maine Ultimate events. So
Approached edge of restricted zone.
easy to rely on, so reliant. Great, gets out there, keeps everyone healthy, and we'll get back to the action here.
Good stop there from Jenny Lee. Gets it to the middle of the field for MIT.
Iwo looking for a break here to take half.
Lee looking for a strike cut. Gets it right back. Great spot for her. I was going to say a big flick huck, and there she goes. In the air, and come down with by Jillian. Jillian on the end zone looking to punch this thing in for MIT. Lee, not quite in yet. Looking for Eleanor around, doesn't get it. Still on that end zone line.
Staying patient with it. Let's see if anyone can come open. Great defense by the Iwo in the end zone.
Lee gets
And
it
a
back
score.
for a score.
What a sequence there. Big huck from Lee. Tipped by,
Lillian,
tipped by
sure.
Chan on the Iwo.
And Lillian
And
comes
ends
down
up
with
in
it.
Lillian's hands. And some patience at the goal line results in a score.
Makes this thing 7-3.
We going back to the drone footage here? What do
I'm
we,
a-
what do we
I'm
want to
gonna be
zoom in
honest,
on?
Brett.
Can we zoom in on us?
I want to be honest, I'm addicted to the drone.
This is new for us.
Yeah, it is.
I'm telling you, we're
We have a
always
new
improving.
toy.
Always improving. Year 11 of Maine Ultimate. We never relax. Here we are. Where's the drone? There it is. So we got Chuck, Brunch, our mighty producer Maxime. What are your guys' names?
You got any TikTok dances?
Lincoln, that's right. Lincoln and right here? Silvio.
Silvio.
Give a wave to the camera, guys.
Come on.
There we go. We also have, when we're not up here, we'll have Tommy and
Tommy. We'll have
Mike.
Tommy. We'll have Tommy.
What are the other announcers' names? Mike and Tommy.
All right. Mike.
Yeah, like the
okay.
Celtics. All right.
Mike and Tommy.
And we'll have a few other folks filtering in through here. We'll be streaming, I believe, 8 games on the weekend, 8 or 9 games. So,
Exciting stuff.
yeah. I mean, again, the improvement here has been unreal. Maxime's been with us for a couple years now, and we've gone from just a camera to a whole scaffolding that we own with drones and announcers and live stream links, and man, it's impressive.
I can't put enough emphasis on the drone.
Yeah.
That's, believe it or not, somebody in a helicopter. From home, you might
That's
think.
the blimp.
We don't quite have the funds for that, but a drone, next best thing. Get a little,
I want to shout out the Tufts Frisbee alumni, the EPO, Elephant People, both on the UO and the E-Men side that may be tuning in here. Love y'all.
we hope it's mutual.
A little bit of a side stack here from the EWO, isolating that side for Emily Kemp,
that
who
zone
seems to be
again.
such a dominant cutter.
Zone again for MIT. We'll see how it goes this time. Last time that was quickly undone.
I think the emphasis here for the UO is to play their game, play it clean, and get the half. Moving it down and around. That's Annabelle there to Kemp and to Lamb for the score and the half. 8-3 EWO. We got that. Let's see a celebration out there.
Oh, that was awesome. That was a little bit of Kirk Cousins. You like that? From the EUL players. You like that? I liked it.
I did like it. I liked that half. We had some great highlights. We had a layout D here from I forget who, but it was awesome.
It was
on
awesome.
the EO side. We had a score layout in the end zone
Also
on our
awesome.
right. Also awesome. Been a lot of awesome play. The drone's been awesome.
Yeah, we've been all right, I think.
Yeah, I think we've been okay. Can people comment on this? All right,
that's
we'll take
probably...
suggestions if anyone's got suggestions. Any shout outs?
Hey chat, what do we got chat?
Hey, if you want to help make Maine Ultimate better, you can Venmo at Maine Ultimate $5, and in your comment, tell us someone to shout out, and we'll shout them out on the stream.
You can also Venmo at Danny.
No, don't Venmo me. Maine Ultimate.
All right, we won't torture them. We're not going to torture them for the whole halftime.
Yeah, we'll get back to you in the second half with more action.
Goodbye, friends.
Approached edge of restricted zone.
And good morning and welcome back to College Regionals here at Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine, home of Portland Rising. Rising is sponsoring this game, and they're one of 12 teams in the Premier Ultimate League, and they have their second home game of the season this upcoming Saturday, May 18th versus DC Shadow at Fitzpatrick Stadium in Portland. Tickets for the game can be purchased at the link in this video description, and more info can be found at www.portlandrising.me. Come on out and support local professional players.
And we are back. Lily Wilson, back like she never left.
High stall count.
Looking to get this thing around. Oh, almost a good effort.
Setting up the EWO for an end zone set. It looks like the EWO end zone set is to push out the back and isolate the front with Eddie Lamb here. And a great break throw. Let's see if Eddie can check it down. Yeah. Wow, I love that.
Eddie moving at what? 5,000 CFS
5,000 CFS is close to it. Honestly, a great step out break throw for number 88, Kate Gearing. Playing so consistently this game.
Very impressive.
For those just tuning in, we're here at a tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate in South Portland, Maine. Some great events coming up this summer from Maine Ultimate, including Island Time, where a hat tournament. We go out to an island in Casco Bay, Maine, and play frisbee with each other. That's a lot of fun. We have a beach tournament coming up in September at Old Orchard Beach. That's the first year we're doing that.
Don't even mention what I'm thinking you're going to mention.
And
no,
the fan favorite,
no,
coming back for a second year, Ultimate on the River, where you can experience how many CFSs?
We don't want to guarantee anything, but I think it's a safe bet to say you're going to get 5,000 or more.
You'll get 5,000.
Or more.
And yeah, with the way that our summers have gone, rain-wise, that river's been flowing a little quicker the last few years. So I bet you we're up over 5,000 CFSs.
I don't know if I could handle more than 5.
Seriously though, that's a really fun tournament. I would bet you there is no other tournament, frisbee tournament in the world that involves whitewater rafting. And it's happening this year on Saturday, June 22nd, up in Bingham, Maine, or near the Forks. 1 day of playing Ultimate 4v4, another day of going down some rafts on the mighty Kennebec River. And in between, you camp, you hang out, you eat, food's included. It's quite the time.
Where can they get more info on that?
MaineUltimate.org. Thank you very much.
As MIT takes back over. Wilson, big forehand look upfield to Elizabeth.
Chopped 20 yards off with that under.
Great undercut there by Elizabeth, and Wilson gets it back and looking for another big flick, doesn't get it. Great defense there.
Feeling confident with that inside throw, but that is a hard throw to make, especially that far downfield.
And with Brooke Chunko on you.
Hankin with the disc, and a big huck. Oh, brought down by Clara Margulies. Back to Hankin. Hankin with a hard laser throw to Annabelle White. Now we're on the goal line. Ariel to Hankin. Hankin doing everything on that, picking the disc up, hucking it, lasering it, and scoring it with an upline. EWO with a score.
We'll let the environment breathe. This place is rocking. No observer for this game, Danny. But if there were one, I don't know if you'd hear the whistle. What a catch. Snatched it out of the air.
EWO came out firing out of half there.
Maybe had some orange slices. Fueled up a bit.
It's probably that Ghost hydration drink.
Oh, good plug.
And the Jocko.
Good plug.
Free drinks here provided by national distributors.
We need to get that scoreboard updated. 10-3, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, I thought it was...
Is that the first or second score out of half?
I thought that was the second.
The second, because Eddie Lamb scored one over there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So am I correct in my 10-3 assumption?
We'll let it play out.
Hey, you know what's not a problem? More ultimate.
More ultimate. Moral ultimate.
As the weather just keeps getting better today too.
Yeah, it's
Hit or miss here in the spring.
going into the weekend. I'd call the forecast as non-committal.
Oh.
You look at the Weather Channel forecast, and it's like 50, maybe some clouds, maybe some wind, and it's like, all right, it might be sunny and feel like 60, or it might be cloudy and rainy and feel dreary. But
Some commitment issues, you're saying?
it's some commitment issues from the Weather Channel. They don't want to commit. But we're getting a good day here today. There's some rain in the forecast for tomorrow, but again, pretty non-committal as to when it's going to come, so we might not get any.
Veronica, great backhand around, moving fields there. Caitlin
Deep cuts there, but no throw, holstering it.
in the middle, back to Jenny Lee. Looking for a big backhand, gets one with a pick call.
Pick called.
Coming back to Jenny.
I think that's the first pick of the game.
Yeah.
They're pretty clean downfield. Makes sense. These teams have played a long season.
Yeah.
Typically, a lot of that stuff gets sorted out.
Lee looking for a great flick and finds it there to Jillian. Looking for a dump back to Lee. He's got nothing right now. Great handler defense for Iwu. Big backhand to the end zone. High fly ball.
Oh, deed by
Number 8.
8.
8. Megan Matthew.
Megan Matthew.
Some
Another
hustle.
person. You did put it on my list, just out of order.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're professionals here.
Tell you what though, Megan did not have a step on that disc.
No, Megan
Put
tracked
the
it
head down and caught right up to it.
And don't know Megan Matthews' backstory, but I've noticed her running around, speeding around, hard to cover, like you see right there, getting that under.
Great flick up.
Oh, we got a holster there as the defender gets in the way of the throw.
Put that one back in the belt.
Ryan Barrett over to number 27, Yailater.
We have gotten the score updated.
Michelle Wu to Hankin.
Ewell looking to
And
make
for
it
the
11.
score, not quite in to 21, and a D from MIT on the goal line.
Wow, what a play by Jillian Stark. That's
Tufts
why you
got a-
hustle. You think that point's over. Jillian says, not so fast.
Not so fast. Tufts got a little bit loose there on the goal line. Otherwise being really consistent in their end zone sets. Let's see if they can challenge here. Got a potential Callahan watch.
Veronica in their own end zone, looking for Jenny Lee. Doesn't have her.
All right. Let's see who picks up here. It's going to be Hankin. Is that Hankin or is that Kowalski?
Maybe looking for another. Oh, and a
That's
quick-
Kowalski. I've been calling Kowalski Hankin. Both handlers.
You
Great
know,
score.
Hankin, Kowalski, but what's the motto? Capital T, team.
T-E-A-M.
What does that spell?
Team. All caps. That's the motto for the Tufts EWO, and oftentimes the motto for
The
the
commentators.
E-men as well, their men's counterpart at Tufts.
I got a little.
And the commentating team. We are a team, all capital.
I got a little Big J journalism for you here,
Do you?
Daniel. I went over to get a snack was the main goal of my mission, but I met our friend Terrier over there, Teddy the Terrier.
Yes. That little puppy we see over there?
Not a puppy.
Can we zoom in on the dog?
That's Teddy.
Right there.
Teddy the
half court.
Terrier. I had a great meeting with Teddy during halftime. We talked business, stocks.
Yeah. Is this the dog that we're zooming in on right there? Is that the correct
Yeah.
dog? Is that Teddy the Terrier?
That looks
The
to be.
white dog?
Yeah.
Ringing its tail?
Tell you what, very excited to see me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Calling yourself a dog whisperer?
Sure.
Yeah. Why not? The other team we want to shout out on this feed, along with Portland Rising, is Portland Red Tide. Portland's premier men's club ultimate team, been around
Premier.
since 1988. They are leading
1988.
1988,
Goodness.
36 years, one of the oldest continuous club teams in the country, and they're leading the volunteer efforts at this tournament today. Driving golf carts around, filling up waters, all these tents you see, they were out here yesterday afternoon setting up. So cheers and thank you to Red Tide for coming out and supporting Maine Ultimate in this amazing tournament.
Attractive group of men, I hear, too. Just what I hear.
No comment.
Got the score almost updated. We have 11-3 here. Iwo pulling another big one there for shorts. All the way to the other goal line as Anna takes over for MIT, looking to flick it around. Does so. Way to pull that in there.
Iwo switching the force here towards the home side.
Strike from Anna, nothing there. Stuck on the sideline, needs something. Floaty disc, who's coming down with it?
Oh, great D. Number 24, Eleni.
Big defensive
Something.
play. Shorts,
Kaufman.
little wind at the back. High.
Dropping down. Oh, what a read.
Yeah.
And a score. Mina Brown coming down with the floaty disc. That's not an easy catch, folks.
Right over the head.
I dropped those. I would not have caught that.
No, and I can, hey, for those at home, I can attest.
That's why I'm up in the booth.
Good throw, but you almost think that's going to keep blading. It just falls off, and what a great read of the disc.
Can we take this time to zoom over to our handy dandy food trucks over on the right? Want to shout out our food truck sponsors. They're always here supporting PB&Me. Not only do they make great peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but they make us all good sandwiches of all kinds.
Oh, okay.
So shout out to PB&Me. And right next to them is 88 Donuts. If you think you've had a good donut, you haven't tried 88. They make some delicious donuts. We've been smelling them up here all morning. So thank you to our food trucks. If you come out here for Vacation Land, our club tournament in the first weekend of August, we'll have even more food trucks on display. Portland, Maine, of course, known for its amazing food, amazing beer, one of the top food scenes in the country, and a lot of that's represented by the food trucks we have out here. So if you come out for Vacation Land, you'll get food trucks galore.
Galore was
And
the...
you'll be able to play some good Ultimate, enjoy the
adjective
sun.
used.
We're about 10 to 15 minutes from the beach here, so you can play a long day of Ultimate on Saturday, then go hang out beachside, cool off.
Whoa, that sounds terrible.
Get some beers at one of the many breweries in the area, if you're over 21, of course.
Of course.
This is a college stream.
Make a quick trip to Canada, you might be able to
Yeah,
get away with something.
and some great food as well. You know, right now in South Portland where we're at, we're about 10 minutes from downtown Portland. So everything's really close here.
You're telling me I get to play Ultimate in the summer in Maine, go to the beach and drink ice cold adult beverages? What a drag.
Yeah. Not a drag at all. It's a good time out here.
Iwo has to go full field, and that wind's starting to pick up a little bit.
Yeah.
Straight into the wind. Whoa, what a snag.
Ooh, nice downfield back shoulder throw, but not able to hold on to it as Yaila from Tufts. Kowalski on the mark there. Oh, Emily Kemp with a bid, but a strip is called and a foul.
No contest, it looks like.
Looks like a no contest from Kemp.
So Caitlin's gonna
flying out there for those Ds.
Caitlin's gonna take back over for MIT here. Looking for the around to Jessica. Gets
great handler D there.
Oh, back to Caitlin.
Kowalski and a
I don't even know what happened
deflection back to the thrower. Oh man, Kowalski is absolutely hounding that handler reset.
That's a nightmare for any handler.
She earned that turn.
Great conservation of greatness too.
Yeah.
Had to look deep, decide to holster it.
Finds gearing. Steady presence and 27 tur with the disc. Dropped it off to someone else and Kemp unable to hold on there. Fun series of events here.
Great point here for both teams.
Keep
Jessica,
an eye on the handler defender here, Kowalski. She earned that D last point. Let's see if she can do it again. Nope, this time it's Kemp.
you could call that a mark generated turn.
Yeah, a mark generated turn at MGT.
Yeah.
Next gen stats.
Oh no.
Taken out by the ground there.
Amazon, shout out Amazon, getting us all our next gen stats this weekend.
Not quite, maybe next year. Kemp slows it down and throws the score to number 21, Eleanor Tyne.
What a great point for Kemp there, huh? Couple Ds.
All over the place.
All over the place. Great defense from both teams.
Certainly going to be a player to watch as the EWO continue their run here to try and secure a bid to nationals. Kemp, I believe, is a senior on the squad. Came in to Tufts originally from Florida, I believe.
Did I hear
And
there
was a
some football background?
She was a state champion. I don't know, I might be making that up, but I know she played quarterback on a women's flag football team down in Florida. So, very athletic background and picking up ultimate as a freshman and now being one of the dominant players here on this team.
That's my quarterback. Well, we are in New England. What do you think about Drake May?
I'll take Emily Kemp over Drake May any day.
Oh, more of a Jaden Daniels guy, huh? Go Tigers. No?
I wonder how much of our viewership here are football fans.
SEC football fans? I think there's some crossover.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
If you want to stay in the know on all the events happening up here in Maine with the Ultimate scene, make sure to follow Maine Ultimate on Instagram. And I'm sure these two teams we're watching also have Instagram accounts that you should go follow. So social media shout outs, because why not? Oh, you should also follow Portland Rising.
You should.
They're great. The PUL, yeah. Someone just call my name? Nope. Huh? We got a score being called from the coaches of the EWO.
I thought we had 13-3.
And 13-3 is the callback. As if we should be keeping track of score.
Yeah, come on. What are you? We are the amateurs here.
We're barely keeping track of the numbers here. Oh, great D! Clara Margulies with another flashing D.
No mark.
Jessie Chan for the bookends. Will she come down with it? Oh, just out of reach.
Good look there.
I like the aggressive look.
I like it. Jenny Lee from... Oh, kicks the pylon. Get out of here.
Jenny Lee.
Get out of here.
Getting a lot of
time.
shout outs here from the stream. Being called an absolute dog with a W.
Doesn't have time for pylons. Smart from MIT, which is probably not the first time you've heard that, for letting that thing roll.
Jessie Chan picks up for the EWO. Looks like the sends it deep. Let's see if the read number 13. Oh, great D from Lee. Another dog play.
Positioned the body really well there. Knew that this was going long. Some great body contact. Lee looking to get it back here. Gets it back. Great toss from Brooke. I'm sorry, that was Kristen.
Oh, a deep cut off the start. Jessie Chan to Clara. Again, just out of reach.
Good throw.
Jessie Chan is shooting.
Like we said,
Slinging.
wind's picking up a little bit. Maybe they're just saying, hey, we'll let you try to get upfield in this wind.
Downfield, it doesn't, that's not a bad strategy.
Nope.
Huck can play D.
Yep.
I don't know if that's what the UO are going for. They're probably trying to complete these, but.
Some great handler D again.
No harm, no foul.
Jenny just seems to get that disc back in her hands every time.
Some suffocating defense downfield from the UO.
Yeah.
And let's see if the
What's
fourth time is the
what's
charm
the
here.
over/under of a huck here?
Send it.
No.
Inside throw to Hankin. Hankin sends it. And
Really
fourth
sends it.
time is not the charm. Ewo struggling here. Let's see if the coaches on the sideline give them any guidance on whether they should be slowing down or.
Teammates encouraging with some good positive
I like to see them keep
reassurance.
shooting.
Okay.
Keep it exciting
For those at home.
for those at home.
And that's what this is all about. It's the live stream product.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about winning or losing. It's about making a good product.
It's about us. No,
And-
no. It's about the team.
And storylines. Oh, poach call, nothing there. Jenny again finds herself on the sideline, but gets a great around, and we have a call here with the disc in Kristen, number 15's hand. MIT smartly yelling from the sidelines that they're a little too deep for the handlers. Oh, some contact.
I don't know what that is, but it's something.
It's got, I don't know either. I would
Must be
just
a
say
foul.
contact.
Well, it'd be a pick on the defender, but the defender would call the pick. Offense can't call a pick.
Kristen minding her business
Yeah.
gets truck sticked.
Oh,
Jenny
Lee
with a
breaks-
great strike cut, just out
a
of
little
the
bit
reach.
of an errant throw.
Let's see another shot to the end zone.
Let's see it. Number 5. Oh, yeah!
Hey!
Number 5, Mambo. That was glizzy.
Mambo number 5. Can you
Third.
give us a little sneak peek of this?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody huck the disc. Now come on, let's ride. And Ewo taking a lead at 14-3. What you gonna see now?
Oh,
We
I
got
don't know.
we got Clara and Ryan and Mina and Jesse.
Danina, the Pinta. Evo rolling here in the second half. Looking to close this thing out.
We're gonna take a peek at
Well, you can say a sneak peek.
a sneak peek. That's what I was thinking of at the rest of the brackets here. So it looks like Tufts will come out 2-0 in their pool C here, and have the you gotta bear with me. And they will be in the first place semi, which will happen at 2:15. So they'll have a bye after this game, and then play player 1 from Pool B, which will most likely be Northeastern.
Whoa,
so that
calling your
much
shot?
anticipated, that much anticipated matchup between Tufts and Northeastern might happen on day 1.
One win, one loss for both teams on the season.
Yeah.
So you can come out on top. Best 2 out of 3.
Pool A will most likely be taken by UVM, and it looks like in Pool D we have number 4 seed Brown and Vermont B as the number 5 seed overall, 2nd seed in Pool D. Brown and UVM B are playing right now, so remains to be seen who will come out victorious there. And then Vermont B, of course, needs to play and against Boston College to try to take it. So shaping out so far as we'd expect, but the championship will be played for first place tomorrow at 11 a.m. and the second place finals will be at 1 p.m. and that is a game to go. So even if you lose in the first place semis, you go down and you end up in the second place quarters.
That's really informative. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What do we have, Daniel?
Looks like Kowalski picking up the disc and a big backhand huck downfield. And brought down by Eleanor Tyne. Tyne finds Gearing. Gearing to the end zone and a D by MIT.
Good D there.
More like MID, am I right?
Brooke would agree with you. Number 16 with a great defensive play.
Ooh, Kowalski takes it out, but there's a foul called in the play.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Great game all around from Kowalski on the offensive
Really
and the
impressive.
defensive side. Been very impressed with her handler defense.
Got a knack for that disc. And there's a strip conversation here.
Kowalski agrees and hands it back.
It's gonna go back to number 30.
I'd be on a mark-generated turn watch here with Kowalski on the defense.
That is
I'll call it a mark-generated turn. I'm like Tony
Scuba.
Romo up here predicting these plays.
A
Double
Scuba!
scuba for the
Scuba!
score
Scuba!
and the win. What did I just witness? Tufts wins and moves on to the first place semifinals. Great game. Final score 15-3.
a scuba to scuba, an MGT.
MGT, mark-generated turn.
Scuba.
To scuba. To scuba. That was glizzy.
And a W.
And a W. That's it from us today. We are going to.
Whoa. We got the 215.
That's true. We'll be here for the 215. Most likely one of the semis here for the women's side. But we'll have Mike and Tommy. I hope those are their names. Joining you for the next round here. Looks like it's going to be a men's game between Amherst, or may I say Amherst, and looks like the other team's walking over. Can't tell who they are, but some Division III men's team, and it'll be a good one. So we'll leave you at that and see you again in a little bit.
So long
Thanks
for
for
now,
joining us.
friends.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. Strength versus weakness. Long-term success versus short-term gratification. Building versus decaying. And what's hard about this war is it is you. Both sides. You against you. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
Hello and welcome to College Men's Division III Regionals, brought to you by Maine Ultimate. We are here in South Portland, Maine at the Wainwright Field Complex. It is game 3 of a fun-filled day. Here it's a little cloudy, a little blustery now, but I'm Tom and I'm here with my friend Mike. Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Looking forward to doing another game. The first game we called together was Brandeis and Bates, and it was hard fought, close all the way. So I'm looking forward to some more exciting ultimate between Colby and Amherst here.
Absolutely. I mean, these two teams, while they might not have the higher seeds of the games that we've seen so far today, these are still, they're at regionals. They deserve to be here. They've played well all season, so I'm hoping for a really good matchup. As we said at the top, the wind's a little blustery now, so it might require some longer points, some more strategy, but we'll see how both teams adapt to the changing conditions.
Yeah, and the wind has changed direction since this morning. This morning it was kind of at a diagonal from left to right-ish across the screen. Now it's blowing almost directly down right to left. So quick reversal, and we'll see how that affects defensive strategy and offensive strategy. See if the teams go for some tighter, closer, more contested throws, or if they're still going to feel free to huck it up and down the field.
Yeah. Yes. So we're getting ready to get started here, and while the teams take the field and get all lined up, this event is sponsored in part by Portland Rising, which is Maine's women and non-binary professional ultimate frisbee team. Please come out and support them over at Fitzpatrick Stadium in Portland. Their next home game is May 18th against Washington, D.C. Shadow. So feel free to go online and grab some tickets. I know the way their tickets are structured, the earlier you buy them, the cheaper they are. So go grab some of those. It's a great time, a fun, family-friendly event. There's always food on site as well, so it's a great way to spend an evening in Portland.
I agree. Games are very fun. There's a lot of crowd involvement thanks to several of the cheerleading individuals, and it's a really great, it's some really high-level ultimate.
Absolutely.
So we have Colby in the white, pulling at the left of your screen, to Amherst in the, I love that. I love those purple jerseys, man. Just the way the light purple blends into the dark, number placement, those are some fantastic jerseys. Amherst in the dark. 0-0, getting ready to start game 3. Game 3 College Regionals.
As you can hear, Colby's sideline presence is loud and infectious, and it can play a factor during the game. When you have a really loud and engaged sideline, it can really keep your spirits up on the field and sometimes even get into the heads of the other team. So.
And we're getting ready for the pull. And the pull is up. You'll also note, if you watch the earlier game, you see no orange shirts, so there will be no observers for this game. Colby comes out in the zone, and Amherst tries a deep shot. Not sure if they were just doing a huck and play D strategy because Colby will be going upwind, but it could be effective nonetheless. And it looks like Amherst is coming out in the person defense. Oh, great cut by 17 to come back to the disc. Oh, it looks like a little bit of a hex offense. The first time we've seen this today.
It's either maybe not a true hex, or maybe just kind of a flowy side kind of stack looking here, where they kind of all clear out to the break side of the field and really kind of.
Oh, nice throw. Nice work by the Colby offense here, upwind. Near sideline. trying to get free. Near the 15. Now we get, we have a low catch.
Nice focus.
And near the 10. Oh, nice strike cut up the sideline for the score for Colby. And it is 1-0 Colby. That was some really nice, patient offense against an inconsistent but blustery wind. So good job on the Colby offense there.
Yeah, that was Hernandez with the throw, and Jacob Deswan Arams with the catch.
Deswan Arams?
Deswan Arams, 34 with the catch.
If,
Great
if
cut.
anyone knows watching the stream, you can phonetically spell it out for us. That'd be awesome.
The Amherst defender got a piece of that throw down the field. It was a good mark, but Hernandez showed some great focus going down to get it and making a great throw to number 34.
That was really the play of that point, was scooping that one that was really close to the ground. That saved the point there. Very nice job by the Colby player. Now Colby on the right of your screen, getting ready to throw to Amherst in the dark on the left of your screen, holding a 1-0 lead. So now we'll see the Amherst team, see what they do going upwind. And it'd be interesting because Colby came out initially in that zone. We'll see if they come out with that zone again. For those of you unfamiliar, there's many different kinds of defense. In Ultimate, one is person, so you guard a person, and another is zone where you're guarding a space. So the pull is up, and Amherst takes it at their own goal line. And once again, Colby comes out in a zone. Looks like sort of a very flexible wall type of zone. One deep with 2 walls of 3 people. The mark switches depending on the side of the field the disc is on.
It looks like they might even have the number 99s on the mark right now. I'm wondering if they're going to break the field into thirds and have it 99 as the primary, trying to funnel it into the sides. Yeah, 99 seems to be permanently on it, but they're melting to person quickly. Colby does not stay in that zone very long.
Amherst moving the disc, showing a great deal of patience here. Oh, nice cut by 84. Found now in the middle of the field at midfield. Amherst with the disc. Oh, and we have our first pick. Pretty big collision, inadvertent. Good spirit there, the Amherst player helping up the Colby player. Picks are legal in Ultimate. It's just like a pick in basketball where you run through another person. Oh, interesting throw, and Amherst comes down with it.
It works.
Ooh. Oh, near side. Oh, and that disc is down. That's a shame. That was a really nice sliding attempt by the Amherst player.
Good try by number 3, Vaughn Armour. A little bit of contact there, but no call on a foul.
So Colby with the disc, near their own end zone, moving far side of the field. Amherst playing person. Playing very poachy.
Very
person.
poachy
like
down the field, yeah.
Good bid by the Amherst player, but unable to come up with it.
Yeah.
Colby, midfield, middle of the field, working a disc, trying to break that Amherst. It looks like a little bit like we saw earlier with zone upfield, person towards the disc.
Exactly. Yep. And they're trying to communicate to switch who's doing the person next to the disc based on where Colby's resetting their players, and they're getting caught switching and not switching quick enough. Is the Amherst defenders.
So Colby near sideline, trying to punch it in.
Good defense
Nice
by 33.
defense. Oh,
Burwell,
and
great
high
defense.
stall count, but great grab by the Colby player in the back of the end zone.
That was number 13. Let's see. 13 is Jodin. Jacob Jodin with the grab on the back. And I think that was 34. That was Diswanarams again with the throw.
That was, you're looking at the players on the field now. They're a little bit, that was a long point, a little bit gassed towards the end of that point. You may have seen one of the Colby players like kind of bend over and start taking big heaves who was on the field. So good patience by both teams.
Well, and this, you know, if these long points continue too, Colby has a much larger roster than Amherst. I only count 14 Amherst players. Colby's must be closer to 20.
Yeah, the numbers game may come into play.
It can. You know, like it can be a challenge for a larger team for the coaches to juggle playing time, but, you know, especially if it's really windy. It's not really windy today, but when you have long points, it can be helpful to be able to just fully substitute a line of players and give them, you know, an extended break.
You know, and the contrast to that is always the, you know, when you don't have a lot of subs, you get into a rhythm playing together, and that can be tremendous, especially in a regional tournament like this. So we have Colby up 2-0, pulling from left to right to Amherst in the dark. Oh, and we have a change of pullers. Last second switch out. I like it. Is he coming with a flick or is he going to go backhand? Nope, he's going backhand. Oh, nice pull by upwind by the Colby player. Amherst picks up.
And they got a busted coverage.
Oh, beautiful deep shot, towards the middle of the end zone, and that's going to be a score for Amherst. Beautiful throw, beautiful cut by.
They forgot about Armour. Vaughn Armour off the pull. They matched up and then just did not account for him. He was wide open.
Very, very nice. So now Amherst fights back. They're down now 1-2 to Colby.
As a thrower, when you recognize a busted coverage like that and somebody's wide open, like you can't help it. Your eyes get really big. You start to smile, you know, a little bit, and you just know that as long as I just keep the throw in bounds, we're going to score.
And that's not a trivial task with this tailwind for that throw.
It's not, but I can say that from playing that I've been able to. I've had the smile and the big eyes as the thrower in that situation way more often than I have been the wide open cutter.
I'm usually the guy trailing, going, "Oh my God, how'd I miss that guy?"
Given my fantastic foot speed. Yeah, right. So Amherst going to pull. Looking to get a stop here to keep their momentum going. And we'll see what Colby's got in store for offense. Noticing some new players on the field, so it looks like we're rolling with a new line here for Colby.
Very nice pull by Amherst. That
was close. Before almost hit that.
All right, so we get that matchup zone again from Amherst. Trying to take away the middle of the field. Colby works it near side. Fake. Moves it back to the middle of the field. Good work by the handlers. Oh, far side of the field, right by the sideline. Great catch.
No easy reset. No dump.
Looking for the reset. Oh, Amherst really trying to clamp down. Oh, that was open too.
They're getting
nice. Oh, that's going to be a foul.
A foul called on number 17 for Amherst. Amherst was getting a little confused with switching around who was playing person on the handler sets, and they had more people back behind the disc than Colby had receivers in the area. So.
And now we have a foul that was not contested, so he takes it right at the end line and scores with a quick throw. Nice work by Colby there.
Number 16, that's Owen Gillen with the throw.
And they were bailed out a little bit by that foul call because that was a high stall count scuba there by the Colby team. And the foul certainly helped save that point.
Yeah.
So Colby now up 3-1.
Edward Wu in the right place at the right time, catching that one.
And there was a good chance that scuba was going to be completed, even though it was high stall count. With the way the cutter was moving in the direction the scuba was going.
And even though, I mean, it didn't look like Owen Gillen was in the vicinity. Maybe it wasn't. It's hard to tell whether it was meant for him or not, but the fact is the foul made it so if he wanted to jump, he wasn't able to because of the contact. So it's the correct call, good spirit, an understanding of the rules by Amherst to not contest that also because, no reason to make the game get chippy right away.
So this next point, of course, will be sponsored once again by Portland Rising, our local women's and non-binary team. Please go to portlandrising, all one word, .me for tickets and more information. It's a really good time, whether you're watching it live, which we hope to see you out at Fitzpatrick in 2 weeks, May 18th, or whether you're watching it streaming. Colby getting ready to pull left to right across your screen. And another nice pull with this wind. Amherst receives, middle of the field. Colby coming out again in zone. Amherst moving the disc between the handlers.
There they go. Okay, it was looking a little wonky at first, but they're set up now. Nice catch by 17.
Great work on a wobbly throw.
Yeah, David Borden with a nice catch.
Now they're on the sideline, near side. Colby trying to trap, keep them there. Oh, Amherst gets it off the sideline, but they're a little bit stuck now.
Yep, the trap is still in effect.
Upfield.
All right.
Cutters really need to start getting more involved. Handlers still moving the disc. Oh, great hand block by 66.
When Colby melted into person defense. And Amherst didn't really adjust on offense to take advantage of that right now.
And Colby takes over, strike cut, immediate, wide open, looking for another strike cut for the score, missed by the handler.
Yeah,
Reverses field.
Yeah, he missed 17 on a good cut.
Middle of the field, broken again, far sideline. Looking for the dump. And right up the sideline, scores in the front corner of the end zone for Colby.
Got 99.
Once again, it looks like Simon with the score. And
Deswan around with the throw again, yeah. Well done.
Oh, looks like we might have a timeout on the field.
Timeout by Amherst.
And while we do, tell you about some of the upcoming events that Maine Ultimate has. We have Vacation Land coming up August 3rd and 4th at the Wainwright Complex right here. Two-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate. We also have Ultimate on the River.
Yeah. On Saturday, June 22nd, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bingham, Maine. Participants get 4 games of Ultimate, a shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really good time. And Sunday puts us on the mighty Kennebec River, where you'll put in right below Harris Station with the same team from the previous day, and you get to ride the Kennebec River. Class 2 to 4 rapids, pushing you down the river, little taster of the rock garden, big mama, some different rapids throughout the river. It's just a few of the waves that you will experience. That sounds like a really good time.
You know, the nice thing about that is since it's with your team from the day before, you know, if the guy or gal who dropped your hammer, perfect hammer in the corner of the end zones with you, maybe you just shift your weight a little bit. Oh, too bad you're in the water. Oh, that's a shame.
Actually, now that I think, I have done the Kennebec River. I went on a trip just like that in college a long, long time ago. Yes, they did have rafts back then, but yes, it was a really good time. There's the rapids are sneaky. They don't necessarily look like they're that big, and then you get tossed around a little bit.
Yeah, you don't want to get stuck. That's the worst feeling, is when you get in like one of those little eddies that you can't get out of. Yeah, that's.
Okay, so when I went, there was one person who got flipped out of the boat. Guess who that would be?
If I had to guess, I would say it was you.
It was me, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Yep, I ended up in the water, but I got some extra kudos from the guide because I didn't lose my paddle.
Oh, very nice.
Managed to hang on to that and didn't break anything, so it was great.
Well, you not breaking anything is news, so that's very pleasant. All right, so Colby coming out of the timeout, up 4-1, getting ready to pull right to left to Amherst in the dark jerseys. Yeah, this has been a really interesting game. The score is a bit lopsided, but there's been some really good play at times from both teams. And the pull goes to right to the front of the end zone. Amherst takes over. Again, Colby coming out in that 3-3-1 zone.
They're a little less wall looking right now and a little more matchup with the handlers.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to take 17 out of the game.
I think they've decided that instead of making the throwing lanes harder by the positioning, they're going to try and just blanket everyone and try to just really really be right in the hip pocket of all the Amherst players.
So Amherst with the disc. Oh, high stall count. Oh, he's gonna get there.
He
Great
got
catch.
there.
Far sideline. Wonderful play.
Way to not give up on the disc. Oh, and toeing the line.
Oh, no. Near the front. We have a disputed call.
Yeah, Colby's calling him out. That was high stall count throw by number 20, Flores Mejia. That was a really good decision. High stall count, just get it downfield, put it in the vicinity of someone who can go make a play.
And Armour making the heck of a run across the field. We have, so.
They're going, they couldn't come to an agreement whether he was in or out, so they're sending the disc back to the thrower to kind of redo everything, which is the way to do it if you have a disputed call.
And so,
So good spirit by both teams. That was a foul on 0. On Colby.
Oh, and it's a floaty disc. Oh, and 11 with the grab from Colby.
It helps to be tall and to have long arms.
So Colby now on their own goal line, working the disc in the white, far sideline. Their half of the field. Oh, that's a pick. Uncalled pick. Oh, deep throw to the end zone and just out of reach.
Good run by Edward Wood, number 56, just a little too much pace on it. Yeah, there was there some contact on 0 and purple there? It looked like there might have been.
Either that or if he hit one of the dead spots in the field, he might have slipped.
Might have just slipped, yeah.
And just decleated himself.
Even though it's not, I wouldn't categorize it as wet, I think the field is a little slick, as this is a dangerous play. That is just, the wind kind of just swallowed that up and just kind of stuck it in the air and for everybody to gather underneath it.
All right, he's okay. Colby with the disc, far sideline. Moving the disc up the field. Oh, looking for the corner cut, taken away by Amherst. Oh, there is the Amherst player coming in at the last second to knock that disc away.
The Colby player, Kaiser Bullmash, had made that cut to the front and was kind of clearing out, but wasn't really an option, but the thrower decided to take it anyway. And Amherst was more than happy to jump in the lane and take that throw away.
Amherst trapped on the sideline, far side of the field, showing excellent patience. Oh, good break force throw. Amherst now with the disc. Good throw upfield, breaking through that zone. Keeping moving. They are now, Colby's changing to person. Amherst, deep shot to the front corner of the end zone and just, out of reach.
Almost.
Of Armour. Another
That's
nearly spectacular grab.
I would love to see him have the confidence to go up with one hand for that. He tried to jump and catch it 2 hands over his shoulder. An awkward, hard catch to make. Going up one-handed would have been much easier.
And given the catches he's made thus far today, I would say that's a distinct possibility. So Amherst now getting trapped on the near sideline. Oh, smart play by Colby. Forces it up the sideline. Once again, the sliding grab Little flick to the front corner, near the end zone. Good patience by Amherst, and throws a high blade curling back into the end zone and defended by Colby, perhaps a foul.
Foul being called by the Amherst player.
And it's being contested by the Colby player. They might now be discussing whether he could have caught it in bounds or not.
Well,
And so he's waving it on. No, it's going back to the thrower.
I think they're going to send it back to the thrower. I think number 20 for Amherst is saying that it was in the air. They made a play on it, but because the Colby player ended up on his back, that he wasn't able to make a second play on a disc.
Well, and squeaky throw into the end zone for Amherst to make it closer at 4-2 now in favor of Colby. Yeah, that foul call is tough because as a player, you see that blade curling back in and right to you at the back line, and you think you can make a play on it, and you inadvertently get trucked by someone that prevents you from jumping and making a play on the disc.
So that was Weisgerber with the throw. I think the window that Weisgerber had to fit that frisbee in was about the size of a letter box in your doorway, and it worked. That was fantastic, and Burwell focused through the catch. Some contact at the end, he juggled it, he maintained control. Well done. It is Colby 4 and Amherst 2. It looks like another timeout has been called, this time by Colby, maybe? It looks like possibly a timeout. I'm not too sure, but... Oh, no timeout. They just clarified. They don't have a timeout, they're just calling a line. A very long taking of calling a line, but okay. They're trying to regroup and focus and make sure that they execute on offense.
Yeah, Colby's their offense has been pretty good this game so far. Amherst has struggled to shut them down, whereas Colby's zone defenses or zone matchup has been a little more effective in Amherst. Amherst definitely seems to be a very handler-dependent offense, and they're going to have to get out of that a little bit to have more success against this Colby zone. So Amherst pulling, oh, nice pull, middle of the end zone, towards the far sideline. Colby takes control of the disc. And we have, looks like person defense by Amherst. Oh, and just an unforced error there. Let's see if Amherst can capitalize.
He just missed him. That's a 99% throw, he just missed.
Amherst looking downfield. Oh, another unforced error.
That was a good look by 17 on Amherst. I mean, you know, it was coming in hot, but that's something that they got to catch.
Oh, Colby trying for the deep strike, just out of reach of the cutter. And Amherst picking up in the shadow of their own end zone. Ready to play. Cuts out of the middle. Not quite open. Oh, and a deep shot. High stall count. Punt. And, oh, yeah, as you can see, this field is a bit slick.
It's a bit slick. That was just a high stall count punt by Borden of Amherst just to get the disc out of his own end zone.
And now Colby trying to get off the sideline. Broke the mark. Crossed the field, far sideline. Nice work by the Colby offense here.
The timing on Colby's cuts is general, except for right now, is better. Nice catch by 34.
Nice layout there. I will not call gratuitous. That was absolutely necessary. Oh, and a little bit of a floater. Wind certainly affected that. Amherst takes over, far sideline, their half of the field. Oh, good coverage by the Colby defense, recovering for that deep cut. Now still far sideline.
Amherst needs to get this off the line if they're going to go anywhere on this point. They got to go there, and then they got to have the next one around to get it closer to our camera to give themselves room for offense to work, because they're playing offense.
Ooh, I think the juggle took him out of bounds.
He might be. But they're playing offense on about a 10-yard wide like strip of field. Very, very, very hard to find any room when you're playing on that small area.
Yeah, Amherst is really having a problem with the continuation throws. Like they'll get the throw off, they'll get it off the sideline, but that continuation just isn't there right now. They got to figure out a way to generate some.
The continuation
offense.
isn't there because they're not even. It's not that Colby's taking it away. It's that Amherst is not even initiating the continuation cut to begin with. It doesn't exist in their offense so far.
Right. Oh, Colby trying to get off the sideline. Good defense here by Amherst.
Oh, bummer.
Another dangerous pass.
Number 10 had the right cut for Colby. That throw just got swallowed up by the wind again.
Oh, and we have a laser to the end zone, a little out of reach of the Amherst receiver.
I think the end zone ate him up too because he planned to cut and he just fell.
Yeah. It's still spring here in Portland, despite that it's May. So the field's still a little bit slick. Oh, we have a deep cut. Nope. Looked off. Colby moving the disc in the white, middle of the field. Amherst looking to clamp down on those unders.
You can tell that this has been a long point because Colby is, both teams, but Colby's having a hard time after a cut of clearing out space again. Everybody's tired. And this is where your conditioning comes into play. And 6 teams just playing a little too fast, get a little too excited.
Yeah, the give and go on the forehand's a lot harder than the give and go on the backhand. Oh, good defense by Colby on the handler. Amherst with the disc, middle of the field.
This is where you really gotta just be patient. It doesn't seem like it. You want to score in one point. You want to score in one throw here, but really be patient. Everybody's tired. The offense has the advantage. You know where you're going. Take advantage of a tired defense and just methodically go down the field. If Amherst can do that, they'll pull within one here.
And if you look at the Amherst handlers, they're starting to get frustrated by the lack of movement upfield. But part of that is, Colby trying to take away the unders and make
they're
it
tired.
difficult. And
They're tired.
It's a long point.
You can tell they're gassed.
Oh, just towing the sideline. Couldn't quite curve it back in.
That was a good look. That was a good idea.
Yeah.
I like the cut by one. There was a lot of space there for him to go. I really like that. That was Torres with the cut. That was the right idea. Just missed it by a little.
So now Colby takes over. Oh, we have another deep throw eaten up by the wind.
The wind just said no.
That was like, oh, no, you think you want to do that? I don't think so. So Amherst with the disc.
Another pick has been called.
Pick that did not affect the play, so it will stay with the current player.
Yeah, we're seeing more of those as this point goes on. Again, as people get tired, you tend to cluster together, and then that contact is going to happen as people are just kind of clustered. You can see it again. The Amherst people are really close together.
Yeah, if you look, you've got a lot of players walking out there. Oh, and that's a beautiful throw from the Amherst player to the current corner of the end zone for a score.
That's Armour again with a nice cut. He just kind of fakes like he's going to the middle. He goes back to the corner. There's all kinds of room. Borden with a nice touch throw in this wind. That's not as easy as it might look. He kind of dropped it right in there for him. Well done.
So it is now 4-3 in favor of Colby. Yeah, that was number one. That's a long point, and that's tiring. It's easy to get frustrated on offense, but you have to keep your teammates spirits up. You got to keep moving, keep cutting. Don't stop playing.
Way to battle by both teams. That was up and down. That was fantastic.
That was very, very well done by both teams. And now we'll see, can Amherst throw something at Colby, throw him a little bit off, maybe cause another unforced error, and knot this thing up at 4.
Yeah, they've scored at least one off of a Colby turnover before, so they're shown the ability to do so. The wind is kind of, again, kind of moving around. It looks like from the flags across on the other side of the field over there that it's going almost straight upwind downwind at this point. So Colby will be receiving the disc with the wind almost entirely at their back. So not always the most ideal situation to throw a zone in, because it's much easier to throw downfield with the wind behind you. But that being said, I mean, it can be a wrinkle that Colby might not be expecting. So.
Well, and the other thing is, maybe Colby says they've seen their struggles going upwind. Maybe they just huck it and play D.
They are playing zone.
Yep.
Amherst is throwing a zone anyway.
And Colby comes out, works the disc. 3 handlers. Work in the middle of the field. Near sideline. Good work by the Colby team.
Now the key is to get it out of here.
Yep.
Is to get it off this line as quickly as they can. There.
And that's the throw. Oh.
And well,
a little more
that's
zip on that.
That's the throw if you have the second one also. Because you need that first one to get it behind the cup, and then you need the second one to get around.
And
it
that's
worked.
the point of the zone right there. Get the offense a little impatient to make a throw they shouldn't make, and get the D on that throw.
Yeah, good job
nice
by
cut
Amherst.
to the corner of the end zone, but as way overthrown by the Amherst player.
Now, as the thrower, you say, no, I was throwing to number 19 all the time.
Oh, now we have a deep down the field, curling back to the middle of the field. Caught, beautiful cut. Oh, and plenty of time, easy score for Colby. Now up 5-3.
That's jotted to Reinhardt, and I missed the number of the thrower who threw that disc all the way down the field, but that was a very aggressive but really good look. Like,
yeah, it was number 17.
Solano, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's, right off of a turnover, but you like the matchup. Yeah, you've got the wind behind you. The worst thing that happens is you don't complete the pass, and you've asked, now you've made Amherst go full length of the field into the wind. So why not take that shot? Especially if you like the receiver going down the other end there.
Yeah, and it was a great cut. As a thrower, which that's all you want. Just throw it to space and let my guy or gal run to it. So that was a great job, and good patience by the receiver there. Had 2 people coming down and just waited till one of them got open.
Yeah, so we have a timeout on the field. Amherst is discussing some strategies here, trying to take advantage of the wind. Yeah, in this game, another one of our sponsors is Port Property, right?
You are correct. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Explore the variety of apartment styles from their newest project, the Armature, in West Bayside to Lafayette. You can find them at portproperty.com. So Maine Ultimate has a number of wonderful sponsors. We have sponsors for our summer leagues out here. Our summer league, by the way, if you go to maineultimate.org, you can sign up for our mixed adult summer league. If you have kids who want to play, we have a youth summer league, and they've gone away from calling it the Masters Summer League to calling it the Older Adult Summer League, which only plays once a week, which my body can actually handle.
Mm-hmm. I believe the mixed, younger adult league, I believe plays Tuesdays and Thursdays, right?
I'm going to call them the immature adult summer league. Yes, that's Tuesday, Thursdays.
Yes, but you can sign up. You can specify what your availability is to come once a week, come twice a week. It's a lot of fun. They play right here at the Wainwright Field Complex, and there, sometimes there are post-game celebrations after the games at local restaurants in the greater Portland area.
I mean, one of the reasons I'm a summer person, and one of the things I love most of all is summer league. It is just so much fun. It's a great community, a great bunch of people to be around. So please sign up. And the pull just goes out of bounds. So Amherst will likely take the brick in the middle of the field.
I wasn't sure if that pull was ever going to come down. It seemed to just hang forever.
It was so close to landing in. That would have been sweet.
I mean, you don't often see the fact that the pulling team can beat the disc down the field, and they did.
So Colby coming out in sort of again that matchup zone where they're playing a mix of person and zone. Amherst, far side, they got out of that quick. Far side of the field, and throws Amherst player, threw it right to the Colby player in the end zone covering the defense. So Colby with the disc in their own end zone. Good job by the Amherst defense collapsing, but not getting back into position and allowing some easy movement from Colby to the near sideline. Nice spot.
Ooh, I thought that was going to hop over his head.
Got a little bit greedy on the give and goes there.
Yep, 17 just didn't really look downfield to see where the Amherst defenders were and got caught.
Amherst now with the disc, middle of the field, on the Colby half of the field. Good fake there.
A piece by 34.
Another deflected disc and into the hands once again.
Is that Armour again?
This reminds me of the first game.
And that was Flores Mejia with the throw, I believe, number 20. I mean, the Colby player was there, he got a piece, but when you throw it with that velocity and that much rotation, sometimes you need more than just, a little piece to impact the throw.
And, again, we've got Armour who's collected the majority of the scores for Amherst.
Absolutely.
If not every score.
I think he might have actually scored all of them. Yeah, he's, and just to go back to that play from Amherst, from Colby earlier, it can be hard, as you're running the give and go to you're moving and you want the play to move fast because the whole point is to keep rolling up the defense as you're going and to take advantage of your numbers, advantage. But it can be hard to kind of you feel like you need to be able to see, have eyes in the back of your head almost. But some of that just has from playing more and being in that position more, where you know what position the defense is in to start the point, and so you know in your head that I have a guy downfield somewhere in my vicinity. I know he's around. So before you can make the throw, you have to account for him, and that's just one more. It takes another second or two, but it's the difference between keeping the disc and turning it over and watching the team go back down and score. So it's a small thing, but it makes a big difference.
And on that note, if you get it and do that quick fake and you get them to commit, now all of a sudden you holster and you have that corner wide open, hopefully for the score.
Most of the time you can throw it to the same person you wanted to, just in a different window in a different place in the field.
So Colby will pick up.
Zone again from Amherst.
And that's wide open, so he takes it. Near sideline. Colby in the white. Nice grab by the
good focus.
Colby player.
Good focus by 4. That's Lawler keeping with the play there.
Yeah, they're forcing it a little too much, and Amherst takes advantage. Amherst with the disc.
Amherst needs some cut from downfield here to put this in the end zone, or the handlers will just do
that corner.
Or the handlers will just do the work
in the corner of the end zone for Amherst.
That's Borden to O'Connor. That's 5-5 now.
Yeah, and we got a game.
Absolutely.
This is the important part is this is where your teammates and where your coach steps in for Colby, where you say, relax, get out of your heads. You've had a couple of turnovers, a couple of rushed throws, and a couple of unforced errors, and you gotta just kind of relax and refocus and get aggressive again, but smart aggressive.
We would call that a skip pass. So when Colby had the disc on the near side of the field, instead of throwing it to the handler in the middle of the field, they decided to skip them and throw it over their head to the far handler. Personally, like that's like the bane of my existence in like zone offense. Of like, it always seems like we can just skip the middle guy and just speed this up and get it over there, so we can get to the other side where we have an advantage. So oftentimes, especially when you're playing zone, there's probably wind that throws harder than it seems, especially when there's wind, and it leads to bad things happening. Like if they just did that one step at a time, your middle handler can speed that along almost as quickly, and there's just 2 99% throws instead of 1 70% throw. It's just playing the odds here.
So Colby with the disc, far sideline, nice grab. Not waiting for the disc to come to him, going to it and snatching it out of the air. So Colby against this Amherst zone. Oh, almost a very nice play by the Amherst defense.
Okay, Colby's playing fast, but they're making really good choices. Except for one, but they're making really good choices on this one.
Colby moving the disc, middle of the field on the Amherst half. Good patience by the handlers. Good.
That's a good crash.
Great crash.
That's Larday, Henry Larday going right in there. Crashing from behind the cup can be really disruptive. That's not where they're designed to be stopping the offense from coming from.
And that is a great throw. Nice on the sideline now. Back to the handlers, back to the middle of the field.
Around again, yep.
Not skipping this time. Oh, great fake. Get the defense out of position.
Excellent. Number 10 again, just working. He's moving the cup with his fakes, creating open spaces for his cutters.
And just showing patience.
Look at this.
And now Colby at the front of the end zone, swinging it. Ooh,
nice
lots
catch.
Of low throws.
Thank goodness the grass is so short.
Didn't fall for the bait. Oh, and a great
it's gonna work.
Throw
oh, it's gonna work.
To the cutter in the back of the end zone.
23. That's Kaiser Bomish to Larday. That's like the last throw made me a little nervous there when you work so hard with taking those 95% throws over and over and over and over again. Then you throw something that's kind of floaty, kind of like made me a little bit nervous, but man, that was, you don't see a lot of zone offenses that are that, I mean, that was just really good, really confident, like nobody held the disc for more than 3 or 4 seconds, yeah, that was fantastic offense by Colby.
What I really liked about that Colby point there is when you're a handler and you get it to the middle of the field, it's almost like an optical illusion. It looks like this person standing right in front of you, wide open. All you got to do is throw it to him. But it's almost tunnel vision because there are 2 defenders right in that area, and they didn't take the bait. They instead faked it and kept moving the disc. And instead of Amherst getting the D there, Colby gets in for the score to take the game to 6-5 now.
When you have a few players playing together on the same line who are comfortable with that crisp short game, you saw number 10 in particular didn't necessarily even need the cutters to be cutting for him. He just stood there and just moved the cup. So his person wasn't even moving behind them, but he would just fake and make the Amherst defender move to the right, and then he threw to the gap that the Amherst defender just left, because that's where his player was. When there are multiple players looking at the disc, they don't really know where the cutters are behind them. It was just really, really good work by Colby, number 10 in particular. Nice pull too, wow.
Great
into the
pull
back
to
corner.
The back of the end zone. Oh, Amherst almost pays for milking that disc. Now they
nice
got
catch.
the disc out of the end zone. Colby really trying to keep the disc down here, but Amherst doing a good job. Great cut from the back. Again, another cut
Amherst
from
throws.
the handler position.
Amherst throws are struggling in this direction. You need really crisp forehand throws. That's why Colby's forcing flick. A lot of wobbles.
Oh, and just steps right in front of the offensive person there. Very nicely done by the Colby defender. Colby takes over near sideline. Oh.
Yeah, 23 kind of threw that in between his 2 cutters.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Just 2 people being in the same spot at the same time. Amherst, another slip on the field, and that caused the turnover right there.
Oh,
Now,
and then he gets it
but
right
he
back.
Gets it back. Great effort by, nope, it wasn't a foul call.
No,
Okay.
they thought there was a foul on the thrower, but that's David Borden getting it right back. Good defense. Way to just
stay with the play
Yeah.
and not get frustrated.
Yeah, he had the turn on offense and he just got it right back again. Great job.
So now, Amherst practically with a punt. That was that's upfield. Colby will take over now.
Ooh.
We have a collision.
Yeah. That's just number 20 on Amherst, just trying to kind of, jump in the lane there, and was a little bit late, and then 23, they just bumped into each other.
I'm not kidding about the car. I'm kidding about the speed.
All right, so Colby, far sideline, keeping it on the sideline. Probably should try and get it off. Amherst playing really tight D here. Trying to get, nice, right into the heart of the defense.
That's Darius Mehta with the D on that one. And a nice catch.
We have a deep throw.
Borden's putting it. It's going to float
Curling
forever.
back to the middle of the field.
Nice read. O'Connor,
Amherst
nice
player.
read. He just, it helps that he's really tall too, but he put himself in the right spot for that one. Oh, look at that.
Squeezes it in.
Oh, no, that was a multiple deflection, and Armour fought his way through a couple guys, and it landed right in his lap. That was fantastic.
Great play by the Amherst player to knot the game back up.
And Armour fought through a couple guys to try and get it to begin with, and then it got deflected a couple times, and he just reached up and grabbed it. Well done. Bails out his thrower for a very, very questionable decision.
So now we have a tie game again, 6-6.
Oops.
And Amherst will be pulling. Colby will be receiving. Yeah, again, another exciting game that we have here at regionals. Once again, we'd like to remind you that one of Maine Ultimate's fine sponsors and the sponsor of this game, Portland Rising, our women's and non-binary local professional team. They've got a game coming up at Fitzpatrick in Portland, Maine. Find tickets at portlandrising, all one word, .me. That's portlandrising.me.
Yeah, May 18th, the games are at 6 p.m. Yeah, it's a really good time.
All right, so now Colby will try and fight back. They have the wind in their face, and this is going to be a deep pull into the end zone.
gonna stay
But it
in?
might
Nope,
go
it's
out,
going out.
and it does. So we now have a brick. So now Colby will take the disc to about 20.
So
in
you
the middle
have
of the field.
Well, and you have number 56 and Colby down here trying to employ his team that it might never have come back into play.
Ooh.
Which is what he's trying to tell him. Like, maybe we get it up there. We're not on the sideline, so I don't really know. But I can tell you it was close. He might have a point.
So Amherst coming out again in this zone. Colby with the disc, far sideline. Good fake there. And Amherst pinching down, trying to crash Colby. Oh, and the risky throw. It's exactly what Amherst wants to force there. force that throw up the sideline, let the defender collapse.
Yeah. The way that Amherst was able to set up that defense on that line, there wasn't a whole lot of an option, but the Colby thrower should lock onto his reset and just work with his reset until they can get open for him.
So Amherst on the far sideline, working it up the sideline, trying to take their first lead of the game. Still on that far sideline. And we have a deep throw, curling back in and just inside the sideline. Amherst takes the lead, 7-6.
Yeah, Weisgerber to Borden.
So we do have an official timeout by Colby.
Colby's actually going to take a timeout instead of doing a big huddle to set up their lines. Yeah, Colby needs to refocus on offense. They have been the last few points. They have been kind of going back and forth between too fast, too quick, and like everybody running around at the same time, and then complete stagnation and nothing happening at all. So the earlier points in the game, they had a really good rhythm, a really good flow going. It seems like maybe they're struggling with the zone looks that Amherst is throwing them a little bit. Maybe they're just kind of maybe gotten a little too amped up. We're not really sure, but they just need to kind of get back into that rhythm they had earlier on in the game where their offense was really crisp looking.
And if you look at Amherst and see what they're doing, they've decided to, I don't know if it's been a conscious decision or what, but they're not fighting against the elements. They're starting to use the elements to their favor, and they're doing a really good job of making it difficult for Colby to move upwind. You see that last point's a great example where they just had them trapped on the sideline and it basically dared them to make the throw they made, and it's like you don't have the room to complete that if it floats even just a little.
I mean, I would argue that Amherst has had a hard time moving upwind. So for our viewers, that would be from the left to the right going into the wind. That Amherst offense has looked way more wobbly, way less crisp going in that direction than Colby's has. But it's not, depending on where the turnovers happen. I think Amherst has gotten to work with a lot more short fields in this game because Colby has made some turnovers on their half of the field that maybe Amherst has chosen to maybe just punt as opposed to just like trying to work it that way. But the wind is definitely a factor. You can tell that the throwers are not having a hard time, but the non-throwers are. And there's a lot of wobbly discs to discs that are not aimed correctly. The elements are more of a factor as the day has gone on.
And I want to see if Amherst can get a little bit more production from their cutters, right? Instead of being too handler heavy and relying on them to move the disc, can they get those cutters a little bit more involved when it's not directly into the end zone?
And when it's not going to number 3.
So they come out with the zone again. Colby moves the disc. Smart move, keeping it off the far sideline. Colby trying to move the disc.
Oh, he's stuck.
And
got it, okay.
Much better work with bringing the extra person back to help out. Amherst swinging the disc in their own end zone.
Oh, he's
Could
got to
be
use
a Callahan, no relation. But good
nice
spot.
throw. 34 had number 10 in the middle of the field and didn't use him, and he regretted that instantly afterwards.
Colby near sideline. Moving, good job by not waiting on that disc, going and attacking the disc to keep it away from the defender. And we have a deep throw up the sideline.
Nice catch.
Bobbling catch. Great job of concentrating by 99 and to the end zone for a point. And we are tied up at 7 again.
What a job by Reinhardt catching that, falling backwards. I couldn't tell if I heard a small deflection by 84 here at Amherst on the way past. It didn't affect the rotation of the disc, but I thought I heard something as he might have gotten a piece on the way by. But great focus as he grabs that one and then punches it in for the score.
It was excellent focus and then gathering himself and not rushing the throw.
Absolutely. Really, really well done. And again, Colby showing a good job on offense when you're working against a zone to go. If you can get into the middle, then back out to the side, back to the middle, like going back and forth. By doing so, you're constantly putting the defense into a position where they have to pick which person they're going to take away, and you throw to the one that they don't. It sounds simple, but you have to do things in the right order, in the right sequence, and have to do them fast enough for that to work. And Colby, once they got the swinging going around, they were able to do that and create that opening for that throw down the field.
And the more movement you can get out of the zone defenders, the more space inevitably opens up because of it. Because someone just gets a little bit out of position, and now all of a sudden, instead of a gap of a foot, you have a 3 or 4 foot gap that's open right in the middle of the field. So good job of not of pushing it, but not rushing it.
Right. And you mentioned that Colby had dropped a 4th person back to help the handlers kind of move the disc from side to side. And that's due to Amherst's cup, the side of the cup being really active at taking away the swing pass, so taking away that first side pass. The offense tends to get stuck if you do that, so you need that 4th person to then take over and kind of be able to reset it. So good job by Colby seeing that live and fixing it during the point.
So Amherst will take the disc just outside their own end zone, right side of your screen. And we have a deep throw right off the pole, curling back. Oh, great catch.
Borden showing off wheels.
And trying to score. Oh, and a nice little floater up the line to take half, 8-7, Amherst.
Borden to Jemison Blay for the score, 8-7.
Quite the turnaround for Amherst. So it'll be interesting to see what Colby can do. Gather themselves for the halftime, get themselves mentally back into the game, and see if they can run off a couple in a row, maybe get an upwind break.
And so that's an interesting play to have them think about something right after half. Is Borden, who spent the whole game around the disc, they designed a play off the pole to send him deep, which is something I'm sure Colby was not expecting.
And he's been, the last couple points, even with the Colby zone, they've been getting Borden away from just being a strict handler and trying to get him a little bit upfield, probably so that if they know if they can get it past that cup and get it into the hands of another competent handler upfield, that gives them an advantage.
Yeah. You ready for halftime?
We are ready for halftime. We will be back in a few moments for the second half of this game. Colby trailing 7-8 to Amherst. Welcome back to Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine, where we have Amherst in the purple, pulling to start the second half to Colby in the white. Colby will be going downwind. Amherst is up 8-7 in this very exciting game. And here we go. We've got a roller.
Roller. He's trying to get it to roll, and it
Nice.
didn't. 56 was like, not in my house, please. That is not rolling.
So Colby against the Amherst zone. A nice little find there. Oh, up the field, near the sideline.
That was also a tight throw.
And Colby with the disc. Waiting, and we've got
A double team called.
yes.
The sideline asked for it, and he obliged.
Now it's only a double team if there's not another offensive player within the range, and there wasn't. And said there were 2 defenders within 10 feet of the disc.
Good find. Oh boy. Bummer.
You need to put a little more spin on that against that wind. So
Torres
Amherst will take over.
Torres with the run through D. You got to be careful on that one, even as there's a pick call or foul. His body's laying on the ground. 23 is down again. Ouch. He's got his flexing his ankle. Back to that turnover. Just if the Colby player just waited, give it a little bit longer, let the defense kind of reset, then he could have taken a nice easy throw. Kind of got ahead of himself a little bit. 23 is okay. Ready to go.
So Amherst with the disc. Colby playing the one of their primary throwers straight up. Smart move. Colby takes over. Looking for the deep throw, instead settles for the sideline.
Borden's made a lot of good choices for Amherst today. That was needlessly difficult.
And Colby, ooh, again, another slip on the slippery field. Colby, the Amherst staying in that zone all the way.
Yeah.
Get the break force throw just short of the end zone. Colby with the disc, trying to tap it in and getting the score. Evening the score at 8.
Skiffington to Kaiser Bullmash, who was very excited, emphatically spiking the disc afterwards.
So Colby now with the equalizer, but now they get to throw upwind, pull upwind to Amherst. Let's see how Amherst reacts to that. Really good. That zone, I like that they stayed in that zone all the way. Try and make that cross-field throw a little bit trickier.
A little bit harder. And for Amherst, I'm sure that number 17, Borden, is kicking himself for his choice there. When his cutter's working from left to right in front of him, he tried to fit the disc, like he went to the left and threw like in between, so the window he was throwing to was rapidly getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Instead of stepping out to his right and throwing a forehand into the big open space that he had for his cutter, he tried to throw a really tight window throw that is just almost impossible for that throw to be completed. So I'm sure he wants that one back.
Well, he will have that opportunity to get it back right here, going downwind. We'll see if they work the disc or they take the deep shot. They do have one of their primary deep threats on the field right now.
And they've been very willing, especially in this direction, to go really quick right off the pull and to set something up for a deep downfield throw. We'll see if they do the same thing here.
So Colby in the white, throwing from the left of your screen. See if that float,
It's going out of
not going to
bounds.
float back in.
Nope.
That is going in almost into the river. So we're going to have Amherst taking the brick at the middle of the field.
Yeah. If any of you, the viewers at home, have never been to the Wainwright Field Complex before, behind the tents, back behind you, like on the other side, in between each strip of these long grass strips that we have, is irrigation ditches that are multiple feet deep, multiple feet wide. As we had a collision between the Colby and the Amherst player as they're trying to set up their cut downfield.
Yeah, looking deep, looking deep, and getting deep.
Got him. Great throw by
in the
20.
front of the end zone. Oh, good fake there. Got to clear that corner. And towards, looked like that throw was a little bit deflected.
Yeah, I mean, to set that up, I mean, Borden with the great cut, Flores Mejia with a perfectly paced throw downfield. They just couldn't convert on the goal line.
But they do have Colby trapped going upwind near their own end zone, in that zone, and trying to get more help, swinging it in the end zone.
Good patience by Colby here.
Yep, way to use the cut breaker to try and just advance the disc a throw or two. Oh, and a risky throw to the middle of the field.
Great play by Flores Mejia jumping in there. He read that the whole way.
Oh, good throw.
To Borden.
Angling throw to the back of the end zone. Amherst takes the lead 9-8. That was, yeah, that was one of those, just getting a little too excited. I said it earlier when Colby was going in for the score. When you have that person right in the middle of the field who looks like they're open, you really want to get that throw in there, but there's always two people around the disc on the defensive side, and that time the Amherst player was able to get there and get the defense.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes, I mean, that's the throw they wanted them to make. They were ready for it. They made the play in this time on the end zone line. They were able to punch it in, so.
And that's where, again, you do that throw fake, and you get that defender to move, to commit, and then you work the disc to the open space.
Yep. Yeah, I would guess that regardless of direction, that we're going to see Amherst playing either that same zone or a variation off of it until Colby shows that they can solve it.
Yeah, they've done a good job of committing to the zone, and
You're right.
trying to force the Colby handlers into a mistake.
You're right. You see both teams deploying zone defense in different ways, and it goes off of 50, and that's a turnover.
That is unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate. He never even picked up the disc coming down the field. He assumed that there was no way he was coming this way. It bounced off his back.
See if he can get the disc back. Oh, and Colby.
Another deflection.
Deflected.
Another deflection score.
Disc, and Amherst comes down with it.
That's Flores Mejia on the reception. I think that was 19. I think that was O'Connor with the throw. That was, again, not bad defense. They just happened to be in the right spot.
The area.
Yeah. That's the Colby error on the pull. Like, you have to know what the disc is. You have to understand where the wind is going. You're a cutter, you're going downfield. It is really heartbreaking to get hit by a disc like that. Like, you need to have the awareness to not have that happen. That's really unfortunate. Those kind of mistakes can really, they can be challenging because they can be morale breakers. Like, there's just, yeah. Unfortunate by Colby. Let's see if they can rally.
Well, they are doing a good job of picking their teammate up, so that's nice to see.
It is frustrating as somebody who, like, when I played as a marginal, like, role player, as my club team got better and better, being put in one of the few points I'd get to play on a game and committing a mistake and then being taken right back off the field again can be hard as a player to like remain upbeat from, because you know your opportunities are limited, and then to make a mistake and know that I might not play again in the game can be really tough. So hopefully he keeps his head up and can keep playing a role for his team.
Well, Colby coming out, very crisp passes. Can they break the zone? They do. Colby, far sideline, moving the disc. Good fake there. trying to get the defense out of position. They don't bite, but a nice little strike cut there.
Nice cut, yeah.
Moving it up the sideline. Oh, did the fake.
Good holster.
Perfect holster. Oh, excellent fake there. And now he's wide open again. Colby showing good patience this time with the disc, moving near sideline.
Ooh, nice catch.
Very good catch. Now we've got the strike cut attempt. Oh, a nice spot in the middle of the end zone for the score for Colby.
Great redemption point by Colby there. Coming right back. Very confident offense down the field. Well done. Just swan arounds with the throw.
And just a really nice job. You know, everything had pace. Every throw had pace. You know, in the wind, if you wanna fight the wind, you got to put a lot of spin on the disc. And now Amherst has called a timeout, up 10-9.
Absolutely.
So we'll take this opportunity to tell you more about Maine Ultimate and some of our events coming up. We have one thing that we have not mentioned yet is our Island Time event. So we have Ultimate Time on Island Time and Shebig Island, second Saturday in July. We'll be taking a trip out to Shebig Island to play some mini hat tournament style. So you will find out, you will take the ferry out to Shebig, find out who your teammates are on the ferry ride over, as our one of our wonderful hosts, Nicole Welch, will shout the name through the loudspeaker so everyone can hear, and get to the island, play Ultimate all day, have a barbecue, perhaps a concert, and camping out on Shebig Island in the middle of the summer is a really fun time.
That sounds fantastic. That's one event that Maine Ultimate does that I have not gotten to partake in myself. That sounds like such a great time.
It is. I played in it in its inaugural season, and then I was injured the next year, so I was just helping host and set everything up, and it was such a good time camping out. They treat us wonderfully out on Shebig, and it's just a great environment. Plus, it's mini and it's a hat tournament, so it's inherently a lot of fun.
Yeah. No, it's always cool to get to play with different people, different play styles. You know, there's such a wide variety of ways to play this game, and hat tournaments are so much fun for that.
So Colby, now in possession of the disc, ready to pull to Amherst, coming out of a timeout. We'll see if Amherst was drawing up a play or just trying to calm everyone down and get everyone heads back together and in unified cause. So the pull is up to the left of your screen. It's going to be in the middle of the end zone near the far sideline.
Yeah, I think that was a Colby. That last offensive point by Colby was really a gritty, seize back the momentum kind of point. I think Amherst wanted to nip that in the bud as much as they could.
So Colby really trying to clamp down on the handlers of Amherst, trying to force the cutters to beat them, and right now the cutters are not beating them. The upfield cutters are just not able to be activated enough, and results in a throwaway.
Oh, nice play by Borden to get it back after
by the Amherst handler to get it back.
Miscommunication on the throw beforehand, and he gets it right back again.
So Amherst with the disc, near sideline. Oh, great. So we have a foul call, and it looks like it's going to be contested. The Amherst player believed he was run through. The Colby player disagrees. So since they can't come to a conclusion, it goes back to the thrower.
Oh man, I don't dispute there was contact there, but I think the long arms of the Colby player got the disc first. Man, that's tough.
So Amherst with the disc near sideline. We have a pick called.
A pick has been called.
Yeah, that last foul call was tough. As the defender there, I'm contesting that 100%
Absolutely.
of the time. So Amherst on the near sideline. Not sure why Colby's allowing that sideline throw off.
Nice catch.
But they're just trying to prevent the big throws. But
Yeah.
it is upwind. It's
Yeah.
a lot harder of a throw. And yet he makes it.
Makes it. Oh.
And
There's a tip disc that goes in Colby's favor, but a foul's been called. Oh, injury to call. Number 19 got stepped on or something.
23, or rather 34, you cannot move.
Yeah, as long as he goes back to where he was at the call, he should be okay. But he shouldn't be moving. But
So we have a foul call. Number
There is a
19
foul
thought
call.
he was impeded from the disc, and the Colby player is disagreeing.
he might have gotten stepped on. He said he might need an injury too. So
Yeah, getting stepped on in cleats stinks.
it hurts. Yeah. So 19's coming off because he called injury. Number 11 replaced him.
Is Colby, in this instance, Colby can take a sub if they want, but they do not choose to.
Contested foul goes back to the thrower. Coming in on 8, coming in at a very high stall count. Coming in on 6 is the highest he can come in on there, right? They corrected that. Still a high stall count given that all his teammates are 30 yards away from him. We'll see what he can do
Colby
with it.
taps the disc in, works it up the sideline.
Nice
This time.
bid by
could
3.
not quite get back to the disc.
Good bid by number
Oh.
3, but everybody's back there. All the white jerseys are downfield.
Now he lets it fly towards the back of the end zone, caught for a point to even it up once again, 10-10.
That's Lawler to Landay.
That was a really, really nice throw.
Really good throw. Good job dumping it back to the thrower to let him take the shot instead of forcing it if that downfield's not your thing. Good job also by Colby showing like there was a couple of tight foul calls here that they disagreed with. You know, instead of letting that kind of eat at you, they just let the on-field play, dictate. They're just like, we're just gonna play through it.
Yeah,
good job.
Just turn the page and move on.
Yep.
But boy, that's it's so nice when you get the disc and you turn and you have 3 guys breaking free, but all of a sudden there are 2 marks right in front of you and you just can't get the throw off.
Yeah.
So smart move by not forcing it or doing what I would probably have done is, oh, I can throw a hammer here.
That's why we're not playing, and we're up here talking about it.
Well,
One of many reasons.
Technically, I still have college eligibility. Colby getting ready to.
So the last couple of times going in this direction, the Amherst play has been throw it to number 17 deep down the field, like almost immediately. So let's. What do you think? Are they going to try it again?
You know what, if I'm Amherst, instead I say, you know what? You're picking up, and we're sending armor deep.
I mean, it's worked though. Almost every time it's worked. Even though Colby said we know what you're going to do, and they do it anyway. So I don't know. See what happens.
Oh, come back.
It's going out of
That
bounds.
is not coming back. And Colby's pull is out of bounds, so they will take it as a brick. That might actually be a little bit of a benefit because it takes away the immediate throw off the pull. But if they can't,
but it also allows Amherst to get into the exact set that they want.
Right.
And look, they've got 17 isolated by himself in space here. Colby countering with number 16 playing deep safety, forcing 17 to go under. 17 can choose, and he chose to go under on that one because of the defense Colby put out there.
nice patience by Amherst in not forcing that. Oh, but this is a nice throw to the front corner, but just out of bounds and well out of reach of one of their primary deep threats.
Amherst thrower number 20 put that on the front corner.
Ooh.
And the Amherst cutter number 3 was going to the back corner.
Ooh, it looks like we have a back spasm or some sort of injury.
Number 11. I'm also questioning why Colby, number 23, can take the disc there when the disc went out of bounds in the end zone.
That's a really
Why
good
does
question.
he get to bring it 5
I
yards
would, I
out?
would like that answered as well.
Given that the disc passed to the left of the pylon,
Yeah, inside.
not to the right?
Yeah, see,
So-
and the Colby coach is trying, or the Amherst coach is trying to draw attention
he's
to
trying.
that fact.
He's where the Amherst coach is where the
Exactly.
disc should be brought into play on that corner.
So Colby moving the disc in their own end zone. Ooh, tricky throw.
That's not where I thought he was throwing that.
And moving it back. Again, very crisp on their passes. Colby against this Amherst zone. Now on the far sideline, moving it back, not waiting for that defense to get set up and trying to wear out that cup.
Yeah, this group of 3 for Colby is the group of 3 that really crisply moves the disc around.
Now, Colby moving the disc middle of the field. Amherst might be better served having their cup run a little bit slower and take up better angles instead of just sprinting all over the field.
The cup is exhausted for Amherst now. They're way out of position. I'm surprised they haven't just melted back to person because the cup is not effective anymore.
Nope, and Colby threatening to score about 5 yards from the end zone. I heard lots of screams for a timeout. I'm not sure why.
The timeout call came from the sideline. I think Colby they must have a specific play that they want to go to from this part of the field here.
Not sure why they are allowing the Colby players to get some rest though.
We're also we're right coming up on time cap here too. It's almost 2 o'clock.
Oh.
So they're trying to put themselves,
They're trying to make sure that they can get a score here.
Yeah, because we're tied up at 10, so they want to make sure that they score this point.
Yeah, as I was saying, Tom, sometimes, zone defense is about angles and it's about taking away space. And the cup doesn't need to sprint as much as that cup was sprinting to get to position. If you have trust in your upfield players, if you can take away that the sideline cut, right, and you let the disc get all the way to the sideline, or not let it, but it's swinging to the sideline instead of sprinting to try and get there. If you trust that your defenders can take away that sideline player, then the Colby player has to hold on to the disc for a second and allows and you take away different angles that allows your cup to catch up without having to sprint all out that entire point.
The most effective cups that I've either played with or played against, more importantly, the ones that I played against that I always found the hardest to break down were the cups that moved as a unit. And I talked to other teams about how they coach it, and they would a lot of times they would tell me that they move at the speed of the slowest member of the cup so that they all move together, because one of you getting there doesn't impact anything, but when the 3 of you arrive as a unit and immediately clamp down, that's what really disrupts the offense.
So for those who don't know, coming out of a timeout, the offensive, or if the offense, in this case, Colby, took the timeout, they come out and they set their offense, and then they let the defense know when they are set and they can't move. Then the defense is allowed to set up off of that.
So off of that timeout, Colby is coming out with 99 isolated in what they anticipate to be the open side, the open throwing space. I would suggest that he's the primary. He might be a decoy. I would imagine that they're going to look either that way, and then maybe at 23 as a reset. Amherst is coming out with their defense very poachy and very much trying to take the open side lane away. So I would look for Colby here to make an adjustment to hit 23, going away from us to the far side of the field so they can then get to the break side.
Some sort of violation.
There was a call.
We're
My
not
guess
sure what.
is a contact call, where the mark hit the disc in the hand of 16. And there's another contact call. That's what's happening.
And that's a totally legitimate call.
And that brings the stall count back down again, which is very helpful.
Oh, we have a score in
There
the
it
corner
is.
of the end zone by Colby to take the lead 11-10. Yeah, you know, you want to be aggressive on the mark, but I mean, you can't smack the guy's hand. That's it's going to draw a foul or contact every time.
Does Deswanarans to Kaiser Bullmash. It looks like Amherst is lining up, so I think that's game. I think that's it.
They were capped out.
Yeah, due to time constraints. So Colby comes back down 8-7 at half. They come back to take it 11-10.
Excellent game, very competitive, very hard fought, and good win by Colby here.
Absolutely. Great game by both sides. There was, some calls there in the second half, but good, overall good spirit by both teams as well. So
Correct.
This was a fun game.
So we will be back for the next game, which is one of the women's semifinals game in
About a half an hour?
about a half an hour. 15 minutes. Now?
Soon. Yeah, 10 minutes. So we'll hope to see you back here soon. Thanks, everyone.
And welcome back to South Portland, Maine, the Wainwright Complex here to New England D1 Women's College Regionals hosted by Maine Ultimate. My name is Brunch. I'm joined up in the scaffolding booth by a new partner, Gabe Smestad. Gabe, how are you?
I'm doing great, Brunch. Happy to be up here. Excited for a really good game.
Gabe, you're new to the audience here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
A little biased in this matchup. I'm a little of a UVM alumni myself. Just graduated in May. A Red Tide guy myself, like Brunch. Just excited to be up here. Call a game. We got a little bit of a upwind, downwind to start, but Ruckus is the heavy favorites in this game. So we'll see how they answer in the first point.
I'm excited to have you, Gabe. There's the pull, and I'll let you call the Ruckus O-line here.
Out of bounds, Posey, Emily Posey picking up. Back with Lucy Toppin and Kennedy McCarthy. Kennedy McCarthy, a big player to watch out in this game. Very commanding on the field.
Who's the Callahan nominee from UVM this year?
Kennedy
Is it
McCarthy,
Kennedy?
yeah.
Yep.
Very deserving. She's carried this team to a lot of their tournament wins this season and the past. Starting off. Big cut. Picked up by Ella Monaghan. Caroline Stone with the disc, looking for Posey. Looks off to Lucy. Can she toe the line? She does, stays in. Big put to space, and that's quite easy for UVM.
I love the precision and aggressiveness that UVM came out with there. Ready to play, had a set play off the pull, and Brown wasn't really able to affect them with their defense. So great start for UVM. We'll see how Brown answers.
UVM plays on a lot of what we call trust over there in Burlington. You know, you just put it up, you trust your teammates, and they make the play, and if they don't, then you trust that they get it back.
As I mentioned at the start of the game here, this game is taking place in South Portland, Maine. Portland, Maine is the home of Portland Rising, and Portland Rising is proud to sponsor this coverage of this game. Rising is one of 12 teams in the Premier Ultimate League and has its second home game of the season this upcoming Saturday, May 18th versus DC Shadow. Tickets for the game can be purchased at the link in the video description, and more info can be found at www.portlandrising.me. Come on out and support local professional players. A great event to go to with a family or with some friends, and this time, for the first time ever at Fitzpatrick Stadium, we are allowing beer to be drank in the stands.
I love beer.
So that will make for a much more raucous environment, but one that is already great even without the added liquid encouragement. So getting out here on Brown's first offensive point. Looks like some similar players here for Ruckus.
Emily Posey crossing over, big pull right to the middle of the field. Fielded by Brown. Mishands a little bit, throws it over to 37. To Etta Robb.
And looks like there's a stoppage. I think
bouncing off the ground and mishandling it is possession to the offense.
Seems like Ruckus might be thinking that the player dropped the pull.
Can't hate trying to get the disc, you know?
Yeah. Get in their heads early.
Etta taps it in. They're looking downfield. Big fakes. Swings it over to 99.
Kunzeng. That looks like it is.
Swings it back. See UVM coming out in a little bit of a zone. The 3-3-1. Oh, breaks that first layer. Cannot handle the disc. Picked up by May Browning.
I expect UVM to be aggressive here on the turn.
Back to Posey, middle of the field. Looking for, there we go, looking for Leah. Posey up line. Kind of easy work. Look at this D-line offense. Very comfortable, very confident.
Ooh.
There's that Emily Posey vision that we're looking forward to.
That's Emily Posey knowing the conditions here at Wainwright. Her home fields growing up.
She knows the Maine wins like anybody else on this team.
That's years of summer league being played on these fields. Great throw. I like that.
Up quick, 2-0.
Quick 2-0. As I was about to say on the turn there, but if Brown wants to have any chance of staying in this game, they cannot have mistakes like that where the disc goes through the hands or You know, they got to make UVM earn every turn. So we'll see if they can turn it around here. I'm sure there's some nerves at play. UVM is obviously one of the top-ranked teams in the nation, so having to play them here is no easy task.
Yeah, these are two top teams in the country right now battling head-to-head. It's going to be a possession game. Whoever holds on to the disc better throughout the game is going to probably win this one.
Another fun fact here, UVM has sent 3 women's teams to this tournament, both A, B, and C. Very impressive to see a C team qualify for the Division I regionals. We had a similar thing last year with the men's regional side where the Tufts men's A, B, and C were all in attendance. And another fun fact about that is that the Tufts C team last year put up more points against UVMA than the men's A team did.
I can attest to that. That is true. Having played against both those teams, I would say that Tufts C gave us a bigger run for our money. But Tufts A let us go to nationals, so, you know, which
Fair
game
enough.
was better? Who knows? All right, big upwind pull here from Annie Posey. Another Posey that knows the winds.
I don't know if the background noise is coming through, but the UVM sideline.
That is a
Approach
hear a lot of
edge of
ruckus.
restricted zone.
Center to Etta. Over to Rita. Rita with a quick look down to number 10 to Devin. Over, oh, little give and go by Devin. Look to the finish to Rita. Nice way to possess there.
I like the spacing that Brown is playing with. You notice there on that that sequence, they sent 3 players, 3 cutters cutting deep, sent 1 back under, had a lot of space.
That is
There's a score.
Cool, calm, collected offense from Brown. And as you see here, number 27, Rita Fetter, she's getting her involved early in the game is going to be crucial to a Brown success. They're a very deep team, as well as UVM, but Rita, just coming off a World's gold medal this summer, has been, you know, huge for this Brown O-line to getting to where they are today.
That's what it takes sometimes, is having a good world caliber player come in to turn a program around. Not that Brown has been a bad program. It's historically, you know, been very competitive, especially on their men's side too. But you look at a team like UVM, both on the men's and women's, these are teams that were really just regional competitors and in the last 5 years have come on to be national powerhouses. Thanks a lot to some of the better players, many of whom hail from Maine.
Yeah, that is true.
Coming up through the Maine Ultimate youth programs and high school. Speaking of Maine Ultimate, we got a lot of programs this summer. Let me tell you. First off, have you guys, Gabe, have you ever heard of Standing Wave, High
Never.
Side,
Never in my
Magic
life.
Falls, the Sisters, Big Mama?
Tell me about them, Brunch.
You know, if you didn't know what if you don't know what I'm talking about, you might think these are like some new offensive or defensive sets, but they're not. These are rapids on the Kennebec River. And if you want to come learn about these rapids for yourself, why don't you come and sign on up for the Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure hat tournament on the Kennebec River. Taking place this year on June 22nd up in Bingham, Maine. Participants will get to play 4 games of Ultimate, receive a tournament-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a guaranteed really good time. That's Saturday. Now on Sunday, after playing some Ultimate, you get to get on a raft with the players from your hat team.
Oh.
Get on right under Harris Station on the Kennebec River and ride down the river on class 2 to 4 rapids that have about 5,000 CFSs.
That is no joke right there. 5,000 CFS is unheard of.
It's a lot. And last year we actually had an uninspected high water day where we were rafting at 8,000. So you don't know what you can get at Maine Ultimate presenting Ultimate on the River, but let me tell you, it'll be a good time. So if you're interested in learning more and signing up, registration is open at maineultimate.org. Come on up and join us.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I'll be there. I was there last year. It was great. Last year it was raining and cold, but still one of the best experiences I've ever had
It's the
playing
people
Ultimate.
that make it great,
It's
isn't
the
it?
people, that's true. And the CFSs.
And the CFSs. Big pull, upwind from Brown here. Pulled by number 0, Retta Karpinski. Center to Kennedy McCarthy. We got Sophie Acker busting deep. Kennedy with a little bit of a pump. Back to Sophie Acker. Oh, just a little bit out of the way there.
If Posey threw, well, I guess Kennedy's a hometown favorite as well.
That downwind just took it just a little bit longer.
I guess Posey knows her home field better than Kennedy.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. Kennedy with some lockdown defense to make it up for it. Ooh, see, UVM, it just suffocates them when they first pick it up. You see that at that zone.
And it's impressive how tall these UVM players are compared to some of their opponents. So they, right there especially, they put the mark on, and it's hard for the thrower to see around it.
And that's Lucy Top into Kennedy McCarthy for the hold. And that is just how UVM offense runs. Just get hit open hands in the end zone, you know? Not a bad showing. I mean, you've seen a lot of these Ds have been not Ds, they've been turnovers from Brown. And so that's going to be very important. You got to keep hitting the discs into open hands, and you got to acknowledge the wind. A lot of these turnovers have been upwind throws that kind of die a little early or don't make it quite to the receiver where you wanted to get to them. But
for those joining us right now in between points, you'll see our drone footage and highlighting our showcase field here right in the middle of the Wainwright complex. We have 15 fields set up here today for 24 teams. Again, we're hosting Division I women's college regionals as well as Division III men's New England college regionals. So lots at stake. The women's side has 2 bids to nationals. The men's side here has 3 bids. So we're in for a lot of excitement this weekend. Right now we're in our first place semis. The winner here goes on to a chance tomorrow at 11 a.m. to go to nationals.
UVM getting ready to pull.
You were in in a lot of these players' shoes last year at the same complex, playing for nationals. Take us through some of the feelings that these players might be having today.
It's you're nervous, but you're more pumped up. An opportunity to take your team to nationals is always a great feeling, and it's just all about making sure that you're perfect, right? It's perfect doesn't really exist, but you want to be as perfect as you can in these games. And right now, Brown is looking for that perfect O-line hold.
Well,
Rita and Etta
comes up in a zone here.
That is an insane grab, just right there, but that's what she does. Hammer over the top. Brown is really good at finding that second layer in that UVM zone. Rita trying to go every other. A little air bounce. You got to touch a blade of grass maybe, and just gets a little too trigger happy.
Excited.
And that's just, you work it all. It's just unfortunate to see.
Yeah.
But getting that disc back is going to be huge for Brown to make this game
Brown
close.
responds here with UVM needing to go all the way upfield, upwind.
Upwind too. Not an easy feat. But picking up the disc is Annie Posey.
As UVM shifts their stack over towards the home side here, I'd expect number 14 from the back here to initiate.
Very passionate team. Rallying up with the disc. Over to May Browning. Little give and go action. Down to Tatum. That's not. To Ella Poli.
Looks like out of bounds called there.
Out of bounds called.
It did seem from our perspective that
do we
her
have
foot
observers?
was out on the line. No observers in this game.
No observers.
But no argument from the UVM side. Turnover there. You'll notice the flags on the stream. Those are just sideline flags. There is a white line that is the out of bounds.
Deep cut.
Deep
Good
shot.
Initiating deep shot.
And that's how you come back from that last
Caught
mistake.
and score by Sunday L. That was a great cut by them and a great catch to make sure that they caught it. Labrucheri, yes, thank you.
Good job, Gabe. Yeah, that was Rita Federer too. That was a great throw. On the last sequence, she threw it a little bit over her receiver's head, and that time she adjusted and made it a pretty throw for a score. And that, I believe, that's a hold for Brown. Correct.
That's a big hold for Brown. Keep that game in reach.
Now, I gave you guys all that are listening there, I don't know how many of you are listening, but I bet you it's millions. I gave you a sneak preview of some of the fun hat tournaments we got going on in Maine. But let me tell you about some of the things for you club players out there.
Ooh.
You might think, oh man, it'd be cool to go rafting on a river, but I play club, I don't have time for it. Well, you probably do. I play club and I'm going on the river. But if you don't have time for it, why don't you come out here for Vacation Land, which is the Maine Ultimate's premier club tournament, hosted on the first weekend of August, right here at Wainwright Fields. We're gonna have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed. Cost per team will be $550. Why Vacation Land, you ask? Well, that's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on lined fields with easy access to trainers, golf carts to take you to your next game, an amazing tourney central, food trucks galore, and porta potties at every field.
That's unheard of.
For more information, check out maineultimate.org. Oh, one last thing. Winning team in each division wins $1,000.
You know what I can do with $1,000, Brunch?
Sign up for 2 more Ultimate tournaments.
Sign up for 2 more Maine Ultimate tournaments. Picked up by Kennedy to Posey. A lot of deep space there for UVM. High release there to Caroline Stone. Caroline Stone shoots. Shoots to Dylan Wilcox. A little too far. And that's that downwind there. A little bit of a head slap from Caroline Stone. Getting herself ready.
Not enough edge on that disc going up downwind.
And there's
faded
that
out a little
zone
bit.
that we see, and there's that second layer again.
And Brown doesn't have anyone there to help on that breakthrough.
McGinnis.
Looks like a simultaneous
There
offensive
Kennedy
catch.
Concedes. Back to
Wide
McGinnis.
open on the sideline.
Has time.
This could be huge. A big break that Brown needs.
McGinnis looking, surveying the field. Oh, big D from
great
Ella.
bid.
But is there a call? No call, clean D. We play on. Vermont O-line. Posey picking up, surveying, sees Caroline Stone going deep.
Ooh, that's a laser. Let's see if
And
you
it's just again the down wins, man. You know, it's
Posey's had some good downwind shots. That's the first one
these
that
are
was a
great
little errant.
looks. It's just the touch. We're getting a little too excited.
I like being aggressive downwind though.
Make him play defense.
It's hard.
upwind.
It's hard for Brown to move it all the way up. You know, they're suffocating them here on these turns. You can see Posey's poaching the lane on that open side and then forcing them to the sideline, and now they're backed up in their end zone.
UVM playing some suffocating person
there you
defense,
go.
and there is another throwaway from Brown, and not in an ideal spot, I will say. Lucy Toppin picking up, communicating with Caroline Stone in the front, back to Posey, to a wide open
And a score.
Sophie Acker for the Vermont hold. It's
4-2 Vermont.
You gotta possess the disc on the upwind.
Yep.
And that's, you know, as you're talking about last year, last regionals was also quite a windy one for us, especially, and that was our goal, just possess on the upwinds. The more times you can score upwind, the more better off you are in the game. Shout out to UVM Team Chill last year. I miss you guys.
Team Chill playing at regionals over in Amherst, Mass. How are they doing? Have you been checking in?
Not too hot.
No?
Nope. I mean, they're still one of the best teams in that region, and I think that they just had a little bit of an off day today. Lost to Northeastern, unfortunately, but I believe in them, and I believe on the comeback. And
that being there goes our reads.
There go the ads.
Windy up here. Yeah, losing to Northeastern on day one, but it's a 3-bid region, so they'll still have their opportunity to make a push.
It's not, it's not the win when you need it, right? The crossover games are fine. You can lose a crossover game, but you got to win when you need it. Big pull from UVM. a little bit 3/4 of the field upwind, marked by Isabel Berman. Edda picking up.
My camera guy telling me we have 30 viewers. Thank you all so much. And with your support, we could maybe get to 50. So challenge the viewers out there. Get some more viewers on the stream.
Oh, my lord. Big grab from
Wait, she
Emily
was on
Posey.
defense? Wow.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Bound to May Browning. Over to number 14, Tatum. A little give and go between Leah and May Browning. Over to Cool Brulovic. Back, great cut by Browning, a little hesitation there. UVM playing a 3-person set right now, playing a little bit of a dominator, and it is working. They are getting quite the yards. To Isabel Berman, burning to the front cone, first effort, second effort, score. That's great help defense from Brown, but not enough for the determined Isabel Berman. Another Maine Ultimate product.
UVM, more like University of Maine in Vermont.
You said it. You said it the best way it could be said. That's a big break.
Now, Gabe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Emily Posey has been on every single point.
Yeah,
or close to it.
A Posey has been on every single point, I will say. If it's not Emily, they're putting Annie on there. So,
which number is Annie? 19. Okay.
19, yeah. But yeah, Emily definitely crossing over a lot. Big. I think a lot of it too is just her throwing in the wind. She's probably one of the better throwers in the wind on this team. So it's crucial to have her out there. So you can see her staying in that handler set. Doesn't drift downfield too much, but players got to play to their strength. Except for that ginormous grab we saw there.
That was a great D.
We're seeing some great athletic plays today, both from both sides of the ball. There it is, another Posey pulling.
There's even more highly talented Maine athletes going to UVM next year. So right now we're in that college committal season. I know Ella Letting has committed, I believe, to UVM, or maybe is about to. I hope I didn't ruin the surprise.
May have just spoiled it for everybody.
She's
that's a big grab.
She's one of the better, if not probably the best senior coming out of this Maine Ultimate class.
And that's there it is, cleans up the trash, number 99. Namgal throws it over, great. To Campo. Has time, has that around, back to Kunzang. Big D from Caroline Stone, just grabbed that away. UVM back in the red zone. There's that vision. Ooh,
get it back.
A little too much of a tunnel vision there.
Good old case of what goes around comes around, where
that's where they got to get
player
it
got
out of their red
D'd
zone,
and then
though.
got it back.
Campo back to Kunzang.
Brown's playing in this spread formation or horizontal stack formation, which can be tough when you're backed against the wind and you don't have deep space to throw it into, because you get what you saw a few sequences ago where the defenders can poach into that lane and just take the disc. There's less space to cover.
And just like that, they jammed it up the jam hole for a score.
Score is, I believe, 6-2, Vermont up. Yeah, this Vermont team has really gotten good, I'd say, the last 3 years. Always been good, but gotten to that nationally, competing for a championship level for the last 2 to 3 years. And I don't think they're going to be falling out of that anytime soon with some of the younger players they have on this team.
What they lose, they gain the next year in that recruiting class. And it helps when you finishing third in nationals and you make it to nationals for the past couple years, and those high schoolers not want to go and see that school as an opportunity. Definitely the powerhouse, and some would say the favorite this year. So we will see. Have won 2 tournaments this year.
Stanford invite, East Coast invite.
East Coast invite.
And we're up to 40 viewers. Thank you all for making us go viral. The goal is still 50.
My goal is 100, Brunch, but I guess, you know, we can shoot for your goal too.
Drone's right at us. If you see me waving in the red sweatshirt.
I was looking too high.
Maybe I'll do a little dance for y'all if we get to 50 viewers.
I'll run a mile if we get to 150.
And for those of you who can't see it, Gabe's on crutches, so that's not. If you get to 150, that'll be interesting.
Shiver with their O-line out there, looking to make something happen. It's not a lot of D's in this game. A couple from both sides, but a lot of it is just the throwaways, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think UVM is putting Brown into tough places on the field, especially when they're going upwind and
those mark-generated turns.
Mark-generated turns, and you know those are hard places to be. Being near your end zone is hard enough, and then when you have the wind in play, it's even tougher because there's less room on the field that you can attack if you don't have the throwers who can hit it.
Great break throw.
And you know, athleticism is one thing, but I think just throwing skill is another thing that is extremely important at any level.
Miscommunication in the backfield from Shiver, and Ruckus has another opportunity to break here. May Browning looking for gold. Line drive right to Isabel Berman. To space. Andy Posey with the disc on the goal line. Reset to May Browning. Quick little break side cut from UVM, and that's another break.
Seven to 2. Game is to 15, so the half will be at 8. Brown came out well, but I think just has been overpowered by this UVM squad so far.
Yeah, UVM, as you were saying, right? Not a lot of physical Ds, but UVM's team defense is causing these throws to be not the best, and they're getting a little frantic.
Yeah.
They're shutting down the first 2 options, and Shiver is left with kind of a little bit of a panic. You can I wouldn't say they were panicking, but on the field with the individual with the disc in their hands, just trying to find those open hands, and UVM is making it hard for those open hands to get open.
I agree. I think the other thing that I've noticed here watching these two teams is UVM's got a few more players that are willing to throw hucks, both upwind and downwind, and just having 3, 4, 5 players in the field who feel confident throwing the disc anywhere, that makes a huge difference, because now your cutters can go to all those spaces and you open it up and it becomes harder on the defense.
That is very true. UVM is one of the main things that is talked about this team is how deep they are.
Yeah.
Right, they can put any 7 players from their roster on that line, and that's a line that can score against anybody. And I think that's the biggest strength they have going into this game, going into tomorrow's final, and hopefully nationals.
Still got to get through this game, Gabe. Don't want the announcers curse.
It was an asterisk tomorrow's final. Obviously, they have to win.
Watch them give up 5 breaks in a row here.
Hey, that would be a game. Can't complain about good ultimate. Big pull from Kennedy to McCarthy downwind. Caught by Etta, centered to DeCampo. Over to Devin. Big grab from McGinnis. DeCampo. Very shifty in that backfield, knows how to get open. Over back to Devin. Back to,
good help, D.
Leah Silverman coming out of nowhere for that D.
Again, good movement from Brown, able to get it all the way down the field. And I'd expect Ruckus here to try to get a downfield look
I would say there's
And there it is.
a deep shot. Oh, foot.
But completed.
Wow, that
Off the
is
backboard.
That is unfortunate.
I'd expect another one right here. Great D by Etta.
Great mark by Etta. Etta to Devin. Right there, right on that corner there. This is exactly where Brown wants to be.
And there's an unmarked player. And a push pass,
for the
score.
Give her the bookends.
Good hold, good upwind hold by Brown. See if they can capitalize now going downwind.
That is a huge point for Brown. I love seeing a good foot block.
Yeah, I do too, especially on big hucks.
Good job for UVM to track that down and to acknowledge the piece. That was a lot better team defense we saw from Brown there to force that turnover in that backfield there.
Yeah, and we had the UVM handlers here in front of us discussing it. I think a rare mistake on their part, but you got to credit the defense.
A lot of players from Shiver's O-line crossing over to their D-line right now. You can sense that they know they need a big break here.
Yeah, and I don't believe the loser plays until tomorrow, so you can give it all you got here today, and then you're going to get a break afterwards. So no need to rest players at this point if you're trying to go in the back door or the second bid.
There's that drone. Big pull from Shiver.
Great pull.
Center to Emily. Oh, over to
Like a tight
Lauren
angle
Clater. Oh, just out of the reach of Caroline.
That's just
Stone.
what Brown
And that's
needed.
a little bit of a kick forward there. There you go. Picked up by Etta.
Brown sticking with that horizontal stack, running a diamond sequence. Nothing there, looking for
Big
the
cut
reset.
from little give and go there. Oh, drags two defenders with them.
See if
Etta
they can get it off
over
the
to
sideline
LaBruchiere. Back to, swing over to Campo. Back to Fetter. Fetter looking downfield. Not much happening downfield. Oh, a little bit of a body defense. De Campo adjusts accordingly. The give and go.
Just down,
And
I
that
think.
might be.
What are we gonna say? I don't know, Gabe.
I don't know. If they're pinning it against the leg, maybe, but I don't know. It's tough. Those are always tough ones. I would always just send it back, you know.
Yeah, the defender got a
And
hand on it
there's-
and tipped it, and then the
That is good spirit there.
Kunzing wasn't able to hold on.
Campo on the mark, with Posey picking up.
Yeah, and you got to remember that, right? Brown had a chance to get that 2 breaks. Weren't able to convert on the rare mistake from
Ooh.
UVM.
A little bit of a travel.
What are we to say?
Not me. I travel all the time. Posey. Oh, good D from Shiver to a wide open McCarthy. Back to Acker.
Brown's playing hard.
They're making him work
They're
for it.
contesting
That's for
every
sure.
throw. And there's another
just
mistake.
out of the hands. That's a very good team defense from Shiver there.
I mean,
really
great
make 'em
defense.
uncomfortable.
They have two chances to break here, and you have to, if you want to have a chance in this game, you have to convert here.
They got all the way down the field on the last one and just was unable to hold on to it. So we'll see what they do here. Swings all the way to a wide open to Campo.
Doing some downfield poaching.
Got to just a little bit out of reach. McCarthy thinking twice about the huck to top in to Stone. A wide open Clater, just a little out of reach there.
That's got to be one of, I mean, I think it's a throw that a lot of players in practice can make, stepping out wide, low, inside out release. But in a game at full speed with the wind in your face, it doesn't always work out as practice.
Usually you just got to take a breath there.
Yeah.
I mean, Stone is definitely a player with that throw. You could just see they rushed it just a little bit more than they want to. And Brown answers back with a huck of their own to a wide open Fetter.
And they got a mismatch here. Let's see if they can convert.
And to a bidding LeBroux
Third
Sherry.
time's the charm. I don't know that Brown's going to have another opportunity like that, so it's good that they converted.
That's, I mean, if they keep playing defense like that, making that hard for them to get open and using their body a little bit more, make UVM uncomfortable, we'll see, you know, anything can happen.
Yeah. I think it's easy to get relaxed as well. You know, UVM was up 7-2, gave up two throws, two breaks there, or a hold and a break. And maybe relax a little bit. Let's see if they can dial it back in. Looking like a lot of the same players out on this line for
Give them a
UVM
second chance.
and for Brown. But that was a great deep cut by Fetter, and a great throw in stride.
An amazing
to set up that score.
From Etta Robb. Those two are the individuals we see a lot involved in that Shiver offense, and
both captains.
For good reason. You can see them connect there.
I'm not a betting man, Gabe, but if I had to put money on this point, I would say that UVM's gonna throw a huck at some point and probably score.
I'll put $1,000 on that bet.
Do I have to pay you $1,000 if I lose?
I don't have $1,000. Now all 40 people know that.
I would think that you'd agree with me on that.
There's probably people watching this stream that I owe money to. Still don't have the money, guys, sorry. A nice roller pull, forced him out of bounds. I wonder what the...
Ooh, I might lose money on this.
That's still a huck. Still could be a huck.
First throw huck.
UVM, little miscommunication on who's
whoever's covering 33 is not covering them.
Carolines goes deep. Look at that. Wide, little miscommunication there on the individual. UVM working it up. Very, you know, everyone's open they're throwing to. Big fake there. Brown finding their way. Ooh. Oh, big bid from Fetter. Vision for a score.
Is that a huck? No.
I think
but it's a score.
It's a wash. We'll
it's
call
a
it
score.
A wash.
And with that, we reach halftime. UVM taking half, 8-4 over Brown. We got ourselves a good one here. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. Coming out for the second half here between UVM, Ruckus, and Shiver. UVM up 8-4. And we're joined up in the booth by the one and only Olivia Hampton, member of the Portland Rising. And Olivia, I think you're here to promote your team.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to talk a little bit about Rising and cheer for some of my friends who are out on the field. But this game is brought to you by Portland Rising. Rising is Maine's first women and non-binary professional sports team and is one of 12 of the teams in the Premier Ultimate League across the eastern side of the U.S. At Rising, our mission is to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Rising has its second home game of the season this upcoming Saturday, May 18th versus DC Shadow. Tickets for the game can be purchased at the link in this video description, and more info can be found at www.portlandrising.me. Come out and support your local professional sports team, Portland Rising.
Thanks, Olivia. How's the season been going so far?
It's very fun. We've had 2 games so far, one at home, and then we just got back from our first away game in Minnesota. So we're at 1 win and 1 loss right now, and we're learning a lot and I think improving with every single opportunity. So we're in a very important and very exciting part of our season right now.
And this is your 4th year on Rising? 3rd?
Oh my. Yeah, my first season was 2020, which, didn't have an on-field component to it, but was my first year on the roster. So this, would be my first year as a roster player on Rising. Or sorry, fourth year,
yes.
As a roster player on Rising.
How does this year's team differ from previous teams?
I think we've been tinkering with our offense kind of every year. So we have kind of a new set of offensive tools every year, trying to figure out what is best for all of us. And we always have some new and fun and exciting athletes that come in every year. So it's fun to figure out how those players best play with each other and create a really exciting and explosive team.
Very nice. Anything you've enjoyed watching in this game in front of us here?
Okay, well, so many things. A lot of really fun local players on UVM in Emily Posey and also Lauren, who is not on the field right now. But also got to shout out my slow teammate Rita Fetter, who's playing awesome ISO defense right now. Oh no, not really shout out. I cursed her. This is Rita's first season back after ACL surgery, so a lot of respect and admiration goes to her for coming out and playing fearlessly after such a big recovery and big surgery.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome to stay up in the booth, or if not, thank you for your time. But we'll
thanks
have
for
you for
having
the rest
me.
of the game if you want to keep talking about.
Yeah, keep
what you got you're seeing in front of you.
Keep making me stumble over my words and curse people on the field to get the
I'll hand the
word
mic
deep.
over to Gabe. I think he's looking. Hey, Gabe.
Thanks, Brunch. Down to Leah Silverman, to Posey. UVM playing a lot more of a chilly offense than they have in the past, and I cursed them right there. We got 2 announcers.
You don't want to announce it?
I just shrieked into the microphone, so I think I should pass it back. Oh, Rita, okay, I'm gonna.
All right, well, thank you, Olivia. And go check out Portland Rising.
Very important upfield hold. As I say it slowly, it breaks down.
Give it right back.
Oh, good D from DeCampo. Bound to Posey. Posey with a scooper over the top to Nadia, and that's a score, but there may be a call, and we may be sending it back. There was a brown individual on the floor, and that usually doesn't happen per chance.
Scoopers like that are learned by playing many, many sessions of boot, which Posey has done a lot of in her days.
I will not take any boot promotion right now. A little give and go between Posey and Browning. Posey finds front of the stack to Leah Silverman, and that's a score for UVM, and I believe that is a break.
Broken.
And that is 9-4, Vermont Ruckus. What a beautiful day we got going on today, Brunch.
Just looking at the clouds, they're beautiful. It looks like, how would you describe these clouds?
Scattering.
Yeah, kind of like an ice sheet almost that is melting.
You know, I have a roommate who could actually look at these clouds and tell you exactly what they are. Shout out Eli Standard.
Is he a meteorologist?
He is just a very smart individual. Actually, he's probably conflicted watching this game. If he is, he's a alumni of both of these schools. Won a championship with Brown men's team a couple years ago when they won.
2019.
Yeah, 2019. Little Eli shout out there. Love him. UVM conversing a little bit longer than they should be. Brown O-line waiting to receive the pull here. Upwind pull coming from UVM's Browning.
How many of these UVM players are from Maine, Gabe?
On the field right now,
Not
I
just
can
in
think
general, on the whole roster, if you were to count it. Give us your best guess.
Seven.
Wow.
Seven, if from my knowledge.
That's like a third of the team.
Big poach D there from Browning. Will just try to break that second layer, what they were doing so well earlier, but just couldn't hit the open hands. Browning with the disc. Posey has the reset. Looking upfield to Nadia.
See if they could switch fields here.
Looking to play the reset. Looking to switch the fields there.
Going back to the open side.
Back to open side there with the vision from May Browning. The
Score.
Caroline Stone with an emphatic spike to make the game 10-4.
Yeah, Caroline Stone ran circles around the defender there for the score. Pumped about it. I'd be pumped too if I left my defenders in the dust like that.
This team has a lot of fiery individuals.
It's good to have that competitive mindset, especially when you're competing for, the grand scheme of things. I think UVM has much bigger visions than this game here. So.
Oh yeah.
Competitive fire from the Brown players underneath us as well.
Both teams want to win this game.
Do they? Tell me more, Gabe.
Both teams want to go to nationals, right?
Oh, UVM certainly playing that way. Looks like we got both posies up here on this line.
I don't think we've seen that today.
I don't know that we have. The posies have been dominant players coming up through the youth and high school scene in Maine. Their dad actually was one of the first members of Portland Red Tide, which is the men's club team here, started in 1988, and he runs still to this day the Portland Red Tide annual clam bake tournament, which happens in the fall every year. A tournament that has been going on since, I believe, 1988.
It's a long time.
And one that includes a lot of ultimate, a lot of festivities. Usually comes after the club season's over, so many club players make teams with their friends and just have fun.
Rob to Feder to start off. Feder looking back for Rob. Rob surveying downfield. Finds the vision over to Neptune. Neptune looking back for Rob. Rob trying to go every other. Rob with a big shot. That is a
unable to come
A
down with
very
it.
good throw, just
But there is a call on the play.
A little bit over the head of the defender.
I believe the disc is going to come back. There might have been a foul called there.
The call is travel before the throw, and then it comes back.
Does it? I don't think that's the rule.
I'm not one to make rules.
No observers on this one, but I'm pretty sure play goes on after travel.
I'm pretty sure it's a.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's a turnover.
Yep, and it looks like it's going back now.
It's one of those stall count rules, I believe. Hey, I would have loved to give the disc back to them, though. They keep shooting like that. That was a great throw.
That was a great
Just
throw.
a very unfortunate take of the wind. Break side cut from Stone to start. Scuba fake. Over to Annie. Too many cooks
I'd
in the
expect,
kitchen
there we go. I was about to
there.
say, I'd expect UVM to send someone deep.
Power position from Posey.
And there's another
There's
deep throw,
another
and
power
there it is
position.
to the
Big
other
throw.
Posey. Great D.
Devin Neptune with an important D for Shiver. At a Rob picking up the disc. So you'd expect them to go every other at this point. Kind of the.
Yeah, Robin Federer have really been running the offense here for Brown. Another huck off the start.
Giving their team a chance, keeping it in bounds.
Oh,
Posey gets
comes
that
down with
redemption, wants to shoot it deep, shoots it deep.
I think if she had waited just a second longer, it would have cleared up a little bit. And
She wanted to do it again.
I love it. I love the aggressiveness. I think it's been part of their game plan for this game is to make sure they're putting the disc downfield or deep when they're throwing it downfield.
Another great
Exciting point.
upwind huck.
Lots of
from
hucks.
Shiver, just very unfortunately right out of the reach from the
Our
receiver.
camera guy's getting a workout here.
Up over to Posey. Another main connection right there in that backfield. Posey over to Stone.
And I think there'll be another, nope, no huck there. It's a miscommunication as Posey was running upline and
some
number
conversation.
12 there, Leah, was kind of coming under and they throw was there, but there's a foul called. Federer was tight on defense.
Interesting conversation there.
Rules clarification and a foul, no contest. So UVM will maintain
UVM
possession.
Retains the disc. Swing all the way to the other side of the field. Looking for the huck here. A lot of UVM defenders downfield. There it is.
Oh yeah, that one might have
Posey
enough.
to Nup, and just a little too much. And that has been the downwind huck story for both teams.
Yeah, I think Emily Posey really, if you think about a player that can make any throw, she would be one of them. And you kind of saw it there with catching the disc one way, turning her body and throwing it right across the field to switch fields. And that's very valuable. And I think just some bad decisions there on two of the hucks. But I would bet
if you
she
ask her
cleans
what
it
her
up
weakness
here.
is, the first thing she'll tell you is her decision making sometimes. But she's still one of the strongest players on the field.
Decisive with that timeout call.
That's a veteran call.
The decision making comes with time. You know, it's the game slows down and you have enough poor decisions that you know when to avoid them. And Posey's still, I believe, a junior. Is that correct? Third year?
So. Yeah.
Third year at UVM.
It also shows you the trust they have with each other. In that they're just throwing it downfield and they know that because when it works so well.
Yeah, why not?
Why not just keep doing it? And so you'll take that. But I think that they also trust in that team defense of theirs to huck and they don't get it, then they'll play some defense.
Yep.
They have the bodies to tire themselves out a little bit, especially in a game like this. Last game of the day. You can see the two different energies from the sidelines here during the timeout. Ruckus enjoying a nice little Lion King a cappella session, and Shiver trying to get their sideline talk, or maybe they're playing up, down, up, down.
Now, do you think that Ruckus would be doing the same Lion King huddle if the score was the other way around?
That's a great question, Brunch. That's a great question.
And not that they've been down 10-4 this season, and I don't expect them to be, but I'd be interested to see. I don't know how much adversity they've faced over this year. And
they like to have fun when they're up, and that's one of those things.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there is nothing wrong with enjoying a nice lead, and I believe that they know when to turn it on. And so if they were down 10-4, I believe that they would, you know, maybe playing up, down, like Shiver.
Yeah.
A little bit more of a closer sideline huddle there.
What's your take on the sideline huddle?
I'm not a big spirit guy, Brunch.
No,
I won't lie to you. I'm not a big spirit guy.
I like having all business in the huddle.
Yeah, I want to, especially if I'm down 10-4 or up 10-4. I'm not singing. I'm not a big singer.
And on the frame right now, you can see the infamous 8-person golf cart pulling up and dropping some youngins off. That cart is driven by...
You can just tell those kids are up to no good.
That cart is driven exclusively by Eli Babcock, a Red Tide player and past Carleton cut college player.
Posey over to C. Stone.
Right, let's see
with
if
that
Emily
trust.
Posey's
That's
better
that
on the
trust
receiving
ball
end.
we've been talking about to Posey.
Boom!
Wow, look at that. And she is whittling. That's the decision, right? That's the decision that's based in trust. That's not something that I think coaches would look at and be like, that's a dime. But when you're throwing it to a receiver that you believe in, it's a dime. So good.
A receiver that comes down with it more often than not, I would say. We've seen it both on offense and on defense today.
I called it.
We did call it.
Confirmed they were playing up, down. I love that game.
I thought you didn't like sideline games.
Oh, that's the only sideline game because it's still competitive, you know? You want to win.
Never been a sideline game type of guy, and honestly, I don't really even like the cheers after the games, but I do them because it's the spirit of the game.
Jug, whatever it was.
Which one's that?
What was it? The one with the water bottle that some team at a...
Oh, yeah, when you throw it up in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hate that game.
You know, I like playing Monopoly. Just the board game. It's a good game.
You ever play Ticket to Ride?
I haven't, but I've heard great things. I bet you
game.
I would like it. Hey, Emily Posey, what's your favorite board game?
Ticket to Ride.
Ticket to Ride. I got a second.
Let's go. That's the... No, I was talking about Ticket to Ride. Don't worry about it. You wouldn't get it. Just commentator things.
She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, but she don't care. My baby don't care. How many viewers are we at? Are we losing some?
Drops to 15.
My baby don't care.
Thank you all to the viewers for sticking with us to this amateur.
We take song requests.
Live streaming. Wind is picking up a little bit. It is still coming from right to left, so UVM will be pulling upwind with a Shiver downwind O-line point. Big pull here coming from UVM.
I mean, most people watching this, actually, I don't know what our demographic is, but I do know that the demographic that is playing this game, college students, their attention span is about 30 seconds. And if it's longer than a TikTok, they're not going to watch it.
I wonder if you guys heard my burp. Brown with a couple quick pumps, a little bit of an overthrow to a poached defender, and UVM gets the disc back, picked up by number 38. And it's a rip. Is that a score? And
Yeah,
that's
it
a
is.
score. And that's a 1-2 punch from UVM. And they are making quick work of this Shiver team in the second half.
That was caught by Nadia Scopatone. Scopatoni. I don't know.
I believe it's Scopatone.
Scopatone. What do we got for score here?
It is 12-4.
12-4?
I believe.
Okay. Yeah. And I do believe we have one more game scheduled for the next round. That will be, I believe, a men's game. Probably bracket.
You know, you could just, despite the score, both teams on the sideline are having a good time.
Yeah.
And that's all you can ask for, is fun, ultimate.
Well, and that's, Brown still has a chance to compete tomorrow, so.
Not the end of the world.
Assuming they do fall to UVM here, they'll be playing in the second place quarters tomorrow. And we'll need to win 3 games to advance. Not an easy task by any means,
Been done before.
but can be
Big
done.
pull by UVM. Center to Fetter. Fetter with a break to way to stick with it. Just unfortunately out of the hands of McGinnis.
Again, I expect UVM to stretch the field. Looks like
Initiating cut. A little
open
bit of a
side,
zipper
break
there.
side.
That is also a pretty insane bid attempt from Fetter. That was very. Back to Browning. Browning has plenty of options deep. Decides to just a little bit over the head, and that's that wind taken to effect again. Fetter picks up. Right down to Neptune. Neptune back to Fetter. Fetter back to Neptune, playing a little 2-person game. Neptune.
that's twice, a little bit
Again,
too much edge.
Those upwind hucks are not working for Shiver.
Yeah, that throw needs to come out a little bit lower with a little bit more edge, and I think as the game wears on and players tire out, that's a common mistake there, to not bend the knee and get that body low to really get some.
Again, UVM running a little bit of a zipper look here to 38. Unfortunately, that's an unfortunate turnover,
Foul
and is
called.
there a call?
Contested
And that's a quick
foul call.
send back there, and I like that call from the defender. It looked like a
Did look like a clean D.
clean D, but we're not down there on the field, but it was pretty clean. Going deep again. That is just beautifully put to number 14 on UVM. Bodies out.
Tatum,
Redder. Kubelovic over to Rockefeller. And they connect.
Rockefeller for the score to Cooperlovich. It's like we're starting an oil empire out here.
Oh, I wish. UVM 1 point closer to victory.
Uh, 13-4, I believe, is the score. The scoreboard is not reflecting that on the opposite side of the field.
If I had a nickel.
Any song requests come in over there on the comment feed?
35 years.
More Beatles.
More Beatles?
More Beatles songs.
Has there been any Beatles songs?
Yeah, Ticket to Ride. The one song we did, it's a Beatles song.
Not a big Beatles
No.
guy.
Played a lot of Beatles rock band growing up, so I know a lot of them. You're in luck.
Don't even really know who the Beatles are.
My favorite is Twist and Shout. Well, shake it up, baby, now. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. That's what Ruckus is going to be doing after they win this game.
I'm more of a Riff Raff guy.
Who's that? Is that an artist?
Couldn't tell you.
Riff Raff?
He's an artist.
Yeah.
Kind of.
TikTok artist?
Yeah. I like my screen time at the end of the night, you know?
Yeah. Who needs a good 2-hour movie when you could just spend 2 hours watching 30-second videos on your phone?
I can watch 3 or 4 movies over there.
Man, the stadium media these days is really
Big
changing.
pull out of bounds from UVM.
Oh yeah, Ruckus!
Shiver on the sideline over to Rob. Running a little bit of a slash play over to number 20. Richie with the disc. Moves it upfield to Margit. Just a little bit out of reach again to Shaw. Posey picking up the disc to Posey. Look at that.
Posey.
That's an easy one to Silverman. To Sophia Nolan, another Maine product. To Posey. Unfortunately, just a little too trigger happy there. Campo picking up. A high
Throwing
release
it
backhand. Just it hits the hands a little too high in the air. Picked up by Posey. Looks off Posey.
Good mark
Finds
there.
Posey. To Posey. Posey looking upfield. To Posey. And emphatically swatted away. Rob with the D, picking up the disc. Calls butterfly. Nothing happens. Upfield. Just watches the disc hit the ground. Posey.
See a Posey
Back to Posey.
every other.
To
Oh, that's
deep.
a big huck.
Ultra 24, Muller.
Oh,
Muller
good D.
cannot come down with it. Richie with the D. DeCampo picking up.
Players are tired out there. It's a long point.
DeCampo picking up. Unfortunately, miscommunication there in that backfield reset. Posey picks up, looks for the end zone to Nup.
Oh, through 2 players' hands.
2 players' hands. I think that Shiver defender may have confused them a little bit.
Yeah.
Rob picking up the disc, going downwind. So hope to see maybe a little bit of a deep cut movement here. Maybe even if it's turnover, get the disc away from their end zone. Pumps it off to McGinnis. I believe what Shiver is running is called a tide stack, if I'm mistaken.
It's close to it.
Picking turnover on the sideline from Shiver. Ruckus picking up with the disc. To Posey, to Posey.
Posey
and it
to
works.
Posey.
And that, look at that. Who would have thought? Makes it a 1-point till victory game. What do you think,
Ooh, I'm
Brunch?
at the edge of my seat here. 14-4. Do you think UVM will put out a kill line here, or just kind of keep going with the flow?
I think just, don't fix what's not broken,
Yeah.
They're flowing right now, and all players are getting in and making an impact in the game, so I think it's important for team morale as well. If you don't need to, then don't, is my take. honestly, if I'm coaching here, I'm putting out a line that I know is going to get the job done, though, right?
Yeah.
It's 14-4. You know, stretching this game out any longer isn't really in that best interest for either team. So just, and looks like UVM does kind of put out another line with flow. We see McCarthy out there, and we haven't seen her on a lot this game. Big pull here. I'm looking at these two lines, and I'm looking at a good point. Brunch has an Android for anyone who wants to know.
Don't Android shame me.
Pull from McCarthy, downwind. Caught by Rob. No center there. Setter to number 15 on Shiver. Rodriguez. Rodriguez looking back for Rob. Rob gets maybe a bit of hand block from Acker. McCarthy to Acker. Looks off Nolan. Good 7 cut there from Toppin, and a pick is called. Toppin with the disc, talking to Silverman, and another pick. McCarthy with the disc to Toppin. Toppin gets big for it. Looks off McCarthy. McCarthy kind of working for it in the front. Couple cuts to the front cone. Switching the field from UVM. UVM seems kind of in control right now. Ooh, there it is. There it is. That poach there.
You've had a lot of announcer jinxes today.
That's kind of my thing, man. Rob picking up the disc.
Way to not give up there by Rob.
Over to Devin Neptune. Devin Neptune sends it deep to Fetter. Can Fetter outread? Oh my lord.
Great read by Fetter and
Takes
pointing
her
to where she wants the receiver to go.
That is
to
a
score.
much needed hold from Shiver. They are not going down without a fight.
It's going to be a long fight if they're going to want to stay in this one, though.
It's been done.
It has. They did do this right before.
Makes it.
Okay. They did. They did do something similar before the first half, where they did a hold upwind and then broke downwind. So let's see if they can do that again here.
I believe that was a senior line from Ruckus.
I think it's a little bit too early in the season to be playing senior lines.
Especially with a trip to the finals on the line there, but
yeah,
they do have some powerhouse seniors, I will say,
sure,
put on that line. UVM kind of sticking with a little bit of the same line, and you can see so is Shiver. Gotta love sideline energy.
This is like the least energetic energy I've ever seen, though.
I'd hit those high notes if I can. Can you hear those high notes over there? Can you add auto-tune to me real quick? About to hit a Backstreet Boys solo. Yeah. Gonna need it for sure.
It's gonna be me.
It's gonna be me. Feder with the pull, downwind.
Everyone looked
Great
offsides
pull.
on that one, but we're not calling that in this game.
Posey to Toppin.
Side stack from UVM. Haven't done too much of that today, I think.
Over to Posey. Finding that hole is Toppin. Playing a little bit of a dominator here. Trying
Brown
to work
is
it up
playing
the
his
field.
zone.
Just a little bit of a shreddage there. Over to Stone. Stone with the low release throw.
Oh,
to Acker,
hold on.
And that is the game.
That is a game.
And we have, stay tuned for a post-game interview with Emily Posey herself.
You gonna do it?
I could do it. Yeah. Your chest me to- Hi there, folks. Welcome back to this game. I'm Gabe Smessett here, joined with
Emily Posey.
Emily. How do you think that game went?
It went pretty well. It could have been cleaner, but we punched it in.
What do you think that you guys want to focus on going into tomorrow, where you can clinch a bid to nationals?
I think we should focus on keeping our energy up and not getting down when we have messy points, and also being cleaner and just not having messy points.
So I have to ask, I saw you guys doing push-ups after the game. What's that all about?
We did push-ups for every point that got scored on us today. So 11, I think.
11 push-ups. Wow, I can't do that. And one last question. How does it feel being here on your home turf with the opportunity to go to nationals tomorrow?
It's so much fun. I'm so glad we're at Wainwright. I grew up here, and it's great to be back.
All right, well, thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. Strength versus weakness. Long-term success versus short-term gratification. Building versus decaying. And what's hard about this war is it is you. Both sides. You against you. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
Welcome back to Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine for the Division III Regional College Men's, one of the quarterfinal matches between Bryant in the dark, pulling to Bates in the white, right to left across your screen, and Bates takes over, running near side. Oh,
Bryant's in the
Bryant
zone.
comes out in the zone, and Bates, who's seen it before, playing some relaxed offense, far side of the field, right around midfield, working against, ooh, nice throw. A little zip on it. Near side of the field. For those of you who joined us at 4, we're running a little bit late due to Bryant thinking they were on fields 2 instead of being live streamed, so it took them a couple minutes to get over here, but we're underway now.
Yeah, so everything's going to be extended by 10 minutes for this game, the hard cap, everything else. So, but we're rocking and rolling now. Bates looking nice and patient on this offense. Bryant staying in the zone all the way down the field.
Come on, boys, keep it going.
And they're near side. Bates still with the disc. Have yet to, ooh, nice little cheeky
try.
throw, and right into the
go.
front corner of the end zone for the point. Oh, we have,
looks like we got an injured player.
could be a
he's
cramp.
Cramping up.
Looks like a cramp.
The temperature has dropped. It feels like 15 degrees in the last like half an hour or so. And Bryant's coming over and getting right into it. Didn't really get to warm up because they were late getting here. So not surprised that we're seeing some cramping going on.
Yeah, there's been plenty of water at the field, so this could just be a fatigued muscle and lack of warm-up issue.
This is good spirit by the Bates kids helping him stretch it out before it got too tight.
So they're discussing whether the disc was in the air before the injury occurred.
They're going to count the point.
They're going to count the point. So Bates goes up 1-0 over Bryant.
It's number 30, that's Bushley with the throw on that point, and I need to get a number for the receiver. But yeah, good opening point by Bates. Like you said earlier, they've seen plenty of zone throughout the day today. That zone looks a little different, but really just nice, easy, patient offense, taking what they give him all the way down the field.
Yeah, I was a little surprised in that there were a couple that I thought, a couple of little of those short throws that Bryant could have pounced upon, but they stayed in their formation, and we're relying on Bates to turn it over, make a decision, get a little excited, and Bates did not. So Bates will pull. Right to left across your screen. I am Mike Callahan, along with Tom Myers and our videographer Maxime Rumiel, and Silvio is our other videographer. So we've got a bunch of people up here in the scaffolding.
Yeah, thanks for joining us this afternoon and bearing with us while we had that late start and kind of getting everything going, kind of jumping into it all at once, but we're ready to go now. And yeah, it's 1-0 Bates to start with. So both teams seem to be pretty psyched to be on the live stream. Bates was here in our morning game as well, but definitely, it's always cool being on TV. So
yeah, and you saw a lot of the Bryant players and their parents coming over and getting the QR code for the live stream. Oh, and so the pull goes out of bounds, so we will have a brick. So that's about 20 yards up in the middle of the field. Yeah. And Bryant comes out in a vertical stack offense with one ISO.
Yeah, and we had both teams give us rosters with some names. Mike and I will do our best as we go along, but if we do mispronounce something, let us know in the comments and we'll fix it as soon as possible. There's Bryant going right down the field on the open side, having no issues so far.
Oh,
and that's called the announcer's jinx. As soon as I say that, they make a turnover. I apologize, Bryant.
Way to go, Tony Romo.
Yeah. Bryant setting up the zone, trying to keep it on the sideline here.
So Bates moving the disc, making that cut move. Wow, they're really pinching up hard They got a lot of bodies around the disc. And that's exactly what happens. A lot of throws and one turnover. And that's all it takes. Oh, Bates players run into each other trying to, that was not a pick. That was, yeah.
Bryant looks a little disorganized getting into their end zone offense to start here. But caught the Bates guys out of position. That's number 39, that's Weatherby with the throw. And number 13 with the reception, Morlock for Bryant. 1-to-1. Take advantage of that short field after the Bates turnover there. The Bryant player on that pass didn't get the D, but his presence influenced the receiver and made that catch a lot harder than it could have been.
And so if you're watching the stream, the prevailing wind is pretty steady now and is blowing right to left. And both points have been upwind. So that's some really good offense from both teams.
Yeah, throughout the day today, the wind has picked up. You know, it started kind of like gusty here and there to maybe a little more blustery by game 2 and 3, and now it's definitely like it's there more often than not now. It's definitely something that we'll probably see them impacting some of the throws in this game.
Yeah, and you can trust Bryant to come out in that zone again. They've showed it the first 2 points, so why not keep going till it doesn't work? Nice pull, received by Bates at the front of the end zone.
All right, they're coming in
come
again.
Down in a 4-person cup.
Yeah, they're trying to trap it on the near side here, closer to our camera sideline here. They don't want the disc to go where it's going. They're going away. They want it to stay here. As this game goes along, I'm pretty sure that Bryant is going to be called, they just were, for a double team. They got to make sure that that cup is 10 feet away from the person with the disc, as long as there aren't any other people involved. Oh, bummer.
Crossfield by Bates, fails to connect.
Yeah, that's a hard throw when the wind is gusty.
Yeah, especially that blade. Oh,
Bryant converts.
Very nice offensive point for Bryant.
That's number 19, Emery, to number 23. That's Dorgo. 2-1 Bryant. So Bryant, we've yet to see the offense have to go anywhere near a full field. They've taken 2 turnovers close to the end zone and punched them in. Good for you. You've got to take advantage of that, of those easy offensive points, especially in a game like this in quarterfinals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Bates does to adjust to that 4-person cup. See if they kind of do what they were doing for a lot of the early part of that point, which was, you know, a 2-foot pass. You know, it's hard to show patience all the way up the field when each pass is 2 feet because you're using a lot of energy to get those 2 feet in a lot of cases.
Well, when you have a 4-person cup like that, it's really hard to go. Bates, earlier in the day, was trying to go through the cup and trying to move the cup and go through them to their cutters. It's really hard to do that with a 4-person cup. The lanes are really tight. So I would hope to see them make an adjustment by bringing another handler back and maybe trying to either go around more or crash the 4-person cup from behind. Instead, they're choosing to go with an over-the-top scuba, which works when the wind has died down, but it's going to be tough if the wind picks up again.
So there's a lot of space in that cup now. That's what you need right there, that little outlet near the sideline. Now they'll try and trap it on the sideline.
There, that's what I'm thinking from what 21 was trying to do.
Yep.
Kind of get there and get through the cup that way.
Near sideline. Oh, got a little too cheeky with that.
Yep, Snyder with the turnover, 13.
In travel.
That's Morlock again, getting tall with those long arms there to make that play.
Deep throw to the middle of the field,
Nice
towards the end zone, and
15.
Caught in the end zone by Bryant to take the 3-1 lead over Bates.
Thomas runs it down. And that's Emery with the put there. That was a nice put into the breeze there. that worked out really well too, because he threw it with a ton of velocity, but the wind kind of made it kind of hold up so his receiver could run under it. Bates just needs to recollect, take an extra little bit. They need more action around the disc, not to necessarily crowd, but they need more options to get through that cup, because now they've tried to go over the top. That doesn't really work, especially not when there's this gusty wind. So they're gonna have to try and figure this out before this gets any more. Bates is showing them, Bryant is showing themselves very capable at taking advantage of turnovers.
Yeah, and now with Bates going upwind again, they gotta, if they don't get the score, they're at least gotta move it close to the end zone to make Bryant go the length of the field.
They've added a third person back. I almost wonder if they need to maybe either do a fourth, or to have somebody really kind of be like, just take one for the team and pop through the cup from the back, just to make the cup react and move, because right now they're not having to move at all.
Nope.
All the Bates poppers, like number 18 right now, is just hanging out behind, and there's no room to get him the disc whatsoever. He's got to get in and through. Get in and through and make them move, and then go afterwards. There you go.
And attack the middle, just like that. Good work.
There you go.
They're getting movement from the cup with their face.
Yep. They need another cut now. Yeah, there.
And Bates, far sideline. Moving against the cup. Ooh, and that's why you run through the desk on defense. Because you get Ds like that.
Well,
Bryant with the desk.
18 for Bates was kind of making a flat cut sideways, and just the defender was able to take the direct line to it. So
Bates trying to play defense with Bryant middle of the field, in their half of the field. Moving towards the sideline, deep throw into the end zone, a little bit too far for his teammate.
Bates 99 there. Van Dusen, he knew he was burned by 19 for Bryant. He was yelling for help, but there was no help coming. He was the last guy back there. Lucky that there was just too much on that throw. But now this turnover lets Bates set up, let's Bryant set up the zone defense exactly the way they want. Bates needs to work hard starting from their own end line.
You gotta be smart, aggressive. A lot of people around the disc. Oh, you don't need that. But Bates comes down with it. Floaty disc. Anyone gonna help him out?
So the dispute here is the only person who can call a double team is the person holding the disc. His teammates cannot call it for him, and that's what happened there. His teammates were calling it for him. They're right, it was absolutely double team. All four of the Bryant people were in too tight.
Yeah, Bates is just out of sorts. They haven't adjusted to this four-person cup. And
nice
bid. I'm not sure if it was the defender or just flashed in his face. But that was a really nice effort.
Those 21 trays for Bates. Even if he doesn't get it, he makes that play happen by just that awesome effort.
Yeah, they got to bring another person back so that they can get those through the cup throws.
Come on, defense, stay on it.
Bates moving the disc on their own end line.
Oh, so we got an ankle turn in the end zone.
An injury.
Either Bates needs to put somebody, help somebody back to move that around, or just when they do get it sideways, they don't have the next cut because their wings, like number 30 here on the sideline, are too far downfield to be an option for them to get the next throw. They need to get it around and up the field or through and up the field, but they're only being able to go sideways. They're not able to go down the field right now.
Their fakes are good. They're getting the cup to react. They just need to figure out where the person needs to be behind that.
Now they need the next one. That's where that wing on the far side has to be coming down to get an extra 15, 20 yards, because now they're right back where they were.
Trying to avoid getting trapped on the sideline.
This is a matchup of patience and will right here. Bates has to just be patient. The holes are there, they have to find them, and the Bryant guys are just getting more and more tired as they run back and forth.
And immediately get it out of the cutter's hand. And Bates still moving the disc, still with the disc.
That's
yeah.
And those are the throws that Bates has to avoid.
And Bryant with the disc near sideline. Still with the disc near sideline, trying to punch it into this corner. Nice cut to get open. Can they shut the sideline down? Bates trying to get a defensive stop here. Middle of the field. Around the 8. Oh, wanted the scuba, thought better of it.
Nice throw.
On the goal line. Bryant with the disc, moving the disc. This is really good patience by Bryant.
Patience and good defense by Bates too, not really giving up anything in the end zone right now.
Yeah, they've gone to like a moving mark, mostly a straight up mark to try and we have a pick call.
Trying to, instead of just trying to affect every throw, just being active and affecting everything instead of more stagnant and taking away half the field.
Near side, and that's going to be a point.
That's coming back. No, there's a pick called.
Oh, that's another pick call.
Yep. So the discussion between the players is whether or not whether or not a pick happened, but whether or not the pick actually would have affected the play, given the distance the base defender was right on the edge of being 10 feet away.
Bryant with the disc. Oh,
bummer.
One unforced error there.
Yeah.
Again, the slick feel is definitely having an effect. Four-person cup again.
Yeah, this is definitely a very effective cup. This group works together as a unit really well. That was a really, really tight throw.
And if you notice with this cup, even though they work really well together, when Bates does get the swing off like that, they're not sprinting full speed like we saw in the earlier game. They're taking away angles and forcing Bates to rethink their throws.
Well, but there's a foul called here. But because there's a four-person cup, their wings are able to play even wider, closer to the sidelines, which when Bates does get through, then they're able, the wings are already in place to kind of shut things down and kind of push things back into the cup that is coming from the other direction. So it looks like the foul was called and it is Is that a contested foul?
Oh, gets the wide swing off. Another wide swing, wide side of the field. And again, you look at the Bryant Cup and they're just totally under control. They are running, but they're not sprinting, they're running as a unit. Very nice defense. Oh, and good offense by Bryant to the corner of the end zone for a score.
Emery again, this time to Burns for the score. Bryant 4, Bates 1. On that last one too, like Bates got a little ahead of themselves. They threw it after one cut, but the cutter was making another one. They weren't really aware. This is what a really good cup can do to an offense. It has completely disrupted what Bates wants to do. And like it's not, like an outlandish, tactic or strategy that Bryant's doing. It's just they're doing the same thing on every point. And it is frustrating Bates to no end.
And maybe one of the things that we talked about off camera when we were watching watching the UVM Brown game earlier, where you have normally you don't like to have the dump directly behind the disc, but maybe in this case, you have the dump behind the disc and 2 swings available right off of that, so you can go in either direction, just to get a little breathing room from the cup.
Well, and what will most likely happen if Bates were to do that instead of dump up directly behind the disc is that cup will move, because that cup doesn't necessarily want that dump to happen. The cup will move because that's the easier throw, and that means there will be a bigger gap somewhere else that will be a harder throw, but that's the throw that you could take advantage of that they don't have that option right now, so that would be something that they could try that might be effective. That, and Bryant is really quick and very opportunistic. Once they get a turn, they are just gone. It's like a track meet down the field. They're just super quick, super fast. They're just like looking to score as quickly as possible, and they're doing a great job.
But they're doing a good job of being being quick, but not impatient.
Correct.
They're taking the smart throw. So Bates will take the disc right around midfield, towards the far sideline.
And it again.
4-person cup again. And Bates gets the disc back, and there is a gamble. That could open things up for Bates, but it closed down really nicely by Bryant. And again, trying to go over the top of the cup.
Good defense. That's
unsuccessful for Bates.
23, that's Dorgo with the defense for Bryant.
Near sideline, looking to punch it in. And we have Bryant with the disc, middle of the field. Nice break force throw there. And to the corner.
He dropped it. Oh, bummer.
Couldn't quite come up with it.
He just sometimes drops happen. It's unfortunate.
But you're playing such good defense. They're struggling so much.
Nice throw. But that's a throw, that's a choice going in this direction with the wind that really you don't have going in the other direction.
Correct. Oh, nice. Right along the sideline, near side of the field, near the end zone. Oh, that was cheap. Bates swinging it. And into the end zone to get another score, to kind of crawl back into this
Bates
game.
needed that one in a big way. That's, I believe, number 30. That's Bushley with the reception, and I think that was Shark Chessa with the throw, I believe. Yeah, Bates needed that. That was great job getting it across the field. And yeah, I mean, the defense seemed, Bryant seemed content to let them go up the sideline. So go for it. Especially if you have the throws to be able to get it off the line once you're there. That hammer throw opened up everything because it got them past not only the cup but also the next level. It got them down to where they just could just the next 2/3 of the field happened in the blink of an eye.
And that was just really and that's the thing, against the zone. All you really need is, if you get a little bit of breathing room, you can really exploit it, and that's what Bates did that time. Now we'll see how they can do the next time, especially when it's against the wind, and those hammers and scoobers are a lot more difficult.
Well, now we get to see Bryant have to go the whole field on offense, which we haven't seen a lot of. So how Bates is going to get back in this is bringing that intensity on defense. They're down 2. They need to generate some stops here, but we haven't really seen Bryant have to work on offense down the field yet. They've been able to score off of turnovers. So let's see how they look with a full field to go here. And what does Bates choose to do on defense?
Bates pulling left to right on your screen to Bryant in the dark. Bates in the white.
Bates is coming zone.
That's what it's looking like. And they're
doing their own 4-person. Yeah, they're going to try and do it right back to him again. Whoa, and 99 almost had that. Ooh, that was close.
So Bryant just in front of their own end zone.
And now, so the difference here is, Bates has that. Miller, he saw that over the top going, and he decided he was going to eat that for an early afternoon snack.
Oh, and Bryant immediately gets back into that zone. That's when you know that you are, when you commit to one type of defense and you automatically fall into it, and there's no thinking involved. And now we have a hammer to the far sideline for Bates.
Snyder to Bushley. Bushley's caught all 3 of Bates' scores, I think. That was big there. A difference between so both teams are choosing to run a 4-person cup. A difference between their different strategies is Bryant is forcing to one side of the field permanently. Bates is forcing forcing to whichever sideline is closer, which makes it much easier, makes less running for the cup to do, but it asks a little more of the wings to kind of do a little more work because they're going to be constantly pushing it into the wings and to the sides, as opposed to Bryant that's just kind of like working, kind of pushing things more toward the middle.
And it's hard if you're a wing and you have to pinch in, and the offense has the wind at their back. You're going to have to make a decision. I got to take something away. What can I take away?
I actually did it myself. You weren't listening.
So we have Bates in the white, down by a point, pulling to Bryant in the dark, right to left across your screen. This point brought to you by Portland Rising, portlandrising.me, Portland's own female and non-binary professional ultimate team in the Premier League. Go to their website for tickets for their next game, May 18th against Washington, D.C. team. And the pull is up. Nice pull into the middle of the end zone. And Bryant with the disc. Again, Bates coming out in that 4-person. Forcing, you may have heard, home, so they're forcing towards where all their stuff is.
Well, also look at the mark being set up here by 99. If they get to set it up again, I'll show you what I mean, but he's actually behind the disc. He's taking the dump away.
Approached edge of restricted
He's taking
zone.
the dump away and forcing them to go where they're going right now. But by taking up that more space, though, the gaps downfield are a little bit wider than what Bryant's looks like.
And Bryant's throwing deep into the end zone and defended by the deep there.
Stark Chessa closing the gap and denying that look.
Getting a little bit, and that's the thing with the zone. Sometimes you think that throw is open, but you've got the deep, risky over the top throw, but now everything is wide open for
approached edge of
field,
restricted zone.
Still, they turn it over.
Bummer.
Ill-advised turnover.
They had it.
Bates returning to that 4-person cup. Near sideline for Bryant with the disc. Hammer across the field.
That was great defense by Bates, number 30, on that crash coming through the cup. He saw it coming, happened right in front of him, and he jumped in the lane and made sure it didn't happen. It forced the Bryant player to take the hammer afterwards. Oh, with the hat in one hand, he catches it with both.
Oh, but the throw is down.
Oh, the
hat's broken, that's why.
The hat didn't disrupt the catch, it disrupted the throw afterwards.
So Bryant falls into that cup again, and again, a hammer over the top. But if you're Bryant, you'll take that because it's hard catch
nice
to complete.
Catch. Going in this direction, though, Bates, in particular number 19, Snyder, who's the best thrower on the team, seems very comfortable as he throws a lefty scuba downwind.
Oh, and that's another one that's a dangerous play. Oh, and we have a couple dinged up players. some dispute over this call,
Mm-hmm.
whether he could have gotten to it or not, whether the disc was past him or not. It was a dangerous play. We have no observers here, so...
I'm a little surprised that we don't have observers in this game.
Yeah, this is a quarterfinal game. Maybe they're at the other quarterfinal game. Bates with the disc, tapping the disc in. Bryant falling back into that four-person cup. Bates holding, driving it to the far sideline. Trying to get space. Bates with the disc. Another hammer to the near sideline. Holding.
Approached edge of restricted zone.
Good fake there. Get the player out of position. Swing it across the field. Bryant really starting to pinch down a little bit now, trying to get that turnover.
You see how patient Bates is on offense. So they're not forcing anything right now. The only thing remotely risky is when Snyder has it, he's throwing these. But even then, he's picking really good places to throw those where there's no defenders anywhere near.
Like right there.
Like right there. I mean, there's no one around, so like, yeah, it's a riskier throw, but there's no defender in the area. So like, he's confident we'll hit that throw, and he's got room to make a little bit of, he doesn't have to be perfect.
And there's
is another
one into the end zone, back line of the end zone.
That's
to even the game up.
But like, I mean, like you said before, Mike, too. I mean, that's Snyder with what, 4 upside downs for the last like 30 yards of that possession. Like, that's the defense. If that's the throw that Bates has to make to score a point, if you're Bryant, you're walking back saying we did our job.
Yeah.
Like, because those are working now. It is nothing to say that they will work the whole game, and like those are hard throws.
Yeah.
And you know, that means that you're doing your job, and that's the only option that he has.
Correct.
And from what we've seen so far, that works going from right to left. It does not work going from left to right. So like that only, you know, he can't do that the whole way down the field. It is just frustrating knowing that like you're playing good defense, and yet here he is just dropping these over your head the whole time.
And you know, like you
Ryan's calling
earlier,
a timeout.
They are in this direction. In particular, he's putting them in the only space, or in the space that's hard to defend.
Yep.
So we do have a timeout on the field called by Bryant.
And before I jump into one of our main ultimate events, that was Sean Mathias on the receiving end of that catch there. I just wanted to make sure we shouted that out. But Maine Ultimate has an event coming on June 22nd. Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament that day in Bingham, Maine. You get 4 games of Ultimate, a shirt, lunch, you access to trainers, and a great time. And then on Sunday, you get to raft down the Kennebec River. Like, it's been, you know, some would say that it's the ride of your life. Class 2 to 4 rapids, some rapids like Little Taster, the Rock Garden, like just a few of the waves that you will experience. So that sounds like a really good time. You get some Ultimate, and you get to raft down the Kennebec River. That sounds awesome. Check out mainultimate.org for more information.
Also, if you have if you're interested in Ultimate, or you have kids interested in Ultimate, we have summer leagues, youth summer leagues, adult summer leagues. So something for all ages to get involved and play this wonderful sport that all of us have come to love and probably play well past our primes.
Yes, health, and as long as the knees and ankles will allow.
Yeah. One of our other sponsors is Portland Rising. Hopefully you've heard us mention them before, but if you're just tuning in, Portland Rising is Portland's women's and non-binary professional ultimate team in the Premier League, and they have a game coming up Saturday, May 18th versus DC Shadow. Tickets can be found at portlandrising.me. So Bryant took a timeout here because Bates went on a little run and they just wanted to catch their breath. What do you think the coach is telling them?
I think the Bates coaches are telling them to just continue doing what we saw them doing on the last couple of points, which is really just taking their time, like methodically working it down the field, not necessarily all the scoobers and the upside downs, but even without that, just take your time and work it slowly down the field. And if you have to swing it back and forth 10 times, get that Bryant Cup tired, and that's when the gaps are going to start to show up. I think Bryant, there's been a lot of calls. It's not, I wouldn't necessarily call it a chippy game yet, but there have been some things that they've been showing some frustration, and I think they've allowed some of that to disrupt their own rhythm and their own flow. And so I think they need to just kind of block out any of that, and just, if they continue playing their game so far has been generated off of that defense. So when that defense is locked in, they're generating turns, and then they're getting instant offense. We have a short field, and I think Bryant's going to want to bring back the intensity on defense, and that's how they're going to get to tip the momentum back in their favor here.
Yeah, and just looking at the sideline and players on the field, they're still angry about some of those calls. And some of those calls, quite frankly, are legitimate. So. But when you allow that frustration in, if you can't flush it out, it can really negatively affect your game. Or if you can channel it, you can focus and you can come out and play really, really good defense. So let's see how Bryant handles this.
And this is where, like, if I was coaching Bryant, I would use something that I used when I was coaching high school ultimate, and I would remind them to be a goldfish. Not because you are like going to be eaten by a shark or something, but just have a really short memory. The previous point doesn't matter. The previous play doesn't matter. This is what matters. This point, one at a time. Just forget it and move on.
Bryant moving against that four-person cup. Now they're trying to really squeeze down with that cup, but a little over the top.
Nice catch.
Risky throw, turns out fine. Ooh, beautiful throw. Oh, that is going to be
bummer.
A foul. That is a dangerous
he
play.
knows it.
That one's actually a foul.
I think what they're discussing is whether it's, number one, are you okay? So please stay out of this conversation. And is that a point, or is that go to the front of the end zone?
Yeah, so that was the right call, the good spirit by 72 on Bates. That situation could have gotten ugly in a heartbeat had the Bates player reacted negatively to the Bryant player unnecessarily in putting his perspective into the conversation. I don't think the Bates player was ever going to contest that foul. I think he wanted to just make sure that the guy was okay.
And I think he wanted to know where the disc was going to be, whether it was in the end zone or at the front of the end zone.
Yeah, that was something where, like, it didn't look like it was necessarily intentional for the base person to make contact, but he knew that it was forceful and violent, and that the Bryant player very easily could have been very injured.
All right, so Bryant retakes the lead, 5-4, pulling.
Got a roller.
Left, forehand roller, even better. So Bates trying to get the disc moving before the zone gets set up, but only can get one throw off before that happens. So they're trying to throw to just force Bates into making a mistake. Bates trying to show patience, moving the disc,
There you go.
Gets it to the wide side of the field.
Tyler, you have one.
Again, back to the middle of the field. Good job by the cup that time.
This is
Getting that
important.
mark on.
The last couple throws, these handlers have not held the disc for more than 2 or 3 seconds at a time to really not allow that 4-person to really set up and then tighten up.
Yeah.
Like keeping the throwing lanes open, because now you see they're getting tighter.
Oh, yep. And almost had the bid on the D there.
Because here comes 13 tightening up also. Like now they gotta go to this.
No continuation though, so that was good by the Bryant defense.
Yeah, number 19 out here on the wing in the blue hats doing a good job of shutting continuation.
Fly
down.
with caution.
Now that is available, so you get the wide swing. Unable to see that, and that is another hammer to the end zone.
Nice catch.
And caught by the Bates receiver over
19
the
to
defender.
99. That's Van Dusen on the reception. He's just taller than the Bryant player.
Yeah, sometimes being tall helps. So
Yeah.
Bates will be pulling to Bryant. Bryant will have the win. Now it's 5-5.
5-5. And that's there was an over-the-top throw, I think, from number 19, like just before that went like over the top to the center, like in the middle of the field, and that's where, like, when you play a 4-person cup, that's where the 4th person comes from. Is they come from that middle zone. They come up closer to the disc, and to kind of take away that short throw space. But that means those 2 wings that are behind cannot divide this. There's too much space for 2 people to cover. So there's going to be a gap somewhere, and that's where the gap is. Another difference with the way the Bates zone works. When Bates throws their 4-person, those 2 wings are really kind of leaving one entire half of the field almost open, and they're kind of running back and forth. But the person on the far side is really kind of step into the middle. The Bryant guys are not really doing that. They're leaving that middle of the field wide open. It's just different choices of how you want to play. But this is where, like, that thrower, particularly the Bates thrower number 19, is really taking advantage of any space over the top there.
So Bates will be pulling left to right across your screen. Game knotted up at 5. And the pull is up, and it'll be a little short of the end zone. So Bryant will get started. 4-person cup.
Yeah, and see how tight number 11 is here on the wing. He's playing the wing, but he's way in tight. Now he's going to widen out, and the far side, number 19, is going to come back in, taking the middle away.
If you can get it to the, if you can get a swing off and a second continuation, that wide side will be open.
Yes,
but that is hard
that throw
to do.
right there. But they're fine with that. Bates is fine to let that happen, because nothing else. If nothing else after that happens, you don't have any issues.
Good bid there by the Bates defender, trying to take advantage. Oh, that was a nice little step around by the Bryant handler, unable to connect.
That's tough. That's a 10-yard pass that's coming in real hot. You got to be ready for that. That was filthy. That was, the silence said that was filthy. It absolutely was, and so was that one. Oh, bummer. It's just definitely a foul, but his teammate, number 99, really hung him out to dry by running past him like that, pulling his defender to just invite, like, there was no way there wasn't going to be contact on that based on where 99 has put himself and his defender.
So can you call a pick and a foul at the same time? That's the real question.
I don't know if it matters.
So Bates with the disc near the front of the end zone,
catch.
Going up to get it. Bates showing patience here.
There you go, throw him in the end zone, yep.
Right into the front corner of the end zone.
Miller to start, Chessa for Bates. Bates is rolling now. It was 4-1 Bryant, and now it's 6-5 Bates.
Yeah, Bates has adjusted. They've adjusted their vision. They are not. They're starting to see where those defenders are trying to hide themselves to bait those throws.
This is, I mean, I would have made an adjustment from Bryant's perspective earlier, maybe during the last timeout, and just tweaked the zone a little bit instead of just running the same thing over and over again, because you know a good team is going to start to figure it out. I would have maybe tweaked something, just move a player a little differently, maybe not a full 4-person, maybe drop that person out a little bit, or maybe run a 2-4-1 to make it look like a 4-person cup, but it's not. Something to just to keep Bates on the toes, to be like, oh, we think we figured this out and it looks the same, but it's not the same, because then you can always go back to the first one again later if you want to, instead of allowing Bates the time to figure it out, and now they have figured it out now, and now they're rolling, and now you've got a really confident team, whereas Bates was really struggling with they were quite dejected to start, and they were hesitant and they were not making good choices, and now this is the Bates team that we expected to see.
So they come out with their own 4-person, trying to force sideline, take the dump away. Oh, nice throw through. Oh, good holster right there.
But they weren't able to get it out of this place, so the cup didn't have to move that far.
Nope.
That's into the wind.
Crossfield hammer, but
nice throw.
It was, it held up enough for 39 to get there.
I don't think I could have thrown that. I think the wind would have killed mine.
Nice toe work by the Bryant offensive player there.
Yeah, 39 of Bryant. With Weatherby on the sideline.
Breaking that cup. Now moving the disc near side of the field. Oh, good fake.
Yeah, that got 18 out of position. But again, minimizing the damage here. They haven't been able. There it is again.
Yep. Oh, and that could be a point.
Ooh, nice catch.
Beautiful layout for a point.
Weatherby goes and gets it. 15 Thomas with the assist.
And get back to 6-6. See if that, not just the score, but the way you score,
Absolutely.
Sometimes a layout either on offense or indeed just get your team
Look at what happened to the disc. It looks like a taco now.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. You can still play with that.
Gonna get a new one? There's no way that disc is flying straight now.
Are you sure?
You can.
That's what we were saying. Right?
I mean, I like tacos. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Well, you guys are on offense, so.
That is true. It's in your best interest.
Yeah.
So we have a 6-6 game now between Bryant and Bates. It looks like, did Bates call a timeout, or are they just calling a line? Who knows what's going on, but we'll be ready to pull in a moment. We'd also like to thank another one of our sponsors, Port Property. Port Property has over 1,400 apartments in the southern Maine area, and they are one of the longtime partners of Maine Ultimate. So go to portproperty.com if you are looking for an apartment or a home to buy. Bryant, I'm guessing they're going to come down in the zone. That would be my guess.
I mean, we haven't seen anything else except that, even though, the wind has been pretty consistent, so it's not like windy, but it's enough to make the zone effective.
Yep, and the pull is down. Bates will take it in front of their own end zone.
And this is important too, that Bates hasn't always been able to do, is move the disc around before the zone can set. So the cup is coming down the field and they're not able to stay in structure as they're trying to adjust to where the disc is at the moment.
Oh, and they found the spot in the zone, and Bates moves it up. Oh, nice grab on a potentially floating disc. Bates, far sideline.
That Bates
moving it back to the middle.
The Bryant Cup initially was nowhere near as tight as it has been throughout the games so far. They're tightening up now, but even then they're going right through it.
Yep, Bates moving the disc near side. Oh, we find a scuba again into the end zone. Over the defenders.
Snyder to Van Dusen. I believe that was a no-look scuba. I think Snyder was looking to his left and then he threw it.
Is there any other kind of
right.
scuba to throw? I mean, really?
Depends on if you want to turn over or not.
What's the point if it's no luck? All right, so the Bates now pulls into the lead 7-6. So if they can get the turn, get the break, get it to half, or will Bryant come back and tie this exciting, sometimes contentious game? That'd be very exciting for us.
And not to take anything away from that, I mean, that was fantastic offense on that point. The wind was the calmest it's been the entire game on that point, which made me think that I'm like, wait, what direction were they going in? Because it looked like they were going downwind, but they were going, that was an into the wind point, technically. Got a timeout called here by Bryant. I think they want to rest some people. They want to kind of maybe they're going to think about rehashing what this looks like, because they never really did get set up and locked in like they had on the previous points. And you saw what happens when you're not, when those lanes are just a little bit wider, and Bates just carved it like a hot knife through butter.
Well, and from our perspective, we can see that the Bryant roster is much smaller at this tournament than the Bates roster. So giving their players an extra blow in the middle of a game, in the middle of a half, to just kind of gather themselves so they don't allow Bates to take it to half without another score. So that's probably a good move by the Bryant coach there. So it'll be interesting to see, again, like you said, that Bryant Cup, that last point, had a lot more flexibility in it, which was not what they wanted. They wanted to be a little bit tighter. Bates' own cup, because of the differences, they've been able to hold it tighter.
Well, the priorities are just a little different. Bates is designed, their cup is kind of designed to shut the dump away and force like longer cross-field throws, which Bryant has not always been willing to do. Whereas the Bryant cup is kind of more just like kind of trying to push Bates to one side, but really, I mean, because of the throws that they're each kind of designed to force, and which throws are kind of allowed, that they're okay with, basically based on the design. The Bryant Cup is much more particular about having to be like, that setup has to be perfect. Like they have to be in alignment and really in unison. You have a little more margin of error, in my opinion, with how Bates is setting theirs up. They can kind of move around, a little more and still be accomplishing the goals while still forcing that harder throw, if that makes any sense.
And as you mentioned, with the way that Bryant's playing that cup, they're they are leaving, to a certain extent, their wings on an island and saying stay wide, stay wide, stay wide, whereas Bates is pulling him in and saying, go ahead, go wide. So if Bryant can get that extra throw and go wide, that entire side of the field is going to be open.
Well, Bates has to, because the way their cup is designed, the gaps in the middle are larger, so they have to pull the wings in, or else if they don't, they will get carved up just like Bryant did on that last one. So they have to set it up this way.
So Bryant with the disc, far side of the field, through the cup.
And that's where they need number 8, who just got the disc here, to do that quicker. He needs to be in motion while that disc is being thrown to 19 to get out here faster so they can get the next one before the cup sets up again.
Just a little sloppy with that. Bryant had that open and just at the feet of the cutter. So now Bates moving, kind of catching that Bryant cup in between, not ready to play defense. Oh, and right in the front of the end zone, waiting for a cut.
Now go backwards to go forwards. Yep, go back out again.
Easy reset. Trying to see. Showing patience this time. Bates moving the disc. Bryant getting it, staying in that cup. Good job. Oh, nice fake there. Good patience by the Bates team here. See if it pays off.
Because you know that 19 has wanted to throw an upside down one like 5 or 6 times already, and he hasn't yet, which is good for him. Oh, there he did.
There it is. Far side of the field, Bates with the disc.
Oh, he slipped.
The slip on the field gets the Bryant player.
Van Dusen with another score for Bates.
And that means Bates will take it to half, up 8-6.
Yeah, you're right.
Again, we're on a little bit of a slick field. It's still early spring, so some of the footing can be questionable. And that definitely came to bite Bryant on that particular point. We will be back in a few moments after this halftime.
And welcome back to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. We're here for the second half of Division III Men's Regionals. This is a quarterfinal game between Bates in the white pulling to Bryant in the black jerseys receiving. The score is Bates 8 and Bryant 6.
And Bates comes back in that cup. Near side to the far side. Nice swing there.
The wind continues to die down, so I'm guessing we're going to see more and more over-the-top cool things.
Oh, that was
close.
Yeah. Bryant moving the disc against this. Wow, they're just shredding right now. This. Oh, good.
Well, where the cup is setting up and the way that they're taking away the dump pass, that pass that they've been making over to the wing is open to number 13. I'm surprised they haven't made a little adjustment because there's nothing downfield that the base player needs to be worried about.
Yeah, they're marching. Can Bryant show the patience they need to score here? So in the end zone, oh, quick tap in, and that's a score. That's it. You don't have to wait for the defense to set up.
No, Thomas to Weatherby. Yeah, like as soon as you tap it in, as soon as you acknowledge that you are back out of the end zone and in the field to play, this is live.
So that makes it 8-7 in favor of Bates, with Bryant pulling. With again, there's still a little bit of a wind, but it's really starting to be a non-factor.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to have to keep an eye on the clock also. We were just informed that we're going to have our time cap's going to go off at 5:35. So that's only 20 minutes from now. So Bryant is going to want to tie this game up as quickly as possible, and definitely not want to get down by more than one, as we're rapidly coming to the end of our dead day today.
So Bryant in the dark jerseys and pulling right to left to Bates in the white, assuming we'll see that four-person cup again from Bryant. And we do.
Yep.
Oh, and that is open. Bates, their own end, in front of their end zone.
No, they've made an adjustment. Look at how wide it is.
Yeah, it is a much wider
They're
cup.
not chasing it either.
And they're pinching in with their wings, so they're not leaving the middle wide open.
Oh, it's really
So Bryant,
switchy. It's not a four-person cup anymore.
No, it's much more of a 2-4-1.
It's a 2-4-1 now. Yeah, because 34 and 15 are the guys on the bookends, and 19 and 13 are in the middle. Yeah, so they're really trying. They've gone to a whole different look.
Oh, and that foul, but that wasn't
As much contact as there was, it could have been a million times worse.
Yeah, and that was more the offensive player running into space where the defender was and initiating the contact. So Bates with the disc near side, swinging the disc back and forth. Again, middle of the field. Taking what's there. Oh, a little
Nice
bit of
catch.
an iffy pass there, but a great catch.
Got a hand, put a hand on the ground and made sure that it wasn't going to hit the turf at all.
Far sideline, Bates with the disc. Bryant tightening up their cup. Oh, and right up the sideline. Oh, great throw and great catch by Bates there on the far sideline in the middle of the end zone.
That was Miller with that great throw. Right down the line, and Edmonds Estes with the good footwork on the other end.
I mean, the really nice thing is he's running up that sideline. He's waiting for the disc to come back instead of going out and grabbing it. He's waiting for it to come back so it's inbounds when he catches it. Excellent job by the receiver.
He can do that when the thrower threw it that it will come back.
Yeah.
Sometimes the angle's a little off and it's going away and you got to go make a play.
Well, and with that, with that new defense that Bryant was playing and pinching those wings in, now those sideline throws are open.
Mm-hmm.
So Bates takes the 9-7 lead now.
I wonder, well, if Bryant just chooses to stay with this different look, how much success they're going to have, because odds are high that Bates has seen a 2-4-1 like this and have probably practiced quite a bit against it. So it's something that it looks like they saw it and were very confident that they knew where to go, where the gaps were going to be, which we didn't see that reaction when they saw the four-person for Bryant earlier in the game.
So Bryant receiving the disc, getting it a little bit in their own end zone, middle of the field.
Bates going person. Bates deciding that the wind is no longer enough of a factor to play zone.
But they are playing a little bit straight up. Not entirely straight up, but a little bit. And Bryant turns it over, trying to get big. Number 13 trying to get big. Oh, nice throw, but just out of reach of the Bates receiver.
99 trying to high point it there, and he misjudged it just a bit. It's unfortunate because he had time to just kind of park under it, but he attacked it. You can never fault someone for going up and attacking. He just missed it.
Well, and that's what it looked like. It looked like he felt someone coming and he wanted to make sure he got there before the defender did. Yeah. So Bryant takes over now on their own end line, middle of the field. Get that nice little break force throw off. That's a live throw. Oh, unforced error there.
19 was thinking about his throw before he caught the disc.
And we have a hammer to the back, and nice job by the Bates player to come down with that. The Bryant player doing the wise thing and not plowing him over for a dangerous play, just trying to get position and get the disc. So now that makes it 10 to 7 in favor of Bates.
Yeah. Van Dusen getting big in the air, ripping down that hammer. I think Snyder would have liked it a little further out so he didn't have to go up with a defender coming in his face, but...
Please don't kill me.
Please don't
kill me. Hey, I got it. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, good job there by, and Bates coming up with something new with playing person defense.
Playing person defense.
Saying, all right, well, let's see what happens here. See if we can throw him off, and yeah, just an unforced error there for Bryant.
We haven't seen Bryant's number 19, Emery, really huck a downfield throw today. Had he completed the catch of that disc, he had 15 Thomas with about 7 to 10 yards of separation going deep into the deep space. So if he catches that and puts it in the field of play, that's probably a point for Bryant. So I feel like good on Bates for taking advantage of the turnover, but they need to make sure that they don't allow the easy access to the deep space. That's the way, if they're going to play person defense, that's what Bryant will do to get back into this game quickly.
Yeah, they just turn that under. Try and get on top and turn it under.
Mm-hmm.
So Bryant receiving, right side of your screen. And the pull is up. They'll get it towards the far sideline. Middle of the field.
Zone again going this way.
Yep, back into that four-person, and
nice catch.
Just
Morris going in and affecting that play. Close the gap in a hurry.
And now he had the fake to get the guy out of position. He just needed to holster that second one.
Bryant is coming in back into this kind of a really kind of open kind of 2-4 look with a really kind of 13 playing almost like a short deep kind of position. It's kind of like a in between a 3 and a 2-4.
Bates showing good patience now. Again, Bryant trying to get it to a sideline, but now they're forcing back middle.
Timeout. Yeah, timeout by Bates. I think they look a little bit not organized to attack the zone defense.
Yeah, there's something questionable, so it's smart of the offensive person to call the timeout there and kind of just regroup. You've got a 2-point lead. You can potentially make it 3. You really want to try and take advantage of that.
Absolutely. And I think that I think maybe they were, sometimes it is surprising when you generate a turnover and you pick up the disc and the team sets a zone up on you. It can be a little surprising. You kind of get into a pattern of assuming that when you generate a turnover, the team's just going to match up person and you're going to be able to flow into your regular person offense. And to generate a turn and then to be like, oh wait, now they're in zone 2, can kind of take a second and really kind of just throw you off a little. And this is, there's also a little bit of, I don't want to say, but yeah, a little bit of gamesmanship here, knowing that Bryant is up against the clock. We've now got 10 minutes to go, and taking a timeout and just watching time bleed away is something to mention as maybe a factor in their decision here as well.
So Bates will be coming back in. Looks like they are now much more prepared for this particular cup, if they come back with a cup D.
Right.
So the offense is set, and again, we've got these deep corners. So we'll see what happens.
Yep, same look from Bryant.
Yep, same look from Bryant. And get that wide swing off. Good fake, middle of the field, around midfield. Bates moving the disc, getting around. They're really starting to get around that point on the cup, and that's really hurting the Bryant defense. Now we got a nice throw up the sideline to the front of the end zone. Looks like Bryant's about to fall back into person. Oh, and a risky throw, but a great grab by the Bates player.
Is that Trey's?
But it does not look like they have gotten back into a person. They're staying with the zone the entire way.
Yep. Yeah, you don't, at this point, if you try to fall into person, you're going to get caught with a mismatch or forgetting someone.
And we have a hug on the sideline.
And they just, Oh, look at what happened to the field. Both of them slipped and just took a massive chunk out of the field.
So Bates with the disc, swinging it. Oh, had a little problem getting a grip on that one. Not sure if sweaty hands or just excitement. Good fake on the scuba there.
Yeah.
Try and get the cup out of position to do that.
Bates is making this really hard on themselves by not getting it to this side of the field.
Yeah, and now it's over here. Can they take advantage up the sideline? Oh, we have another contentious call.
Through all of the people, I happen to have a fantastic look at it, and he landed right on the line.
And for those who don't know, the line is out.
Lines are out, no matter which line it is, they're all out.
Oh, and
nice catch
again. Oh, had the deep look, but couldn't connect.
Weatherby goes down and gets that hammer throw.
Now there's not, and this can be the, oh, and that was a little bit of a
Went right through his
fumbly
hands.
guess, yeah.
Right through his hands, hit him in the chest.
If you notice on this offense, they're exerting so much effort on defense that there's just no movement on offense. They're starting to get, Bryant looks like they're starting to get a little gassed.
Yeah. Well, and it can be hard to make. Number 15 and Bryant has been running in the cup the whole point, and then he makes a great cut and has to make a catch. That can be just some general fatigue.
Yep. Now, oh, high blade to the back corner. Beautiful throw for the point. Wow.
Miller to Huismans for that one. That's where you got, I mean, the Deep Deep's got one Bates player on one corner and the other Bates player in the other corner. I mean, I would make him throw it to the far corner, but you could also see if you can get someone to drop to help you a little bit, but really, that throw had some pace to it. It got up and came down pretty fast, so.
That, and if you're a Bryant, you're like, okay, well, we'll let that throw
I mean,
go. Oh, maybe, well, they caught the blade.
Yeah.
That was just, I mean, sometimes it's just a really good throw and a really good catch.
Yeah.
So Bates now up 11-7.
Yeah, Bryant seems just a little out of sorts, a little tired. Bates has been on a roll for a little while now.
And they've got, this is the, fifth game of the day. So yeah, you're gonna expect some tired legs out there. And when you get a little fatigue, sometimes your focus isn't all there, and you drop a disc that hits you in the hands. That happens.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure if Bryant has another adjustment they can make on defense. I mean, obviously they need to score every 0 point that they get for the next 5 minutes or so, but really, I mean, they're down by 4. They need a lot of help. They need to score. They need to score quickly. If I was Bates, I would be ready for. I mean, there's not a lot of wind anymore, so if they're going to be trying to explore the deep space, I'd be ready for that with maybe someone kind of sagging off the back and kind of playing deep safety. Maybe a straight up mark or something just to make it harder.
It's not a bad idea to play, switchy man, where you have like the second guy in a stack taking the under, and you just have one dude deep going, all right, you're going to have to at least work it up the field.
All right, it worked this time.
What
now he's got it.
Which is throw it. Oh, beautiful throw. Is it going to get there?
Snyder beat him.
I would expect, foul call. I would expect a foul call on that. I mean, they are both going for the disc, so it is kind of a tough thing.
When what we talked about before is starting to come into play here at the end of the game.
I think, and I do think as the offensive player, he feels that's a legitimate call because he's got body position, and the way the disc is coming in, the defender has to go around him to get there.
But the offensive player might have been on the side of the disc as it was curving in, but the Bates player beat him to the spot. The fact is the Bates player just beat him, and that's, I don't know. Like, sometimes you call a foul because your pride's hurt.
Oh, we have a crossfield hammer, and that is defended well by Bates.
Done.
Bates now with the disc, middle of the field. Bryant is back into that 2-4.
Yeah, sticking with it.
Bates near side, looking hammer, not taking hammer.
Good
patience.
patience.
And they get a quick, easy score into the corner of the end zone to take the 12-7 lead.
Miller to Morse.
Oh, that might have been. That is apparently was Cap.
I mean, yeah. Well, they're up by 5 now, so. I mean, Bryant really played an excellent first half. But Bates made some adjustments, and Bryant, in my opinion, waited too long to make theirs, and it wasn't enough in the end.
And they were playing with a little bit shorter bench than Bates was.
A little bit.
So that is all we have for you here. Maine Ultimate would like to thank you for joining us for this live stream. We'll be back tomorrow. So for myself, Mike Callahan, and Tom Myers, and our videographers, Maxime Rumiel and Silvio Morales, we thank you for hanging with us and hope to see you back tomorrow.
Let's go, guys. I'm happy with our composure.